they were friends, but there was no like prior like romantic relationship that existed with them. Right? Two, right? She was a millionaire prior to this.
All right.
Three, right? The reason why she applied this was because
Hey,
he
brother,
started to,
brother. I'm gonna
go
let you.
crazy.
I'm gonna let you finish this, but I run an animal rescue, and I got to let some dogs out. I don't want it to get super loud, so I'll let you finish your point. I don't want to cut you off because it is your live stream. So I apologize. I just realized what time it was. I'm sorry.
Okay, so someone held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will. You wouldn't let them get access to a gun. You're not disputing any of the basis of the claims, right? All you're saying is because there's been false accusations in one scenario, that means I'm going to believe that. When the likelihood of a false accusation is 2 to 10%. So you have a 90 to 98% likelihood of it being accurate if it's just an accusation. Now I'm referencing the fact that he was held civilly liable unanimously by 9 people in a civil court. And there was no pressure for there to be a unanimous decision, yet there still was a unanimous decision. So please explain to me why that's not convincing of enough evidence for you to believe that he sexually assaulted a woman, right? Layla,
Okay.
thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Jennifer, thank you for the $100 on Venmo.
Oh,
Thank you
shit.
so
You
much,
made
Jennifer. Thank you
$100?
for the $100. Thank you so much. Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's so crazy. That's so crazy, Ashley. Thank you, The Galaxy. Thank you, Tessa. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then also, thank you so much, Lindsay. I appreciate the $11.11 for Bryce Hall's a runner. Thank you so much.
Hey, do I get a cut of that $100?
Okay. I kicked him just for saying that. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you did vote for Trump in 2024.
What's up, bro?
Yo, what's up? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so? First in November.
Because it's my ride.
Yeah, but like, why did you do it?
Just morals and common sense.
Morals and common sense. So morals, like voting for a guy held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Guess what? All 34 felonies were just dropped today. You do know
No,
that,
they
right?
weren't. No, they weren't.
Yes, they did.
Where?
It's all over the media right now. You need to look it up, son. And the head
Nope,
of the DOJ
not true.
was
Not true.
fired.
Not true. That's wrong.
Fired.
Literally look it up. It was not dismissed.
Fired.
You're referencing the documents
It's all-
case, which
it's
is in
all being
July,
dropped.
and that has
No,
nothing to do
bro,
with
it's
the
all
felonies.
being dropped. Your whole premise that you've been going by has just been shot down.
Flame.
So
Flame,
where do you go now?
Flame.
How do you attack
the
me
felony
now?
charges did not get, or the felony convictions did not get dropped.
They've
Joanne, thank you for
already said
$5.
they're being dropped. Head of the DOJ has been
No,
fired.
they didn't. Joanne,
Yes,
thank
they
you for
did.
$5. No, I just
Yeah.
looked it up. There's nothing.
Are you okay? Are you okay, Parker? How many
Yeah,
times have
I'm
you
totally
cried
fine.
since the election was over? How many times did I tell you it was going to be a landslide win? How many times did I tell you, boy? How many times?
I don't know if you told me, but like, how many times did I cry? I did cry, right? Because
Yes,
it is
you
the case
did.
that
And
we
by
have
the way,
reasons
Parker,
to
you're
listen.
fired.
Flame, I want you to listen. Okay, he left. So there are reasons, there are legitimate reasons, Personally Superpower, thank you so much, that people, right, would specifically have that type of response in these particular scenarios. It is the case that people are going to have less rights in this country. People's paychecks are going to be significantly less in terms of people who are lower income because they have to spend a greater proportion on their goods and services, right? It is the case that in this country, right, there would be a person in office that would normalize people sexually abusing other people because they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse and they're in the Oval Office. So you understand that it is the case. There are legitimate reasons for us to be fighting for these things and have emotional responses to those things. You wouldn't on your side because you guys aren't fighting for anything. You're not fighting for anything. And that's why. You have nothing to lose, right? People on our side actually have something to lose. And we're sad and we're emotional because of the fact that people are actually losing things. Yo,
Hello,
how old are you?
Parker. Can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm under 18, but I would just like to thank
You gotta be
and
18
me
plus.
and
I
my mom
appreciate
would
it.
like-
Thank you so
for-
much. I really appreciate you. I can't have you up because it's TikTok TOS. Appreciate the hand art. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You tap that screen, let's get the 500,000 likes, share the live as well. Desiree, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Trinity, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Christian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Yes, I really appreciate that, Christian. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Are you voting for, or did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did vote for Trump.
Why did you vote for Trump?
Just me personally, I felt like when I was listening to Kamala speak that
Kamala.
me as a working, my bad, wasn't trying to be disrespectful. That I wasn't really heard by her. Like, I feel like she wasn't speaking to me when Trump spoke. I feel like he was more talking to the working class and benefit me more.
Okay, can you tell me what policy he influenced to get past that benefit the middle class?
Just overtime would help me and my family enough alone with no tax on overtime. Interest rate
Do
on
you have
house.
children?
I do not, but my dad works. But still, I would like to have children in the next few years, hopefully.
Yeah, and she wanted to increase the child tax credit, $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. That, when implemented in 2021 because of the American Rescue Plan, reduced childhood poverty by 40 to 50%.
I'm sorry, you say it again?
Yeah, the increase in the child tax credit, like what they did in 2021 because of the American Rescue Plan, up to 3,600 through them being 5 years old and 3,000 through them being 18, that specifically reduced childhood poverty by 40 to 50%. So who's fighting for the middle class of this country? It's Kamala Harris. She would decrease taxes for 100 million Americans to incentivize the building of houses, right? Decrease taxes on starting up businesses. That's what she wanted to do. Whereas Donald Trump specifically, his tax plan was predominantly helping rich people and was going to increase taxes on you and your family because it will cause gas, groceries, housing development to go up because tariffs, universal tariffs, 10 to 20% on everything coming into the country will cause all of those things to go up in price.
Can I ask you like a genuine question? Not me
Yeah.
trying to be a smart ass. In 2016, how come I noticed like a lot larger increase in pay? Like,
Well, it couldn't be related to Trump because he wasn't in office yet.
I mean, like 2016 on, my bad.
Yeah, 2016,
Like,
Obama was in
19.
office.
Trump was in office and he won in 2016.
No, he was inaugurated in 2017.
Okay, but 2018, 19,
But you said 2016 was good. So the point I was making is that there was a trend that was already good prior to Trump's administration. He inherited a good economy and it continued to be good after he inherited it, right? And then at the end of his administration, it completely crashed because of the pandemic. But no one blames him because of that, right? But people
Well,
do
I
blame the
do believe-
Biden-Harris administration for inflation.
No, I don't. I do believe that's a result of COVID.
Okay. So yeah, I agree that it's a result of COVID. But the point I'm making is that, all right, people blame the Biden-Harris administration for economic effects caused by the pandemic, but they don't blame the Trump administration for it.
Why would you blame the Trump administration?
Well, because at the time, right, there was 14.8% unemployment under his administration. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much within the week. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10. Anna, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And Joe, thank you so much for the $2. And Kayla, thank you so much for the $5. And Joanne, thank you for the $5.
And another thing is, another reason I voted for him is I feel like people don't realize about the housing market is most of it is based on the interest rate that jumps up these prices. And people are buying houses at like 2% interest rate. Now, and I live in New Jersey, it's already high. It's going to be like 7-8%. People are buying houses for now.
Yeah, that's because of the Federal Reserve's response to inflation, which has caused inflation to come down. So Tota, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Okay, and say in the next 2 or 3.5 years, that interest rate comes back down. With that, that's not because of Trump then? Like he wouldn't.
No, it has nothing to do with it. It's the chairman of the Fed. So interest rates are coming down already. They've already announced rate decreases.
What do you mean, the Federal Reserve?
Yeah, they've already announced rate decreases prior to Trump being elected.
I haven't seen that.
Well, they reduced it by 50 basis points.
50 what?
50 basis points.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we're actually at the same level of inflation right now as we were in 2018.
Is that
Inflation means rate of increase in pricing.
true? Yeah.
So we're stopping the bleeding just as much as we were under Trump's administration, but we already bled. Does it make sense?
I guess that makes sense. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you, man.
Okay. Argiana, but thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, or if you did vote for Trump, sorry. Let's get this next individual up here. Anna, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Did you vote for Trump?
Oh yeah,
How old are you?
21.
Okay, why'd you vote for Trump?
Because when he was in office for 4 years, the economy was better. Everything about it was better. Everything about the United States was better. The second, no new wars, nothing. The second Biden takes presidency and he goes into office, the world went to absolute shit.
Okay, Peyton. So did you know that under Trump's administration there was 14.8% unemployment, the most since the Great Depression?
Well, here's the thing. This is coming from somebody who comes from a small area. And if you want a job, you can go get a motherfucking job. It's that simple. It really is.
Well, then why do we have a lower unemployment rate under the Biden-Harris administration at 3.4%, 2 separate months? Under the Biden-Harris administration, comparative to the Trump administration, the lowest rate was 3.5%.
Hell, because people's that new job opportunities had to open up when you have people who don't know what the hell they're doing in office. Got to.
What? So you're saying that, like, are you saying that Democrats are better for the economy?
Hell no.
Okay, so then why was the unemployment rate lower?
Because I mean, the fucking who's in office has nothing to do with people getting a job and getting off their ass.
Oh, okay. So then if it has nothing to do with people getting a job and getting off their ass, then why'd you credit Trump?
I didn't credit Trump to that.
You did credit Trump. You said that Trump was so good for the economy. It was great.
Because Trump's actions and him leading the drilling and all these things is what caused the economy and all that to do what it did. It caused gas prices to go down. It caused grocery prices weren't the same. Nothing.
Where's Dad mustache? You know, grocery prices and gas prices will be more expensive under a Donald Trump presidency because he wants 10 to 20% universal tariffs.
I can guarantee they
Are
won't.
you driving?
Me?
Yes.
My phone's on Bluetooth.
You can't do that.
All right, bro.
Alive.
Hey, have a good night.
All right. Later. All right, mods, can you please get the people who are spamming the spaces in the chat? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I know it's a lot to deal with. There's just like a lot of people who do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22. There's no way.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did not vote, actually.
Why didn't you vote?
Because I live in Kansas, and really, there's not really a point in me voting here.
No, there is. I live in California. I think you should still vote because it adds to the popular vote and it makes sure that the place stays blue, and you have a greater representation in terms of the Democratic voter base and who's going to be the presidential candidate if it is the case that you vote. But you should vote. Appreciate you coming out, man. Definitely go out and vote. Definitely, please, because we literally needed you in this election. We need you next election. Please go out and vote. Other people have the same thought process as you. We don't want people to have that thought process because we want more people to vote. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Yeah. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why so?
Because I feel like life begins at conception, and we could talk about birth control because I noticed with Dean's argument, he wants to go to IUD, but
We can talk about that. But you said you're voting for Trump because you think life begins at conception. Well, I agree, life begins at conception. Now, how does that get you to the conclusion that you're voting for Trump?
they're more pro-life than pro-choice. That's why.
Okay. Right. So, do you think murder should be left up to the states?
I'm not sure, but I have a question.
Wait,
for
but that's what Trump wants to do. Trump, under your view, wants to leave murder up to the states.
I'm not sure, but I have a question for you. Do you know the different forms of birth control?
Do I know the different forms of birth control? I mean, yes, I have somewhat of an idea.
Okay. Do you know that there's more than one form of IUDs?
Yeah.
Okay, what are the two forms?
You're talking about copper IUDs, and then
Okay,
what's
great.
up?
So there's a difference between the copper IUD and the hormonal one. So the hormonal one is when
Yeah. We're talking about specific types of IUDs when we're saying that like it prevents like a zygote from implanting into the uterine wall.
correct.
Okay, so there's a few things that I want to reference with this. One, it would still be murder under that definition for them to use that type of IUD. You would say that women who use those types of IUDs should go to prison. And then two, you would also have to argue that IVF should be banned. Like if I cause a zygote to exist in a petri dish and I slap that zygote, am I a murderer and should go to prison?
Okay, so after the DNA is developed, and then you use the hormonal that causes the lining to not attach. Now, I would consider that because that's after the DNA has met and the new DNA is created. I would consider that murder. But the other type of IUD,
Wait,
which
then
is
let me ask you that
copper,
question real quick. Hold up.
the other
So in
type
terms,
of IUD
hold
that is
on. I want to address
copper
that.
does not do that. That one is like a spermicide. It's basically like guys throw their whatever everywhere. But
I understand. I'm talking about the ones that we're talking about the ones that prevent implantation. So that's still preventing a
But
natural
I'm not-
process
but
that
I'm
leads to
talking
murder
about
under your worldview.
I'm talking about the copper one. I'm talking about the copper one
Mustache.
that is basically a barrier, almost like a condom,
Political.
but also it's almost like a spermicide. So the copper IUD would not be considered murder. So just depending on the type of birth control that you
Where's
use.
Torgate? Yeah. Yeah, so we're literally specifically referencing, first the hand art, thank you so much, ones that would specifically cause that. But you didn't answer my question. Like, would that be murder? Should I go to prison for slapping the zygote?
The zygote. Well, intent not. Okay, first of all, you know that the zygote exists,
Yes.
and then
I
doing
caused the
that,
zygote into
yes.
existence. Should I go to prison? First the
I
Corgi.
think not prison, but
Why
that
not?
is-
I'm a
that is
murderer
not-
under your view.
That is not something you should do. Okay.
Well, wait, but it's murder under your view, so I
because
shouldn't go to
people
prison for
pay-
murder?
Because people paid for that zygote, okay, and you don't have the right to just take.
People
their
paid for that
stuff.
zygote so you can own so you can own a person under your view?
People that go to IVF, they pay for that IVF to get that zygote. So if you just slap that zygote or just take it or steal it, that you're literally taking their property. So,
Property? Whoa. You're saying a person is property?
I'm not saying that, but you're taking.
Wait, that's what you
something-
just said. You think a zygote is a person. You just said that they're their property.
I'm sorry about saying that it's a property, but you basically are taking something that's not yours, okay, or someone that is not yours. You're dealing with stuff.
Wait, no,
that
but
is
if I
not
make
yours.
my own, if I use my own sperm, right, and I use someone else's egg that consents, right? Appreciate the super, thank you so much. And I cause a zygote, and then we just for fun want to slap the zygote to kill it. Appreciate the hearts. Should I go to prison for murder?
I think a consequence, but not prison.
So
There should
what
be a
what
consequence.
consequence should I get for murder? Appreciate the Garland.
Well, there are different consequences depending on if it was premeditated and.
I did premeditate to do that. I promise you. I planned it up. I
other
told everyone
variables.
in the live I was going to do it, and I did it on live.
Okay.
So there's video evidence.
I'm not talking about the consequences of killing someone right now. Okay. I'm talking about there's a difference between getting rid of something after it has met and after it's a zygote versus not letting the sperm reach.
I'm talking about a
the egg.
zygote. I just told you I'm talking about a zygote. I slap the zygote. Zygote dies. Right? Do I go to prison? Because you think murderers should go to prison, right? But you're not sending me to prison for murder?
I'm telling you that there's different consequences for stuff. Okay. For example, if you park your car where you're not supposed to be parked, it's not gonna. It's
Yeah,
not-
we're talking
you're
about
not
murder
going to
under your
prison
view,
for
though.
it.
This is murder for you. So, like, what happens
I
when someone's a
never said-
murderer?
I never
that.
agreed that every murderer should go to jail. Okay.
Okay,
never
wait.
agreed
Okay, wait.
that
So
every
tell me what
murderer
murderers
should go to
shouldn't go to jail.
Sometimes stuff happens, and it happens by accident. Okay.
Wait, can you tell me what murderers shouldn't go to jail?
People that don't know, like for example, if you didn't know that you are pregnant, if you didn't know that it was a fertilized egg, and then you drank, like for example, you drank and that caused a miscarriage, you shouldn't go to jail for that because you didn't.
Okay,
even
but
know
do you
that.
think that's murder?
I don't think that's murder because it's
Okay, so then I'm asking, but you said some murderers shouldn't go to prison. I'm asking you, what murderers? If I know
for
that the zygote is a
example-
person
for
and I
example,
slap the
Travis Scott.
zygote and I fuck it up,
For
right?
example,
Should I go to prison?
Okay, for example, Travis Scott. Okay, the people at his concert would not have died had he not held the concert. But was it his intention?
Why are you asking me about Travis? I'm asking you, like, I
Because
literally.
you're asking me what
Listen,
murder should
listen,
not go
listen,
to jail,
listen.
and I'm answering you an instance where a murderer, Travis Scott, the people at his concert died. I don't think Travis Scott should have went to jail.
So you think Travis Scott's a murderer?
I don't think it was intentional, but it
So
was.
no, I'm
caused
asking about
because of the
murderers,
concert.
dude. Like, here, I'm giving you an example, right? Right, see a baby in front of me. I kill the baby, right? Should I go to jail?
A baby, yes.
Okay, I see a zygote. I kill zygote. Should I go to jail?
No.
So it's not a person. It's not a baby.
So you don't think a zygote is a human species?
It's of the human species and it's living, but I don't value it because of that. The same way I don't value sperm. Sperm is of the human species and it's living. Yet I
So
don't
you-
fucking value sperm. I don't think it's jizzicide to nut.
I'm not comparing sperm to a zygote, and because a zygote is when a DNA.
Kate, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Aaron, thank you so much for the $25 for hashtag slap the zygote merch is coming soon. Justin, thank you so much for the $5. Anna, thank you so much for the $5. $5. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
so-
Gabrielle, thank you so much for the dollar. I appreciate it.
So
Yeah, I
sperm
know.
gets wasted every day. I could care less what you
Tessa,
do.
thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you. But it's
I could care
living.
less what you do with the sperm, but
But it's living.
once it has met the egg, and you know with your conscience that I'm pregnant, and then you try to get rid of that, I would consider that murder, okay? Because it was like intentional. But when it hasn't met yet, and it's just your sperm, or it's just someone's egg, and it hasn't met together and it created that DNA,
Appreciate the mystery fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate Queen. Thank you.
I don't think that's
Okay.
the same thing. So
Appreciate the head massage.
I
So we
just
we
want
already went over this.
you and Parker to know that there are different forms of birth control, such as condoms and copper
Oh
IUDs,
Jesus Christ! I'm gonna cry myself to sleep.
that do not kill something that has
Wait. We already went over this. You don't think killing a zygote is as bad as killing a baby? Appreciate the hand heart. Why?
The further in development, the more.
Okay, how about this? Would you rather kill 100 million zygotes, right, or save appreciate the hand heart, and save one newborn baby, or would you rather kill the newborn baby and save the 100 million zygotes?
I would save the 100 million zygotes. And also, I want to tell you that I think IVF should.
Oh my god, bro! She conceded to that point. Mom, thank you for the subscription. Oh my god, dude, they're single cell organisms. Fuck, dude. Oh my god, she'd rather kill the. Jesus fuck. You know what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah, did you vote for Trump?
I did not. I just have a super quick question. I didn't actually think I was getting on here.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna get some people up here who did vote for Trump. Oh my god, that was so insane. That was so insane, bro. I did not think she was gonna concede to that, chat.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Why?
Because 65% of the country said that the country was going down the wrong path.
Okay. So if 65% of the country thought the country was going in the right path, would you have voted for Kamala Harris?
No, but I have a question for you, though.
Why?
Do you think 65% of the country is dumb?
No, I think they're misinformed if they believe that the country is better off under a Trump administration, which is not what that question said.
Is there a level of of conscious awareness? Because if you're not consciously aware, there's people that aren't nearly as consciously aware of what's going on.
I'm just saying whether or not they have sentience. I'm not saying whether or not they have consciousness. Right? Infants right out of the womb don't have consciousness until 2 or 3 years old. I care about sentience. Right? Consciousness is a different quality that's derivative of sentience.
It doesn't make sense, and I know I'm going back to, and I really do believe that the moment of conception, because maybe I'm just brainwashed from just growing up. The moment of conception is alive, so I just have this perspective just that's rooted in me. But it just doesn't make sense to always devalue life over inconvenience. It doesn't add up.
Gene. You're doing that when you say that a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead because they're cellularly speaking alive.
But
yet you think that because of convenience of people, they should be able to pull the plug.
It's like the building is destroyed.
Wait. So if the building is destroyed, well, then that means that the building is not built yet until it's sentient.
No, it's done. It's over. It's
The building is not built yet until it's sentient if it's destroyed when someone's brain dead. Because cellular life is not the basis of the value that you just said is the house. The basis of the value you said is the house is the sentience. So, dude, again, Gene, you agree with me that the value is predicated off it being sentient. That's why you identify that there's different levels of value that exist for zygotes comparative to sentient newborn babies, right? There's a difference in value between those because of the quality of sentience, right? That's what I'm telling you is the difference. Otherwise, right, you're just going to have insane reductio saying that fucking embryos are valuable and shit.
Sentience is over, though. Isn't it? I'm saying, if there was a baby in the womb, and it was brain dead, and it was not going to live. I'm not going to say, do your justice, woman, and have the baby. It just doesn't make sense. Because the opportunity for sentience is no longer.
Yeah, so listen,
Why
it's
do you
not
feel
just
like
an
we should-
opportunity for sentience because again, prior to conception, listen,
You're not robbing a living organism.
can I
from
explain?
sentience. You're not robbing an organism, a cellular organism from sentience in the womb.
I understand. Listen, so sperm are cellular organisms, right? There will be, right, a future person, right, if the sperm is able to fertilize the
What
egg
makes you
and go
think
down
you
the
have the
nut. Can
right
I
to
please
say
finish, or
that?
do I need to mute you, Gene?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the sperm that created you, are you saying that it was valuable prior to conception?
Yes, the moment at conception is the opportunity for sentience over time.
So you're saying the sperm had rights prior to conception?
Say that again.
So sperm has rights prior to conception.
No, because the moment of conception is sentience. A sperm doesn't have sentience.
No. Conception does not cause sentience. What are you talking about?
How? You're telling me that
You think a zygote has a first person subjective experience? Are you crazy?
I said the opportunity for sentience.
Opportunity, yeah. I'm not. A sperm prior to conception has the opportunity for sentience.
Like that's the like.
No, Gene, because you're not understanding my argument. And I'll explain. I'll give you an example where I do that though. All right. Let's say I have a petri dish. I cause a zygote into existence using a sperm and an egg. I see the zygote. I decide, I'm not liking you right now, and I slap the fuck out of it. Should I go to jail? Because I killed the zygote? Push the blooming. Thank you so much, Sam.
No, I don't think you should go to jail because the opportunity of sentience is not there because it's not in a mother's body. That's why. Come on.
Oh, okay. So, okay, you're saying it only is valuable once it has that future potential. Okay, so then I have a question. All right, you're saying you don't value it at conception? So you're saying there's some conceived cells that you don't value? First the Maple Leaf, thank you so much.
All right, I like where
It's
you're
okay
going.
to kill some human lives? Are you devaluing human life right now?
No, I'm just stumbling over my words. Let's see. Let me backtrack this. I just think because obviously, like we're at a place now. We're at a place where we could have conception outside the mother's body. Like maybe. Because I don't want to talk about like if there was 100 million zygotes and there was one baby. I'm not gonna say it's zygotes. Come on, because.
Wait, so you wouldn't say 100 million zygotes that you know are going to be people in the future?
Oh,
would you rather save the 100 million zygotes or
That
the
I
one
know
newborn
that
baby
people are going
that
to be in the
already
future.
exists?
That you know that are going to be in the like. What do you mean? Like
Yeah, but they don't currently exist. Would you save the newborn baby that's currently experiencing things or the 100 million zygotes that in the future will exist?
Well, obviously, like I know I'm supposed to say the zygotes, but obviously I would say the baby. And that's
Again, that tells me you value it once it's sentient and it has a future subjective experience, past or present, and future subjective experience. That's what you value. Otherwise, you couldn't justify why you wouldn't want to save the 100 million zygotes with a future subjective experience.
I disagree with that because
Jen, I think it's $5. Thank you so much.
Because now I think like me personally, like
Chloe,
I
thank you for the $5. Thank you.
I can do something to further that baby's life. Like it's out of the womb. Like I'm not a girl, so I can't do anything. But it's
No,
out
but
of the
the
womb.
quality
I can do
difference
something
is subjective
about it.
experience. That's what I just demonstrated to you. Even though I met your criteria of life after conception and future subjective experience, you still valued the one newborn baby more than 100 million people under your worldview. So one baby is more valuable than 100 million people. That's got to be a special baby. That must be boss baby.
Like, what is? That's kind of
that must be baby Jesus.
But
you know what I mean? Like, push that mustache.
It just doesn't like. Like biologically, like let's just think like hunter gatherers. This like zygote stuff and anything like out of the womb or anything like that just wouldn't exist.
Rachel, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. It does exist. We live in our society. Grace, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much. That's like saying phones wouldn't exist if we were in that society. Sure. Glory, thank you for the. Oh my God. Thank you for the gift. Okay, so do you understand
But
what I'm saying?
I still don't. I understand what you're saying. I do, but I still don't think that once, like in a mother's
No,
body,
Gene,
like
you
it's got
cannot
all
tell
the
me,
things that
Gene,
needs
you
to
cannot
develop.
tell me that you value, right? Again, the zygote, right, more than you value the woman's autonomy. You cannot tell me that, right? You just said that you would save one newborn baby over 100 million zygotes. Where's the hand art? Shay, I appreciate this. The $2.
It's questionable. It's questionable
It's
because I think like the
the fact that
biological
it's
instinct
questionable
of
demonstrates my
survival.
point.
I,
Here, Gene, I'll ask you this question: would you rather save 100 million people from certain death or one person from certain death?
I'd rather save 100 million people.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
You see what I mean? That's not even a question.
You're saying like the sentience thing and everything like that is that the opportunity for sentience is like. So let's say this. What about the opportunity for sentience and actual sentience? There's different values, right?
Appreciate the head mustache.
Did you say that?
Oh, okay. That's you're demonstrating my point. Gene, you're actually cooking right now,
actually
dude.
am,
You're
yeah.
cooking. You're cooking, bro. Yeah, you're damn right.
But well, I still think that we should always, as human beings, always try to strive for never devaluing human life, even at the opportunity
And
of
the thing is,
conception.
you're devaluing the woman's human sentient life when you say that you value a zygote anywhere near the same that you value a sentient human woman. I appreciate that mustache. That's what you're doing. You're devaluing her life. You're devaluing her sentient life. I care way more about sentient women than I care about zygotes. I care way more about sentient women than I care about embryos, dude. Non-sentient embryos. Come on, I think this is an easy determination. You again agreed with me. The one newborn baby is more valuable than the 100 million zygotes. Okay?
It's just
So again,
the
if you
idea that
value
it's inconvenient, though.
one sentient person at least 100 million times more than you do a zygote, well then you should value the woman's autonomy over the zygote. And that's just facts. Catherine, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Catherine. I really appreciate the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Catherine.
So you for the future. So let's just so for the future and where we go, like does this just end with just wanting to stop at conception or stop at the 9 month, or is this going to go past
Beverly, I
it?
appreciate the $5. So sentience. When does sentience occur? 18 through 26 weeks is when it's likely. Most likely between 20 to 24
weeks.
Yeah, weeks. So within the womb. So I value it within the womb, right? But the point is once it's sentient.
So you think abortion should stop around 18, or 24 weeks, 18 and 24
Yeah,
weeks?
so in terms of elective ones, yeah. If there's medical complications, medical necessity, or grape, you can get it at those points. And after
Fair.
viability, there's going to be induction of labor anyway. But yeah, there's a certain point where I start valuing it. And I think that's intuitive. I think all of us start valuing it at that point, right? Whether or not we know how to explain that, right,
That's
is
not what
secondary.
her
All of us,
policy looks like.
almost every single person here
wrong.
has the same intuition as me. Let's just
Okay.
be totally honest. Every single person,
I feel like
we
I got the
value
same
sentient
intuition.
human beings. We do.
I do.
Okay. So like I'm not
so-
giving you some crazy position. Actually, if you think about it, this is kind of like a middle ground position. Not only can you maintain a woman's autonomy, right? But you also can maintain the value that you place upon human beings. I think it's a heavily more intuitive position than like all the other ones.
Do you think the Democratic Party is going to strive for getting a 9-month abortion, like anytime?
I think that the view that I have right now is the predominant view in the Democratic Party. It just there hasn't been the correct messaging. I think
But is
people
that
hold
what-
this view. I think it's the predominant view in the Republican Party too. My view, right, is going to be held by most people, right, intuitively speaking. I just need to talk to them. Okay? Most people do not think it's okay to engage in a lethal abortion at 9 months. Okay? If I talk to people, they're going to be like, no, that's not okay. Okay? It's going to be very uncommon for you to find someone where like, yep, you can just lethally abort a 9-month fetus. No, you know what I mean? Like, that's just not a common view. Right. But so like most people are intuitively holding my view. They just don't know when to grant it value. And I'm telling you, it's very clear that we should establish the value once it's sentient.
Okay. Well, I guess like obviously you've opened my mind and everything like that, but the conception part, I'm just like, there's no way. I gotta stick with it. What about like socialism, and what do you think about like the future?
I'm not a socialist.
You're not a socialist, so
No.
what are you?
A social democrat. So like the Scandinavian countries, which actually have freer economies. So they have broader social safety nets and they have freer economies than what we have here in the United States, according to the Economic Freedom Index.
Okay. I honestly, I do not know much about the
Think about it this way, right? We provide social safety nets for everyone so they can get what they need. And we can also retain free markets.
Yeah.
Higher union membership, more rights for workers, right? That's what I'm looking for. I want workers to have bargaining power, right, within the context of the firms that they work in,
Okay.
so that they have the ability to advocate for higher wages. Did you know that some of these countries I'm referencing in Scandinavia, they don't even have a minimum wage because their workers have so much bargaining power because of the unions, because they have 60 to 70% union membership, that they can just bargain for higher wages.
Okay. Okay. Well, what do you think about, if you don't mind me asking, have I been the longest one on here? I feel like I've been, but maybe not. I don't know.
Well, no,
Like-
I have people on this
like,
long every day.
What do you think about like trans and hormones happening at a very young age and everything like that?
Where should the hand art? So, okay, trans people, I think trans people's identities are valid. I think they should be able to get access to puberty blockers, right? The same way we give cis kids access to puberty blockers.
At what age?
At what age? It would be designated by doctors.
But
Doctors make that determination with the parents. Parents and doctors make that determination of when it's going to be effective for their child in the same way they would do so for cis children.
Doesn't that disintegrate?
This would be like for example, when there's early
value of autonomy or value of life is at sentience, are you denying that child autonomy by putting this person on puberty blockers and everything when they are not at the cognitive ability to make long-term decisions?
Yeah, wait, I have a question. So, should I have been able to get Accutane? I got Accutane when I was 16 years old. Should I have been able to get Accutane? Went through my doctor and my parents. Should I have been able to get Accutane?
Okay, it's not going to make you get boobs. It's not going to make you get
okay. Wait. So you just don't like the effects of it? Okay. Well, there could be negative impacts, right? Which those aren't negative impacts you just mentioned. You just referenced there could be
critically irreversible effects because
puberty blockers are reversible.
The deep voice. You're telling me if a girl with puberty
blockers don't necessarily cause that. You're talking about hormone replacement therapy.
You tell me, hormone replacement therapy. What do you think? So
yeah, hormone replacement therapy is going to be happening later on. Hormone replacement therapy isn't happening at 12 years old. That doesn't happen then. That happens typically like 16 and beyond, right? So the same age that I got Accutane, right? Accutane can have permanent negative impacts, right? But I still had the choice to be able to get that when I was 16 years old.
Yeah.
So why are we totally okay with cis children, with me, straight children, getting access to these particular types of things, right? But for some reason, when it comes to trans people, right, then we have an issue. I think the doctor and the parents make that determination.
You know how many things, identities, I've changed and wanting to be a firefighter, wanting to be an astronaut, wanting to be all these things, and I realized, oh my gosh.
I'm talking about when I was 16 years old. Push the ICU.
Okay.
I think someone has a grasp of whether or not they're trans by 16 years old, right?
16-year-olds have no idea what they're talking about. I know.
Wait, 16-year-olds know their identity in terms of gender, right? When I was 16, I knew I was a man, or a boy at the time, right? You knew that, right? You knew you were a boy at 16, right?
Yeah. Because
you
know how? Because I look down and I realize, oh my gosh, this is.
Wait. So you're telling me that, let's say you're in a video game, you can't see that, right? You're telling me that you don't know if you're a boy?
The first person? What do you mean? I feel like
I'll ask you this way. Let's say that something happened, right? And you don't have that anymore. Would you still be able to identify that you're a boy?
I don't know. I would probably, if I look down.
You don't know?
No, because I'd have to check my chromosomes.
I have a question, Gene. Do you know what Freaky Friday is?
I don't. What's Freaky Friday?
Okay, so like in Freaky Friday, people switch bodies, right? Like it's just like this movie where people switch bodies for like a day.
Yeah.
If you and your mom switch bodies, right, would
Hell
you
no.
not be a man?
No.
No?
I'd be a woman because I could birth.
Push the hand out.
children.
You wouldn't be a man anymore? Push the ICU. So it would be incoherent for me to tell you that you're a man or to call you by your name.
I mean, I'd probably answer to Seth because
Have you watched Jumanji?
Yes, I have watched Jumanji.
Yeah, you hop into the video game. Your character player, right, in the VR video game, right, is biologically female. Are you still a man?
I don't think so. No.
No.
I have a vagina. I'm gonna be a woman. What the heck?
Wait. So you're still a man. You're still Gene, right? I push the ICU. I think it would make sense for me to. I think it would make sense for me to call you Gene, and for me to refer to you as a man.
This doesn't make sense.
How does it not make sense? That makes so much sense.
I think because my perception of what a male and a female is depending on
Eric, I push the $5.
Whether they have the.
Have you ever watched Rick and Morty?
Yes, I've watched a little bit of.
You know that video game where they go into it, Roy. I'm pretty sure it's called Roy, and like they're playing as someone else. They're simulated as someone else. You're telling me that if I was watching you play that game, it wouldn't make sense for me to refer to you as a man? Man, he just fucked up in the game. Am I delusional when I say that? Even though your character's female?
No.
So it's not incoherent?
Mm-mm.
Wait,
Sorry,
but I thought you were determining based upon the biology that you have at the time.
The argument, because I feel like we're straying away from the
Well,
argument.
you brought this up, and I just responded to it.
Yeah, the perception. My argument was just about affecting kids that were 12 years old. Do you know if there is kids that are getting affected by kids 12 years old that are getting affected by hormones or puberty?
No, I don't think there's 12-year-olds getting hormone replacement therapy.
Because that's what we hear over here. That's what we hear.
Where?
Down. I'm not going to be specific, but just down.
Where are kids getting at 12 years old hormone replacement therapy?
I don't know. That's what I hear. That's just what I hear.
Yeah, that's just propaganda.
Yeah. Okay. Because I'm questionable. I'm always open minded. I'm always wanting to hear the side and everything like that. But it just doesn't make and I hate to circle. I understand.
$5. It makes total sense, right? Are you Christian?
Yes.
Okay, God the Father, is he a man?
Oh, you're Charlie Kirking me. Well, I guess I'm gonna say what he says is just Abba, Father, and stuff like that. And I understand where you're going with this.
Wait. But he has no biology.
Yeah.
So if he has no biology, how can you say he's a man? He doesn't have a dick.
Because I feel because I don't know. I don't know too much about how. But what else? I feel like when it comes from an authoritative figure, calling God Father, that's how I call
him, right? Him, right?
So
are you saying that there's
normally in a family household, normally in a structure.
Wait, but Gene, are you telling me that there's a usage of gender that's not biological? Push the hand out.
When it comes to being
You're covering your mic.
Oh, hello?
So you're telling me that there's a use of gender that is non-biological?
Yes.
That's all we're saying. Push the November. We're saying in certain circumstances, you're going to use gender in a non-biological context, and there's going to have some sociological connotation. That's all we're saying with trans people. When we say trans people's identities are valid, we're not saying that you can't use a biological connotation of the term in any context. What we're saying is that there's going to be conceptual overlap over the situations in which there is a biological usage of the term and a sociological usage of the term. Sometimes I use gender to refer to biology, right? But in plenty of circumstances, I will use gender to refer to sociology, right? It just dependent on the context.
And what I think about father is it does say
there's not one. I just want to clarify. There's not one usage of gender. There's not just one biological usage, right? The same way that when I say that there's
wouldn't it be so much more simpler if we did? Wouldn't it be so much more
that's not how language works. When I'm referring to a table or a chair, there's not going to be one definition that applies in every single scenario for what a table is or what a chair is.
I agree. I agree.
Right?
But it doesn't make sense to like why not just like accept like what body you've been given, like
yeah, and them accepting who they Gene,
right?
this is like telling people, like, let me give you an example. I appreciate the confetti. Women who want a breast reduction, right? They think their breasts are too big, right? Should they be allowed to do that?
Well,
Or should they just like quote unquote like just get over it, like love their body? Appreciate the confetti.
I think honestly they should love their body, like, but if they do want to do that, if they do want to go and get that, I don't see why not. But I think that we should, promote.
Wait,
being okay
that's
with
you understand that can be gender affirming care as well.
Accepting who you like, the Democratic or let's say the trans or whatever. I don't want to try to like bundle y'all up or anything and everything like that. But like, aren't y'all about accepting like you for who you are? Like, why couldn't you accept you for who you are?
Oh, that's
like,
a crazy point. Gene, that's a crazy point. You want to know why that's a crazy point? Cabrini, I appreciate the $5. Why does Donald Trump use suntan or spray tan? Why doesn't he just love himself for the way he is? Why does he have to be orange?
He's got to look young.
Percy confetti. Well, he should just accept himself for himself, right?
But no one has to say like, oh my gosh, I acknowledge that you're wearing suntan. I acknowledge that you're wearing all this suntan spray that you've done it. Like, no one. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, we froze up, but no one's forcing like us to acknowledge like, oh my gosh, you're wearing suntan and everything like that. But like, oh, I have to call you father, like, or I have to call you a guy.
Thank you so much.
Like,
are we still frozen? Everyone, we're back. Okay. Yeah. So as it relates to this, we're not. So in terms of acknowledging, you do have to acknowledge people's names, right? Is it okay for you to change your name?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Why not? Or why so?
I mean, or I didn't say like it was right. I just said it was like legally you can. Like, you can change your name.
No, is it wrong to change your name morally?
Morally, I'd say it's kind of like immoral to give the name that you were given. But
wait, so was it wrong for JD Vance to change his name?
Oh, did he? What was originally his name?
I don't remember. I can pull it up if you'd like.
I feel like I feel like I was doing more. The longer we go, the worse this is gonna get. But what do you think? Okay, let me ask you this, and then I'm gonna be done.
Wait. I just want to let you know. He has a different name, right? So like, let's just clarify. Like, you don't think it's wrong for him to do that?
Well, I'd be upset if I was like a dad and I was like, man, I just called you this and like,
whoa,
just change your
crazy.
name.
Wait, okay, so like, are you saying that it's immoral to do that?
Is it immoral? I'd say like, what do you want me to say? Do you want? Yes, it's immoral.
Christian, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like, thank you so much for the gem. You're trolling. You don't actually believe that. You don't believe it's wrong to change your name. You think it's wrong to change your name.
If my dad
get the fuck out of
gave me
here,
this name.
you weirdo, fucking weirdo. Think it's wrong to change your name? Go tell JD Vance that. Holy shit, dude. You're gonna vote for him next time he runs. He's gonna run in 2028, and he's gonna vote for him, and he's not gonna care. Push the massage. Are you voting Trump, or did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why'd you vote for Trump?
I personally, I like his ideas of like trying to figure out how to bring down cost of living.
How? How is he going to do that? By doing 10 to 20% universal tariffs?
Well, some of those tariffs are still in place, aren't they?
10 to 20% universal tariffs are not in place currently. I'm asking you, is that going to cause prices to go down?
Yes, because it will bring companies into the U.S.
No, so tariffs cause price. The only way it could bring companies back to the United States is if it causes prices to go up.
So then, do you think that trying to make our own like things for a living for just the US is a bad thing? So like if
yes, I think that doing 10 to 20% tariffs is a terrible idea. It would
But you
decrease the
don't-
size of the economy. It would kill export jobs. It would devalue the U.S. dollar.
you don't think it would make more jobs for just Americans?
So you would say that it increases domestic production within certain respects, but what you're not understanding is it also decreases overall the size of the economy. So it's worse for the American economy. Push the beating heart. Thank you so much.
So, but if we also brought down the cost of energy, wouldn't that bring down the cost of living?
So cost of energy can bring down slightly the cost of living, but you're talking in terms of energy prices, right? And like gas prices and things like that. But that's what the Biden-Harris administration did. They specifically did the largest investment in renewable energy of any country ever, and they had the largest production of oil of any country ever.
So then how come it cost me like
Because we're
$20?
importing less into the country right now. So what you want to do is you want to decrease imports because you want more tariffs, which will cause prices to go up in the same type of way that prices went up for oil and gas in this country. And you think that's good? Or should we import more?
I would personally think that we should try to not have to rely on other.
Yep, so that's exactly what we did. We were importing more under Trump's administration compared to now in terms of oil. So you're arguing that what the Biden-Harris administration did, right, or not what they did, what happened under the Biden-Harris administration was good. That the level of imports went down and that domestic production went up.
So then how
That's exactly what
come?
you're asking for.
So then how come cost of living went up and rent went up and everything like that?
Inflation went up all around the world. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world, right?
Okay.
But specifically, it had nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration, right? It was related to COVID supply chain issues. And Donald Trump wants them to increase even more because he wants 10 to 20% universal tariffs that will cause housing development to be more expensive. Where are they going to get the lumber? You think they're going to get all of the lumber from the United States?
Oh, of course
Where are
not.
they going to get the
But-
steel? You think they're going to get all the steel from the United States? The concrete, the cement? Or you think
But
that they're going to get
don't
all
you-
of the stuff that you need from the United States?
But didn't Biden stop any type of oil or anything that we were getting personally from the United States?
No. Push the Maple Leafs, thank you. No. What? What are you talking about?
Why are we importing oils and all these other things when we have it at
We are importing oil at a lower rate now than we were under Trump's administration. I was just talking about that.
Okay. Well, then can I also ask, you mentioned earlier that you said that Trump won because people didn't, Democrats or independents or whatever, just didn't vote at all, correct?
Yeah, people just didn't show up for Democrats, yeah.
So what
It's
do you
not like
think-
it was rigged.
Yeah, but what do you think went wrong for Kamala to make that happen?
Kamala. I think that Joe Biden dropped out too late. I think that people didn't have enough time to know Kamala Harris. I think that there's racism and misogyny. I think that it is the case that there was a foreign policy blunder and she got blamed for inflation, which for inflation, she shouldn't be blamed for that. It makes no sense to blame her.
I mean, I will say that I agree with you. I just didn't really hear much from her. I didn't feel like she said a lot to us personally, or anytime that I did hear her, it was something that I didn't really think was going to help us in the future.
Can you give
And
me one
she-
example? First in November.
I felt like when she would talk about economy and stuff like that, she kind of just danced around the question, or if you asked her a question,
Totally
she
wrong.
didn't say it directly.
Totally wrong.
So, but do you think that she didn't come out and talk to the public as much
She
as
did.
should
She
have?
talked to the public a lot.
But do
People
you
just
think-
didn't listen. Realistically, people just didn't want to educate themselves. People
do you
didn't have
think-
enough time to inform themselves because they didn't decide to look into it. With people like Trump and with people like Biden, they were forced to because of how much they were put in the media. Here's the hand art. But because Kamala Harris wasn't put in the media as much in terms of that degree for as long, less people heard about her because they didn't want to go do the research themselves. All that information exists. You could have watched the debates, you could have watched the interviews, you could have looked at her rallies, you could have done all of those things because she was doing it every single day. Right, but people decided not to look at that. I can tell you right now, all the policies she was running on, things that she did in her administration, why she was more influential. I can reference all of these things, right? How she's the one of the most qualified candidates we've ever had. She worked in every single branch of government, right? And people just, for some reason, assumed that she wasn't qualified, right? Because she's a black woman. That's why. That's literally the reason. People assume that because she's a black woman, she's a DEI candidate, and that she's underqualified because she's DEI and she's a black woman, which she was the most qualified candidate. And the other side was Donald Trump, who has zero fucking qualifications, right? He bankrupted 6 different times, right? He even bankrupted casinos, right? An airplane business, right? Steaks.
I
Appreciate the confetti. Like this guy bankrupted that, right, over and over again, and now he wants to bankrupt the U.S. economy.
Well, I will say that
Where's
in
the confetti?
2016, I voted for. I did not vote for Trump. I voted for a third party because I did not agree with any of the whole thing then. So I was going to vote third party for this one, but I decided not to. And I mean, I think that we're not going to have any wars. Like I personally have family that's overseas fighting in the wars that we're having.
Yeah,
In the middle.
65 service members that are in the military died in conflict under Trump's administration. Under the Biden-Harris administration, it's been 16.
I mean, like I said, I have family that's younger, so they're going to be more in the Biden-Harris than
Yeah,
they
it's
were
only
back in
and 16 died under the Biden-Harris administration, which is a lot of people, and they shouldn't have died, right? I wish that they didn't, right? And we should very much look at that, and we should honor the people that have died for this country, right? But 65 under Trump, so you cannot blame the Biden-Harris administration, right? Because then you'd also have to blame the Trump administration.
So
Where's the confetti?
do you think? I personally haven't heard anything Kamala saying about Kamala's trying to stop any type of wars that are going on right now, or am I just missing it? Has she said
Yeah,
anything?
she wants a ceasefire, right? Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. In the context of Israel and Gaza, appreciate the confetti. She's been advocating for that. She's actually forcing them, Israel, to do that right now by saying that we're going to do a weapons embargo if they don't get a ceasefire done. Right? That's within the next 2 weeks. Appreciate the confetti. That's going to follow through. Appreciate the confetti. So she actually did things.
So, but
Appreciate the confetti.
and then how come? Like I think that I try to watch all media. I watch you. I watch the other guy. I cannot remember his name. I watch all of the different people trying to educate myself, and I just don't see where it has actually happened in the last 4 years, or almost 4 years.
Yeah. So again, you're saying you don't know what happened.
Like I just don't where she's talking about this, or is anybody talking about it? It doesn't even have to be specifically her talking about this.
I've been doing it the whole time. I go live every day. I've been doing it for months, talking about this every day on live, on TikTok, every single day, literally every day.
And how come it's not like on stream media, even on both sides?
It is, right? It is talked about.
About her supposedly making this ceasefire.
Yes, this was all over the media.
And then have we heard back from them saying that they're actually going to do it?
Yeah, that this is where I got the information from. I didn't just randomly spawn in the information. I don't have like a magical ball that tells me all of the information that's happening. You know, I get it from the media, from like reputable media sources.
Okay. So then for
Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $5. Amisha, thank you so much for the $33.33. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Amisha. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you. And then Cherry, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
so do you 100% believe that Trump is going to like
And Cabrini, think of the $5.
do a national ban abortion over the whole state?
So he just reaffirmed that he wasn't going to do that and he was going to veto it. But I don't know. He could. He very well could. I honestly lean towards yes, even though he's telling us right now he wouldn't. But the one thing that I would say is that he doesn't really have reason to continue saying that. Maybe he just doesn't want to seem like a liar to a lot of people, and there's a lot of attention. So.
And you don't agree with it being by the states?
No, not at all.
I was like,
I think abortion should be federally protected.
I was like, I live in a state that already has it legally. Like, it's not gonna. I don't think my state is ever going to ban abortion.
Yeah, but what about the women in states that they do ban it? Jessica, think of the $5, and they can't leave because of their kids, because of their work obligations, because they might not be able to afford it. Right? The average American, right, is living paycheck to paycheck and can't afford a random $400 expense. So if they can't afford a random $400 expense, how are they supposed to go on some trip for a day or two to a different state, take time off of work, right, just to be able to get an abortion that they also have to pay for? That's going to be
So-
more expensive than the amount that they can pay.
I think it makes people vote more into more of their smaller elections, their midterms and stuff like that for their senates and people that locally make their laws for their state.
Yeah, I don't want to have to like force women to do that by like saying, "Oh, you're going to die," right? Or, "Oh, if you get assaulted, you're going to have to go through the pregnancy."
That
I think
no
that's a
one has
terrible way.
ever-
Women have died in this country because of their state's abortion laws. If Amber Thurman
Yes.
was in Minnesota and didn't live in Georgia, she'd be alive today, likely.
But then how about the people that have like mental health issues afterwards because of having
After abortion?
Yes.
It's their
because
choice, right? What about all the people that could have mental health problems from being forced to go through a pregnancy that they didn't want to go through?
So either way, there's either an issue on either side. I think abortion.
I'm saying it's going to be significantly more prevalent if you force people against their will.
And then there's also people that have been forced against their will on the other direction.
To get abortions? I disagree with that. I
Or
don't think
you-
they should be
yes.
forced. I think they should have the
Then-
choice.
I agree with that, but there has been.
Why would I argue for forced abortions?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that there's instances where families or anything like that have pushed it on people and then regretted it.
I think that's bad, right? But like is that most abortions?
No, I mean that's probably
And,
the
and,
10%.
and is
of
that justified
what we
enough reason to
consider
like restrict women's access to abortion in certain states?
No, I do think that there should be an altogether limit, and I think that I.
So
agree
you believe
with-
in a national abortion ban?
No, I think that people can be able to get abortions with the 3 exceptions.
Allison, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. So you want a national abortion ban with 3 exceptions? Sarah, think of the $5, and Jessica, think of the
Or
think of the 5.
either if, and maybe even have like more education on, say,
So
like,
if a woman, so let's say my girlfriend gets pregnant,
Mhm.
right? She gets an abortion in the first trimester. Should she go to jail?
and first trimester is to 20 weeks, correct?
Well, what's a trimester?
A trimester is a section of pregnancy. You have 3 of them. So
Yeah.
there's 40 weeks in a pregnancy, and the first trimester, I think, is 15 to 20 weeks. I'm not 100% sure.
It's a little bit less than that, but it's like around what's it called? Around
16
9 to 12 weeks.
9 to 12 weeks. So that would be, I think that there should be a limit at like 15 weeks. Should be, you can't
Why
go
15?
15, 20 weeks.
Why
Well,
15?
22 weeks. Or
If you want to
22
do 20, well, okay, if you're at 20, you're pro-choice. What are you talking about? Why do you want to restrict women's access to abortion? You know that the only difference between Roe versus Wade being in place and Roe versus Wade not being in place is whether or not abortion rights are protected prior to viability, federally speaking. After viability, it's left up to the states regardless. Slytherin, thank you so much for the travel in the U.S. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You repeat that, you blanked out on my screen for some reason.
Yeah, so like again, the only difference between Roe versus Wade being in place and Roe versus Wade not being in place is whether or not abortion is left up to the states after or prior to viability, or before viability. So if Roe versus Wade is in place, there's federally protected access to abortion prior to viability. If Roe versus Wade is not in place, it's left up to the states prior to viability. Regardless of whether or not it's in place, after viability, it's left up to the states.
Okay, so if I say that I am for abortion at 20 weeks, then you're considered pro-choice, is what you're saying.
Yes, I'm pro-choice.
Okay, so then, but do you agree that there should be more care towards women after abortion, or like mental health wise prior?
Yeah, of course.
Things like that. Because I'm just saying this personally.
Yeah,
'cause
I'm a very big proponent of universal health care, which includes mental health care.
So, and then also, this has nothing to do with them, but there's no perfect candidate, of course. I never heard anything from either candidate about talking about the mental health crisis that's going on in the United States.
Okay.
Did you hear anything of that I just missed?
No, I didn't hear it from either side.
Because I feel like that's one of the biggest things that I wish like either candidate, I feel like if any candidate came in and started talking about the mental health crisis and trying to help these people.
Sure. Like, who's more likely to talk about that? It's progressive. So it would have been better to vote for Kamala Harris.
But again, like she didn't talk about it.
Neither did
And-
Trump.
No, of course. That's what I'm saying.
One
said
candidate is a proponent of the ACA, which does protect people in those circumstances, and the other one is not.
But do you
Still
think
elephant.
that like I feel like funding all of these things like education, well, not education, but like student loans and stuff like that, and all this tax money going towards these things of like housing immigrants and giving out.
What federal policy houses immigrants?
Well, like not housing immigrants, but giving money to people that need food stamps that might not need all the food stamps that they're getting.
Oh, okay. So you want to take food away from children? Food stamps predominantly feed children.
But also them getting
Food stamps are literally to you know how small of the budget food stamps is?
I'm saying for all things.
How can you look at the budget and be like, the issue is food stamps?
Their budget is also considered with like housing, food.
Why don't you look at the budget and be like, oh my God, $900 billion a year is going to the military? You care about a few $1 billion going to food
So
stamps?
900, but my $900 million going to the military.
900 billion
bad.
going to the military.
Yeah, billion is.
Yeah,
bad.
that's way too much.
So why do you think that's way too much? I mean, how many
We
people?
spend more than the next 14 nations combined, most of them being our allies. We could cut the military budget in half and still have the biggest military in the world by over $100 billion a year.
But then, doesn't that money also pay for all of the veterans and stuff that have?
You can do that and still cut the military budget. That's how much we spend on the military.
Okay, well.
Okay.
I mean,
can you tell me one economic policy Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
I think drilling would be the best thing. And
That's
just
not a policy he influenced to get passed. And we drilled more under the Biden-Harris administration. More drilling permits approved under the Biden-Harris administration.
Do you think that, or is, I guess, not a policy for like no tax on tips or Social Security or anything
Kamala
like that?
Harris supported no tax on tips. No tax on Social Security would make it insolvent within 5 years.
Would make it what?
Insolvent within 5 years, which means you wouldn't have money to pay for people.
Because they were paying
Yep.
taxes and then getting
Yep.
taxes taken out of their taxes.
No, so if you increase benefits for Social Security, you would go insolvent within 5 years. So now there's no Social Security money.
I mean, more than likely, we won't get Social Security money until we're like 75 at this rate.
If you did what Trump is asking for. And if you don't want immigration, then yeah, because immigration actually helps us pay down these types of things because it increases governmental revenues. Charlene, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Charlene. Thank you.
Immigration wise, do you think there should, I believe that there's not enough immigration security.
Yeah, so Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have built the wall, more wall than Trump ever built under his administration, right? It would have limited the amount of people coming into the country. It would have increased border agents, increased immigration judges so that the asylum process went faster, right? And it didn't take 7 to 10 years for people to go through for their asylum claims to be processed. Instead, it would take 6 months to 1 year. Okay. So I mean, Donald Trump is the one that undermined like actual effective legislation that relates to the border because he cared more about getting the notoriety for doing it himself than he actually cared about fixing the issue. He cared more about running on it than he cared about fixing it.
So I guess we'll see in the next 4 years.
What do you mean?
Or to see if you're right about Trump not bringing down bringing down the cost of living or anything like that.
He'll make it more expensive because he wants 10 to 20% universal tariffs.
Do you think the VP will try to run again in the next 4 years or the next election?
Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
Nope.
All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Julia, thank you so much for the $5. Are you driving?
Yes, I am. Let me disconnect my Bluetooth.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm back. I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump? Or
Hey,
did you vote
what's
for
up?
Trump?
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
Why?
Well, I mean, it's based on a practicality standpoint. I mean, based on the entrepreneurship of the guy and his standpoint on multiple policies, it makes perfect sense for why he should be the candidate for the presidency. I mean, you guys are basically voting on feelings and abortion when in all reality, nothing's changing for all women.
Did
you know?
Trump win the 2020 election?
I don't know. There's a lot of different standpoints for that. You know,
You don't know? Right? It was the most safe and secure election ever. You said we're voting on feelings, and
Well,
you said
you know,
that you
you
don't
look
even
at
believe
the-
that
you look-
he lost the last election.
I mean, there's a lot of different viewpoints of it. I mean, I think that there's a lot of variables as far as like 90% of the media was involved in the negative aspect of Donald Trump. So it's kind of like hard to sway, you know, like.
No, that has
I
nothing
think
to do
that
with
if
the
the
results of the
media-
election, right? Did he or did he not lose the election?
He did, but I believe that if the media was 50-50 or actually transparent and wasn't
Where's
lying
confetti?
to the American public, I do believe that it would have been a close shot. I feel like, I don't know, I can't say, you know, for sure what would have happened, but I feel like it definitely would have been a lot more closer than what it was.
Okay, so like, so he lost the election.
Yeah, I'm saying that, yeah.
Okay. So you said we're voting on feelings, but then a huge portion of your own voter base thinks that Trump won the 2020 election, which you believe didn't happen. Okay, that's voting on feelings, right?
No, I'm not voting on feelings. I mean, I'm just saying, like, there was a lot. I mean, the media has an immense amount of propaganda that's being pushed, so it makes sense to where, like, the
Here,
general
can you
public.
can you talk to Dean real quick? I'll be right back. I need to pee.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, what's going on, Hunter? So, why did you vote for Trump?
I mean, it's just based on a policy standpoint. I mean, it makes perfect sense as to why you would vote for Trump. I mean,
Okay, so true. So, like, what of Trump? Can you name one of Trump's policies that you like?
I mean, I definitely like the immigration policy as far as like pushing all the illegal immigrants out of the state and bringing down prices as far as like that goes because they're taking American
Wait,
jobs.
let's stop there. Let's talk about your first point. So, you said you like his immigration policy about mass deportation. Hunter, buddy, I need to ask you a question. So, how exactly is he gonna pull that off? What's his plan for mass deportation?
I mean, it makes perfect sense. I mean, you're going to integrate the military and whatnot and National Guard, get all the illegal immigrants that have been crossing the border, and then pushing them over, grabbing them, you know, containing them all, and then getting them back to their home country, and then give them the availability to have citizenship whenever they want it.
Okay, I mean, well, first of all, that's just fucking insane. Like, the idea of that is incredibly dystopian.
Actually,
but regardless, do you mind if you don't interrupt me while I talk, little bro? Thanks. But anyways, what I was gonna say.
Don't call me
I was
little
like,
bro. I'm bigger than you.
What's that?
Don't call me little bro. I'm bigger than you.
How many continents are there?
How many? What the fuck is 7 continents, bro? What
Oh,
are you
really?
think, I'm a fucking idiot?
What are the what is the names of the 7 continents, sir?
I'm not That's completely irrelevant. I mean, I can name them for you, but it's.
Well,
like,
I was just, yeah, no. Can you? I mean, go ahead and name them.
Europe, Asia, Australia, fucking North America, South America. I mean, I could keep going. Antarctica. I mean, what the fuck? What point are you trying to make, pal?
Holy shit! I'm genuinely surprised that you can name the 7 continents, Hunter. You have proven me wrong. Okay, anyways, as I was saying, mass deportation is generally looked at as practically impossible. This is something that Republicans for the last 30 years have been campaigning on. Bush did it, Trump did it in his first term, but none of them actually pulled it off because it's impossible to pull off.
Well,
this is why I'd say that Kamala Harris has better immigration policy compared to Trump, because he has rhetoric. Meanwhile, she has a substantive plan, and that's the issue, right?
Well,
he just wants to radicalize the vote of the white prejudice of prejudiced white people's of the prejudiced white people voter base, right? And he doesn't have any real substantive plan about how he's going to pull these things off.
I mean, bro, that seems
I gotta
very.
dip,
That
but I'll go
seems.
back to Parker. We were just talking about immigration.
Yeah, I mean what did the point you made? It seemed completely out of the blue here. I mean, come on now. She hasn't named one policy on how she was going to do it. She basically
Bipartisan border bill.
Yeah, what is she going to do with that?
That was the bill. Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine that bill.
Yeah,
Shayla,
because
thank you so much for the $5. Julia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Okay, but at the same time, it allowed 2 million immigrants amnesty to be able to come into the country, and then they were talking about adding
I
resources
wish. Where?
to it. In the bill. Have you read the bill?
Where in the bill? I seriously, I would love that.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, you should read the bill. It allowed 2 million immigrants amnesty to be able to enter the country, and yeah, it added resources to the bill. But at the same time, Donald Trump was in the middle of building the wall, so it made no sense for him to need resources because he already had all the materials and raw, the wall.
Wait, the bipartisan border bill. This is in 2023.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so what do you mean? The wall? He built 3.7% of the wall.
I don't know
New
if
wall.
I'd call it 3%.
Yeah, 52 miles of primary border wall.
It was not 52 miles. I think
It was.
should
It
look
was.
that
You
up.
can literally find that from PolitiFact.
PolitiFact. Oh boy.
Yes.
Well, I believe you should definitely look into that. I think you should look into that more. But anyways,
I should look into it more. I just gave you a source. What's your source?
I use a bunch of sources. I mean, I go
Like?
through a bunch of. I don't have one off the top of my head, but I use a bunch of sources off of Twitter and go back and forth and see what ones has the factual information and who was actually at the border wall. Who was actually on point, like say the border patrol agents and stuff like that make comments on it. And so that's where I'm getting my information from. I mean, I don't know where you guys are getting it from.
Off of Twitter?
Yeah, of course, off of Twitter. Are you kidding me?
Sorry.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
the
not
issue.
into that.
That's
I'm
kind
not
of like
into
the
that
issue.
mainstream media bullshit, dude. I mean, they're
Yeah. You're like, you get your sources from Twitter, man.
Yeah, of course. It's not like I'm getting it from one source or whatnot. It just allows the complete freedom of speech so that you can go back and forth and
spread
use
misinformation.
critical thinking skills to. It's not.
I mean, you think MAGA has a lot of critical thinking?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's a reason
Really?
why everybody voted for Trump instead of Kamala. I mean, come on now.
Really. Sweaty, I appreciate the 12-month subscription. Can you name me 2 Trump economic policies he influenced to get passed that you like?
Definitely tariffs. I mean, I know you guys are going to go into a whole thing on that, even though Biden left.
What else?
Had 75% of that.
What else?
Let's see here. Well, I definitely like. I guess I couldn't really say that Trump, put these in, but I mean, obviously RFK putting in the health policies and whatnot.
No,
and
I'm
getting-
saying two Trump economic policies he influenced to get passed.
He influenced to get passed recently, or in his
Under
last
his
presidential-
administration.
Under his administration.
Pretty girl, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you.
I mean, his tax cuts, obviously, and then obviously tariffs. I mean,
Cheryl,
those-
thank you so
those
much for the
two are
$10. So I just want to let you know, the 2 you just gave me, the tax cuts and tariffs, that's tax decrease and tax increase. You want to know what the tax decrease and tax increase did? It shifts the tax burden from people who are rich to people who are poor because tariffs predominantly increase taxes on lower income individuals, right? Because it's specifically people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods into the country. And then it shifts that onto people who are rich, right? Because it's specific, or onto people who are poor, right? From people who are rich, right? So tax cuts for people who are rich, right? And then tax increase for people who are poor.
Okay, see, that doesn't make sense because you guys praise.
Thank you for the whale diving. Thank you so much, Christia. Thank you.
That doesn't make much sense because you guys praise Joe Biden and stuff like that, even though he kept 75% of Trump's tariffs. And
Rachel, thank you so much for the subscription. Well, Trump wants 10 to 20% universal tariffs, and I disagree with a lot of the tariffs.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes perfect sense. I mean, bring jobs back to the United States and be able to employ other people. And
Universal
it's not
tariffs
like it
does
would
not
be
do that. It decreases the size of the economy. It devalues the U.S. dollar, kills export jobs, and decreases the size of the U.S. economy.
Man, I don't know where you're getting their sources from.
Prices go up. That I'm getting.
Completely
Oh yeah.
illogical. I mean,
Yeah, so I have a degree in
hard for-
economics. Hunter, I have a degree in economics.
Oh,
right?
gosh,
And most economists.
I
Where's the greeting card? Thank you so much. What?
Yeah, I
what's
bet
funny
you
about
do.
that?
I'm literally.
I do have a degree in economics.
Okay, well, I'm in fucking
Dave Crane.
business, bruh. I literally run businesses with my co-partner there.
Okay,
and-
what's market equilibrium?
Market
equilibrium.
That
What is
is
it?
completely irrelevant to the topic.
No, it's not. In order to know how a market operates, I think you need to know what market equilibrium is.
Yeah, that's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, so market equilibrium is the intersection of supply and demand. That's all I asked you for.
Okay, well,
I knew that in high school.
I mean, I didn't take economics. I don't fucking know that. Like,
Okay, so you own a business.
I do know supply and demand as far as like
Like for instance,
Brittany, think of the dollar. You didn't, because I just asked you what market equilibrium is, and you didn't know that that was intersection of supply and demand.
yeah, well, I don't know the actual term of it, but I do know how the
Push the money
concept
gun.
of supply and demand is. I don't know the college term of it or whatever you guys say it is,
Samantha, pause.
but I do in fact know supply and demand. Just
Amy with
for
the $10 to call Hunter, little bro.
Yeah, I'm bigger than you, bro.
Okay, little bro.
Yeah, okay. Check out my TikTok. You'll see how good.
Okay, little bro.
Anyways, well, for instance, like supply and demand, since you're bringing it up, Kamala I mean, obviously she ain't gonna anymore, but she was trying to implement a 25K, whatever
Tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. Yep. Denise,
which
thank you so
makes-
much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Deuces, thank you so much for the subscription.
Which makes absolutely no sense when you cannot increase the demand like that and then without having
the mic
a
on. Thank you,
supply
Big Woman.
coming into it. So you can't, if you're going to give first-time home buyers 25K, that's only going to increase the price of housing by 25K. I mean, you're looking at
No,
these
it's not,
rates
Hunter.
that
You don't
are-
understand economics. So actually, if there's
yeah,
a
I do,
$25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, that doesn't decrease it by or increase it by 25,000, but it would increase it a little less than 25,000, right? Specifically, and that's purposeful. Crispy, I appreciate the superpower. That's for new
Yeah.
homes and places where people want to live. That creates a larger incentive for suppliers to produce in places where people want to live. So it doesn't make it less affordable because there's a tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, but it also specifically creates an incentive for them to supply more, which then creates more houses that are built, which then
doesn't-
causes the price of houses that are already built to go down. Ethan,
The
thank you for the $10.
incentive-
Thank you, Ethan.
The incentive for home people to create
Thank you
more
for the
homes
greeting. Thank you so much.
is drastically different from people that own real estate and are going to just jack the prices up 25K. It makes absolutely no sense. I agree, maybe in the long term, but in the short term, it makes absolutely no sense, and it would literally drive real estate up 25K plus.
Hunter, I just explained it to you. One, it wouldn't bring it up 25K because not everyone gets this.
Oh, yeah,
So it wouldn't
I
cause
get
it to
this,
go
though.
up 25. Even if it was the case that you got 25, that doesn't mean the price would go up 25 either. Right?
No,
You
it
just don't
doesn't.
understand
It
how
means
demand
exactly
works.
that.
Right?
And you can't-
So Hunter,
No,
not
that's
only do you not
exactly
understand
how
how demand
supply and
works,
demand works.
it's not how it works.
It
Hunter,
is indeed
Hunter,
how
you
it
didn't
works.
even know what market equilibrium is. I don't think that you are the one to evaluate what is going to happen to market equilibrium if it is the case that this occurs. Right?
Brother,
what are you
are
talking
you in
about?
real estate and do you own a business?
Do you have a degree in economics? I do own
No.
a business.
Okay, I fucking own you right now, bro.
You don't need to own a real estate business in order for me to know how a market works. I have a degree in
You think
economics
having a college degree puts you up on a pedestal when it really
for being able to evaluate how a market operates. Yes.
Yeah, you maybe
Really,
the-
thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
maybe the specific terms of it, but that doesn't mean that you have the real life experience. And
I'm
know
giving
how
you
it
exactly how the market
operates.
operates, and you're literally not letting me do it. So, one, it doesn't increase by 25,000, right? Two, right? It is the case that that it's purposeful that it's increasing the price to provide a larger incentive for them to produce houses in places where people want to live, which then
No, I
creates a
agree.
larger supply of houses that are already built, which gives people help with the houses that are already built.
I agree that it's going to increase the incentive,
Deborah,
but I'm
thank you for the
talking about
description. Thank you.
initially, if you're going to be doing that, it is going to drive the market up until it eventually equals out. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but people have a tax
Eventually
credit to
will.
help with that. What are you talking about?
The tax credit is going to increase the price of houses even more.
Yeah,
too.
so it doesn't make it less affordable, but it does increase the incentive to produce. Megan, thank you for
It
the
does
subscription.
indeed. It does indeed. But I'm saying on an initial scale, as far
Donald
as
Trump's plan would cause prices of houses to go up, and it would disincentivize building of houses because housing prices would be more in terms of cost of production, which would disincentivize people to buy them.
Where are you getting this from?
That's how tariffs operate. So lumber would go up, right, in price. Metal would go
Lumber
up
is
in
created
prices.
here in the U.S. We mill our lumber and get it all from the
Not
US.
everything.
That's not something.
Not
that's
everything.
something
we
that's
have imported Hunter. We have imported lumber, right? So if there's a decrease in imported lumber, that decreases the supply of lumber in the United States, which increases the price of lumber.
Which you have to understand that the tariffs are not an initial thing. It is at least 2 month incentive or a 2 month waiting.
No,
no,
Trump wants 10 to 20% universal tariffs forever, permanent.
Okay, that's weird because Biden had 75% of Trump's tariffs that were.
Those
already,
are not 10 to 20% universal tariffs, dude. You're not listening to me.
I am. I completely understand. I know how lumber works. I was in the carpentry business for most of my life. I
And
understand.
I referenced a
lumber.
universal tariff. Push Little Crown.
Universal tariff. Yeah, I understand that. Well, we're talking about the subject of lumber, so.
Yeah, I said that includes lumber, which will cause the price of lumber to go up in the United States.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm buying that, brother. I'm not.
Well, that's just how it works. You can say you don't buy it. That's how economists describe this. So you disagree with every economist.
Well, left leaning for sure. I mean, definitely.
No, right wing economist. You disagree with Milton Friedman.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
He's on the right.
Yeah, no, I completely disagree with him. I mean, that's just coming from my own personal standpoint. I mean, some people agree and some people don't. That's just from my perspective of business and whatnot in real estate.
You also disagree with Stephen Moore, who is like Trump's main economist, right?
Yeah, no, I don't.
You do, because he doesn't think that tariffs don't cause an increase in prices. He thinks tariffs do cause an increase in prices.
No, they don't cause an increase in prices.
Yes, they do. There's no way it can cause an increase in domestic production without increasing prices.
From like initial, like Trump.
Isaac, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're thinking that he is going to immediately implement these tariffs as if like there's not going to be any, there's not going to be any time in between for these businesses to move to the United States and whatnot. It's all
they have no incentive to move to the United States until their profit maximizing condition changes, which would be when the tariff is implemented.
Exactly. So by the time that tariff is implemented,
no, when the tariff is implemented, it will cause the price to go up, because then they will decide to move. Matt's a prescription, or they don't move and pay the higher price.
Yeah, we're like looking
right. The American consumer pays the higher price.
We're looking at it at a very short term basis. Will the economy, will the prices of certain things maybe increase for a short amount of time until the company?
No, it's not a short amount of time. It's permanently will increase in price.
Well, that's very odd because the economy was booming when Trump was president. It makes no sense.
That wasn't when he had universal tariffs, and that was from Obama's economy.
He had widely.
He did not have universal tariffs.
Okay, I don't know if the media is telling you that or whatnot, but he really did.
No, there was no universal tariffs, dude. Are you, Hunter? Are you okay? First off, the elephant. You think there were universal tariffs under Trump's first administration?
There was.
No, there wasn't.
Okay.
Do you want to put money on that?
Yeah, I would.
How much?
I don't know. Maybe 20
Name the highest number you can.
I don't know. I'd put $20 on it for sure.
Push the sunglasses. No, let's do more.
I mean, I'm not gonna look it up right now, but I just know that. I mean, I'm
100 grand.
100 grand. Yeah, all right. Fuck it.
You don't have 100 grand, bro.
You don't think so?
No, not to give to me. Not that you would give to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't give you shit, to be honest.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But yeah, anyways, I believe that. I mean, you just look at the Ronald Reagan standpoint. Were you better off 4 years ago? Were you better off? Today. I mean, it makes perfect sense.
4 years ago, there was 7.8% unemployment. Megan, thank you for the $5.
Okay, well, we're looking at unemployment rate. We got to look at different sectors of this.
Yeah,
better?
4 years ago, there was a global pandemic.
Okay, how is that completely relevant?
Megan, think of the $5. Thank you so much. You said, compare 4 years ago to now. I did.
Yeah, okay. Well, obviously the pandemic is irrelevant to the economy before and after.
Okay. So then why is it relevant for inflationary pressures under the what's it called, the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, that's very odd because as Trump was leaving presidency, I mean, we were kind of getting out of the COVID pandemic there, and then as soon as he comes out,
so you understand that it still impacts supply chains long run, right? Which causes the price to go up.
I mean, it was already done and over with. Everybody found out that Fauci was lying and that it was a crock of shit after that. And prices still went up increasingly.
Fauci was lying? What did Fauci lie about? Push the Maple Leafs.
Oh, my goodness.
Tell me one thing Fauci lied about.
Well, I mean, he said that, the vaccines were safe and whatnot.
Vaccines are safe.
Okay, well, that's very odd because
if you think that vaccines aren't safe and effective, I'm sorry, but then can you please explain to me how there are significantly less epidemics in this country since we started vaccinating people?
I'm talking about the COVID vaccine because the COVID
vaccine is safe and effective. Yeah, absolutely. I have a 20 to 30 page, actually 34 page bibliography in my bio of systematic reviews that literally are all peer reviewed, right? That indicate that the vaccines are safe and effective. So you can sit there and you can dispute it as much as you want. It's absolutely safe and effective.
Okay, that's just odd because I have two personal people that were close to me that, middle-aged men that took the vaccine and were in perfect health and then immediately, not long after that, died of blood clots. And
did the doctor indicate that that was from the vaccine?
Well, it was actually, if you look at the...
push the $5.
If you looked at the people that did the biopsies on them, they found...
You mean the autopsy?
The autopsy, yeah.
Yeah, what did the autopsy say?
It said that there was a very drastic amount of blood clots in their system. Which
Yeah, but did it say that it was from the vaccine?
No, it's just
No.
not that one, obviously, but there have been a lot of
No.
studies on the fact that they.
Interesting.
Yeah, not that personal one because obviously they don't study the COVID vaccine. I mean, come on now. But there have been scientists or.
Do you think that COVID causes blood clots?
No, not COVID. No.
No, it
Nope.
does. You're wrong. You're just totally wrong. He said no. Why?
Yeah, I agree.
It does. It absolutely does. It's significantly more common.
How so? I mean, it's a,
How
it's
so?
a
Christopher Fritz,
respiratory,
thank you
it's
so
a
much.
respiratory sickness. It makes no sense to where it would cause blood clots. It makes perfect sense as to where it would cause blood clots for people that are taking the vaccine. I mean, this is people that were close to me and they passed away because of taking the vaccine.
You know, it's not just respiratory, but like I just want to let you know that it is the case that yes, it does. It does cause blood clots. You know who indicates that?
Who?
Yeah, it's indicated by basically every institution internationally, all right, and in almost every single study that I reference, right, in my bibliography, in my bio. Okay, this is a consensus. This is not like I just believe this because I'm this is Nobel Peace Prize winning, right? Doctors and physicians and epidemiologists, immunologists that indicate this.
All right.
Kara, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
I mean, institutions is all you had to say because the general public is not trusting the institutions anymore after all the blatant.
Yeah, because you just believe conspiracy nonsense. You came on my live like, oh, you guys like feelings. You don't like the facts. Right? And then, dude, you literally don't believe the facts. You don't believe basic facts.
I mean,
Do you believe climate change is caused by humans?
Huh?
Do you believe climate change is caused by humans?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, I feel like the Earth goes through certain seasons.
Yeah, see what I mean? You see what I mean? So you don't accept climate science. You don't accept science as it relates to vaccines. Do you believe dinos existed? Did dinosaurs exist?
Fucking beats me, brother. I didn't study.
You don't
that
know?
shit.
You don't know if dinosaurs existed?
I mean, I would assume so. I went to a museum with skeleton bones, unless they made that shit up. I don't know.
Okay. So you trust the experts as it relates to paleontology, right? And whether or not dinosaurs exist, but you don't accept climate science?
I just said that I did not, unless they made up that. I mean,
He doesn't? You don't accept the evidence that dinosaurs existed.
Don't put words in my mouth. I just said I'm not sure. I mean, I went to a museum.
You don't know whether or not dinos existed.
I'm sure they did. I don't. That beats
so
me.
they did exist.
Don't put words in my mouth. I don't know if they did or not.
You don't know whether or not dinosaurs existed, and that's the issue here. That's the issue. Bro doesn't even know whether or not dinos existed.
How is that even relevant to any conversation?
Because you don't accept science. You don't believe in climate science. You don't believe in science with vaccines.
No,
Hell, you don't even believe
believe
fucking dinosaurs existed.
I did not say that. See, that's there you go. You're putting words in my mouth.
Well, you just said I don't know, which means you don't believe.
That absolutely does not. That says I don't know. I mean, I've gone to museums.
So you believe even though you don't know?
I said I don't know. I didn't say I believe. I just said I don't know.
Which means you don't believe.
I haven't studied the
It's
science.
either you do believe or you don't believe. That's how it works.
Yeah, I mean,
and if you don't know, that means you don't believe.
I mean, after all growing up and seeing the dinosaurs and whatnot, and seeing all the biographies on the scientists that do that, yeah, I'd say that they're real, but who knows? I mean,
who knows? You don't know?
No, I haven't studied it, brother. I can't.
You don't have to study it to know. Do you trust your dentist when they tell you to brush your teeth?
No. No, because the amount of.
I can smell his breath from here, everyone. I had to kick him. It just smelled really bad. Like the stench was just too much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Also thought that that Donald Trump would win all three of the Midwest states.
Hello, David, you there?
The 3.5% undecided.
He's about to give a reason. Yeah, give me a reason why you don't brush your teeth. Yeah, okay, go for it, bud. Go for it. Dude, he doesn't know if dinos exist. He doesn't brush his teeth. $20. Thank you so much. And Jenna, thank you for the $10. Brittany, thank you so much for the $5. Lydia, thank you so much for the $5 for Parker for President. I appreciate it. Sorry, what was your question?
The border situation. Do you think there's a problem with that? Do you like how it's going? I mean, over the past 4 years, what are your thoughts on that? Like, we all see it. We all see all the illegal immigrants coming through, crimes that are being caused. They're taking jobs from American citizens, being paid under the table. Like, you don't see the issue with that? Let's say, okay, if you were president, what would be your border policy?
Yeah, so they're not taking jobs from you. They're creating a bigger pie for everyone, right? Which includes you and makes it better for you, right?
They're not. That's.
I want you to listen. I want you to listen. Okay?
I will.
Immigrants benefit this economy, right? They make the pie bigger for everyone. The Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government, indicates that the economy is going to grow by $7 trillion in GDP, $1 trillion in federal revenues by 2034 because of the 5.5 million people increase in the labor force, mainly due to immigration. It causes the economy to be bigger. It allows for us to pay for things like Medicare and Social Security because immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens, which means they're putting more into the system than they're taking out of it. You say they're taking people's jobs. No, they create a larger economy, right? So there are more jobs for people.
So if there's 100 jobs and there's 50 people, and then those same 100 jobs, there's 400 people, what happens?
That is such a simpleton fucking way of looking at it. Think about it this way.
So they make more jobs.
People, Anthony, yes. Okay, when you demand services, well, what does that do? It creates more that's not committing a bad crime, that's not committing violent crimes. They should be given citizenship. Then what we can do is we can make the system go faster so that people go through the legal processes. And then it makes it easier for border agents, specifically to limit the amount of people who are coming through an undocumented mechanism, because there are going to be less people going through the undocumented mechanism who are coming here, right, for a better life. Because they can just go through the legal mechanism, because instead of it taking 5 to 7 years for people to get through the legal process, 7 to 10 years to get through the asylum process. Hey everyone, what's up, y'all joining in? I had a quick restart, everyone. The reason why I hit a restart is because I wanted to change the title, because I thought maybe it would help. Hopefully it does. Everyone, do tap that screen, do share the live. It will help send it out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. What's up, everyone joining in? Yeah, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much, Sal. What's up, everyone? What's up, everyone? If you did vote for Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. Thank you for the maple leaves. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you so much, Sue. What's good, everyone joining in? What's up with your mic? Your mic? Is it fine now, everyone? Is it fine now? I did just re-plug it back in. What's up, everyone joining in? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. Everyone, it will help get out to me. Get out to more people. Me? It's crazy. Okay. I'm sorry, everyone. For some people, it does just glitch out sometimes. That's just how it is. There's nothing I can do about it. Just back up. I got you. All right, we're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, or if you did vote for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next person up here. Fan on? Yes, a fan is on. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Push the live on air. Thank you, Taishi. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
And why'd you do that?
I think he's a better candidate.
Okay, how is he a better candidate?
Because people like to hate on him based off his personality, but I think he's going to be better for the country.
How so? Push the November. Thank you.
Well, first off, abortion, right?
Yeah, like how so? Like, you think it's good to like restrict women's access to abortion in certain states, even if they've been assaulted?
I think it's good to protect lives.
So if a 10-year-old girl gets raped, do you think they should be forced to go through that pregnancy?
Well, that's extreme. That's an extreme example.
Yeah, but it's a real life scenario. So like, would you like force that 10-year-old girl to go through pregnancy?
How about ask about an example that's not as extreme as that?
No. How about you stop enforcing policy on extreme scenarios like that? How about you stop restricting people's rights? How about you stop doing that? Hello? You see it as extreme, so like, how about you stop enforcing that then?
No, what I'm saying is that you're using a 10-year-old girl being pregnant that as an example, but that's not what usually happens.
Okay, sure. It's a real world example. What should happen in this real world example? Where's Little Crown?
She should be allowed to have an abortion.
Okay. All right. What about a 30-year-old that gets assaulted? Should she be able to get access to an abortion? Should that be federally protected?
Well, okay. In cases where women are raped, okay, they should be able to get abortion. But
okay. So you know that Trump's leaving it up to the states restricts women's access to abortion if they've been assaulted in certain states. It doesn't provide those federal protections.
In which states?
Yeah. So, for example, right, in the context of assault, right, there are states like Idaho, right? There are states like Texas, right? Those are just a few examples, but I'm pretty sure there's up to, I think it's either 12 or 14.
Well, I did not know that before. Now I do. Okay. I still don't regret voting for him.
Okay. Do you regret voting for him now that you know that he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, forcibly penetrating her against her will?
I voted because I believe he will be good for the country.
Oh, we can't just gloss over the sexual abuse, right? You've got to address that, right?
Okay, I disagree with what he's done in that aspect, but it does not.
But you're still willing to vote for? Okay, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
I would not.
Okay, why would you vote for him if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but not if the victim were a child?
Well, there's a certain threshold of what is acceptable, right?
So raping a woman is acceptable?
Women, it's different.
So raping a woman is acceptable for presidency for you?
It's not acceptable, but it's more severe when it's a child. And it's
okay. So raping a woman's just not severe enough. Is that what you're saying?
No.
So it is severe enough. So then you wouldn't vote for him.
So the question that you're asking, comparing, a child and a woman, you know that gives people different intensities in terms of feeling, right? So
intensity in terms of but like it's still sufficiently bad enough insofar as that you wouldn't vote for someone. I know that it's going to in your brain get you to think that way. That's why I ask you the question, right? Right, but you can't identify the difference between like someone that's 17 and someone that's 18 that would indicate that assaulting one is acceptable enough behavior for presidency, but the other one isn't. Right? Like in both scenarios, they're going to be not acceptable.
Okay, I acknowledge that that's not like I disagree with his behavior in that way, but
you'd still vote for him. But you just said that you can't give the scenario why you wouldn't vote in one scenario, but you would vote in the other one.
Because I just don't think Kamala is going to be good enough a president. Like, okay, let's put it this way: if he did rape a child,
okay, but isn't that true regardless of whether or not the victim's 17 or 18?
17 or 18?
Yeah, like if the victim is 17 or the victim is 18, it's still true that Kamala is the same person regardless.
Yes.
Okay, so then why is it relevant to refer to Kamala being a good leader or not under your worldview, right? Given that that's true in both scenarios, it's not different about the two scenarios, right? Or different in the two scenarios, so that you can't cite it as a difference insofar as that you would vote for him in one scenario but not the other.
Okay, I get it. It's you're like that's the thing. The left side, they like throughout this campaign they use like these his faults in like him as a rapist, as a racist, as a reason not to vote for him, right?
Yeah.
But that's not what people like the working class really care about. They really care about improvement in their lives, right?
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that's a good thing to care about. Also, I would say that a lot of those people just didn't know. They didn't know that, but you've heard this now. right? And since you've heard the fact that he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, why would you support him given that you heard that? That just sounds like a lack of empathy to me. That doesn't sound like...
I have made it clear. But I have made it clear I don't support him in his behavior in that way. I still criticize him.
You can say that, right? But you're willing to vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Presidency power.
Look, people people can hate him as a person, but also choose him to do.
What did Kamala Harris do that's so bad, or what would she do that's so bad that means that you'd vote for someone that you know forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina against her will?
But that's different. We're not comparing. We're not comparing a person's character. What's important is that they can do a better job, right?
Like in what? In what specifically makes it so worth it to vote for a rapist?
Give me an example of how Kamala is better than Trump.
Whoa! I'll answer that question right after.
What?
I'll answer that question in very, very large extents right after you tell me what is so bad, right, that she's going to do or that she's done that you're like, yep, I'm voting for the rapist.
How? Well, let's put it this way. He had been the president for 4 years. Nothing that bad had happened to the country. She had never been president. We don't know how bad under her presidency it can be.
So she didn't do anything bad per se. The money gun. It just wasn't bad under Trump. So you're willing to vote for a rapist so long as that when they were president, things weren't shit?
Well, okay, your turn. Why do you think she's a great candidate?
Okay. Well, she influenced to get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Appreciate the hand heart. The bipartisan infrastructure bill expanded access to roads and funding for roads and bridges, expanded EV infrastructure. Appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. Universal access to high-speed broadband, getting lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water. Appreciate the hand heart. It also specifically, the PACT Act expanded veterans' access to healthcare to 1 million veterans exposed to burn pits and toxic substances abroad. Right. We can also reference the fact that there was the CHIPS and Science Act, which is going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips, right, and brought back specialized manufacturing jobs to the United States, right, by investing in American businesses, right, and then we can also reference the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare, right, great policy for everyday average Americans, right, that's what she did under her administration, right, and then she advocated for a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, and then $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses, right, in the first year of their business, right, and then for the child tax credit, when implemented in 2021, it reduced childhood poverty by 40 to 50%. So she was advocating for reducing childhood poverty, expanding infrastructure, versus sunglasses, renewable energy, pro-energy policy, expanding veterans' access to healthcare, infrastructure, all of those things, right? And what was Donald Trump advocating for? What's his healthcare policy, his childcare policy, his housing affordability policy?
I'm sure there are. It's just he has no
healthcare policy. He has no housing policy for housing affordability, and he has no policy for small businesses making under $50,000 a year. Appreciate super. Thank you so much.
But he has plans to cut taxes.
Concepts
that would be good for everyone.
Cut taxes. His taxes, but specifically predominantly impact rich people. They mostly go to people who are rich. And his tax policy for tariffs, he increases taxes on lower income individuals. Appreciate the hand art. So what he's doing is he's taking taxes and he's doing tax cuts for rich people. Appreciate that hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Predominantly for rich people, and then tariffs that predominantly impact lower income individuals. So it's Robin Hood for the rich, taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich. It's going to be the largest transfer of wealth, right? This is going to happen. Largest transfer of wealth of any presidency in history.
Why would he do that?
Because he wants to benefit his rich buddies, his rich friends. He believes trickle-down economics is so great when we know that under his administration, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only added $10 billion to the annual GDP, less than $2 billion to federal revenue when he spent $190 billion a year in order to fund it. Appreciate the hat mustache. Where 83% of the cuts go to the top 1%. That policy predominantly helped rich people, did not benefit the economy. $190 billion for $10 billion back? That's a terrible investment. Anyone who makes that type of investment has no clue how anything's operating. I would rather do a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, and reduce childhood poverty by 40 to 50%. That's what I'd rather do. Push the turkey face. And I'd spend way less money doing that than I would doing a Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And I would cut taxes for middle-class families.
Okay, but the tax rate is not going to be that high, right? It's going to be like 10%, 20%. It's
universally
better than
tariffs.
Yes.
So that universal 10 to 20% tariffs causes gas, groceries, housing development to be more expensive. Yeah, I appreciate the jolly. Thank you so much. It's so ironic that people are like, I'm voting for Donald Trump because gas was cheaper, groceries were cheaper, but then they're voting for someone that's going to make their gas and groceries more expensive. They voted for that person. And now gas and groceries are going to be more expensive with tariff policy because Donald Trump got people to believe that tariffs weren't going to cause inflation? Because the population simply is misinformed on economics. That's why. Because they think that the tariff is paid by a different country? No, it's paid by the consumer. That's the only way it can increase domestic production. He lied to you.
I understand that part, that the tariff is paid by importer, but that would also incentivize the goods to be produced domestically in United States.
But it decreases the size of the economy.
Increase jobs.
But no, you'd think that it might increase jobs relating to that sector, but what it does is it decreases the economy's size overall, right? Tariffs.
How would that happen? Why would that happen?
Because there's less of an ability for goods in low value usage to go to high value usage. Lena, I appreciate the description. Thank you so much. Profit is when
what
goods,
does that mean?
Profit is when goods go from low value usage, right, to higher value usage. I have a higher value usage for this iPad than the person does that sold it to me. That's why they sold it to me. That's why they chose to transfer it, right, to me, right, for the money that I gave to them, because they value the money more than they valued the good. And I valued the good more than I valued the money because I bought that good from them. And I spent that much money. That's what a voluntary mutual exchange would happen. That's called a voluntary, mutually beneficial voluntary exchange.
Okay.
Right. So it leads from goods of low value usage to go to high value usage. First of November, right, which creates the economy to expand and do better.
Okay.
Because it creates economic gains.
Okay, but okay. So you were saying when there's trade in between countries, lower value would go to higher.
There's
value.
less of an ability for them to do that because there's a barrier to trade with other countries. Tariffs serve as a barrier for trade. They cause goods to be less desirable in the United States that come from other countries around the world,
right,
because it is the case that we put tariff on it to make the good more expensive.
Right, but the transaction that would make lower value into higher value. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at words, but you know what I mean. That also happens inside the country, right? The producer makes things that are of lower value
but
too.
It's happening to a lesser degree.
They would also sell to consumers inside America that would receive them as higher value. You know what I mean?
Okay, would you want a business that is able to be sold to more people or less people? Do you think that would be better for you or worse for you for there to be more people that you can sell to?
Yes.
Yes, you want a larger market, right? If you have tariffs in place,
you're
limiting the size of the market.
Producer, yes, but if the producer is inside the U.S., tariff doesn't hurt the producer inside the U.S., right?
Sylvia, appreciate the dollar. Thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciate the $10.
Well,
because it does hurt them because they produce things for other countries, so it decreases export jobs, right? It decreases how much they will export to other countries, and because it makes the goods that they buy from the United States more expensive. A lot of companies in the United States, like
when you say they,
let me give you an example.
The company inside the U.S.
Let me give you an example, right? Lauren, I appreciate that you're amazing. Thank you so much. A U.S. company, like let's say they're a pizzeria, right? They buy products that are made in the United States, right? Only? No. They buy products that come from around the world. They buy vegetables that come from other countries. They buy fruits that come from other countries. They might buy, right, plenty of different things, right? Maybe some certain cheeses from different countries. That specifically, right, is where they get their products. And when they make that more expensive, it makes the products made in the United States more expensive, right? When I go to my local pizzeria and I buy some pizza, right, all the products that went into making that, right, are now more expensive, and now that pizza's more expensive for me to buy.
Okay, so if things are more expensive, that if they're made inside of America, but jobs, there will be also more jobs, so income will also increase. So then by that point, the increase
the
in
entire
cost
size of the economy
is that
decreases.
much big of a problem
Okay,
then?
do you think overall it has a positive impact on the economy?
I don't think it has as an adverse effect as
No,
you make it
overall,
out
does it
to
have
be.
a positive impact?
It will create more jobs inside.
Overall, does it have a positive impact?
Well, I'm saying it'll increase more jobs in America, which will
Overall,
increase.
does it have a good impact?
I don't think I could evaluate that.
You can't? Well, if it decreases the size of the economy, does it have a good or negative impact? Positive or negative impact if it decreases the size of the economy?
According to you, it has a negative impact. But you
No,
haven't
according to
convinced me.
reality, it has a negative impact.
Okay. Okay. So I guess the tariff does not need to be universal on every category. There are certain categories.
That's what Trump
where,
wants. That's what Trump's going to do. That's what you.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you hear what I said?
No, froze.
So okay. So what you were looking for was that prices were going to be lower. What you were looking for was that the gas was going to be cheaper. But what actually is going to happen is that prices are going to be more expensive. Is that gas is going to be more expensive, groceries will be more expensive because
there will be
Donald
more
Trump
jobs.
literally misinformed the entire population again to think that tariffs don't increase prices. That's what he said. He lied to the American public and said that tariffs do not cause inflation. Travis, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Russ, thank you for the $10. Sylvia, thank you so much for the $1. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $1. I don't necessarily. Karen, thank you so much for the $20 for high five for continuing the fabulous conversation. Thank you so much. Elizabeth with the $75 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sarah with the $10. Tuesday, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. Haley with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. They said to change your smoke detector batteries. Thank you so much, Haley. I really appreciate that. And Trisha, thank you so much for the $5.
I'm glad you're doing well here. Anyways, so I was saying he didn't raise the point of tariff as a solution for inflation. He said it because he said it's to make up for the tax cuts. Yeah.
Yeah, he said it doesn't make prices go up. He lied.
Maybe he has other policies.
Either he doesn't know what a
compensate for
tariff
that.
is or he lied.
Maybe he has other policies to make the inflation go down so it cancels out.
No. There's no other policy. And that's not how it works.
Okay. I don't think I can convince you that the tariff is going to be good for the economy.
Kiki, thank you for the $2.
Honestly, I don't know what to say.
Within the week. Yeah, so again, but he lied. Did he not lie? Prices are going to go up with tariffs. He literally lied.
I think maybe he has other plans.
What other plan? Tell me.
Maybe he has other policies. He just didn't think it through, so he didn't say it.
He didn't think it through?
Maybe
I think
there are
that's an
other
issue
plans
if you're running for president and you didn't think your main economic policy through. I think that's a bit of an issue.
Sorry?
I think it's a bit of an issue if you're running for president of the United States and you didn't think one of your main economic policies through. I think that's a really big issue. I think that if it were true for Kamala Harris, basically every Trump supporter would bring this up on my live and would bring it up as an issue as to why they couldn't possibly vote for her. But because it's true for Donald Trump, we just completely ignore it? Push the sunglasses. Why are we ignoring it? Why is the bar in fucking hell for Donald Trump, but the bar is in the fucking sky for Kamala Harris? Push the confetti. Thank you so much. She really has to be a 15 million time better candidate than Donald Trump just to even get looked at in the same way.
You know what?
Taylor, I
I
appreciate the $5.
honestly think part of the problem is like the younger voters rebellion, right? Because like people are kind of tired of Democrats being so condescending and pushing the other side to like very far out, right? Like we're being called like stupid or dumb instead of like trying like what you were doing. Like I appreciate what you were doing because you are spreading information, right? But that's not what like a lot of other people do, right? So kind of like out of spite, right?
Jessica, I understand where people are coming from though, because it's Jessica, I'm just gonna be totally honest. Like I'm gonna be as honest as I possibly can with you, because I'm not trying to do this in a rude way. I'm just trying to do this because I genuinely just like want to be able to explain this to you. It's true. It is totally true. Okay, but it's not the best way to explain it to people because people take it as an attack, and then that shuts down their critical thinking processes. So I do it sometimes, and I want to do it all the time, but it's not the most effective way to get to people. Now it is damn true. Right? It is overwhelmingly true when we talk about this election, right? Like predominantly speaking, people who voted for Trump are people that, right, don't have as much education as people who did vote for Kamala Harris, right? Just based upon college education. Not saying people don't have any education. What I'm saying is it's not as much education. All right? That's just like a fact. Okay. I'm not just trying to say it. I'm just saying it's a fact. It's true.
Okay.
We have the information from the outpolling and stuff for standard.
Okay, but throughout, what I have noticed is that throughout this campaign, like the attacking points from your side, like they're basically just attacking his character, like that he's felony, all his like convicted cases. But like you guys did not focus on like his policies, like how his policies.
I've heard this from a million people. I've been screaming from the mountaintops the policies. I told you this. I say this all the time. I acknowledge both. It's that people didn't listen. I actually had that same thought process. I thought it was the case that people just didn't talk about the economic policy. No, we did. We absolutely talked about it. It's that people didn't listen to it and that it was not enough. It's that the bar was placed significantly higher for Kamala Harris than it would be if Kamala Harris were Donald Trump. If Donald Trump had the exact same presentation as Kamala Harris in terms of her policies, right, in terms of her rhetoric, Donald Trump would have been viewed in a significantly better context. If everything about the candidates flipped, right, people would have voted for Kamala Harris. Appreciate the dancing flowers. Thank you so much.
I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
And like also, Jessica, character really matters for President of the United States. The children of this country, they look up to the president. The people of this country, we look up to the president, and what the president does heavily normalizes behavior. Normalizes behavior across the entire population. It is very important, almost more important for them to have good character than for them to have good policy. Right? That's the point
really
that I'm at. They're almost the exact same importance.
Do you really think so? That a president's
absolutely.
character is more important than his ability.
Yes, absolutely. Like for example, if a Democrat had really bad character,
right?
Yeah, I would vote for a Republican. I would vote for a Republican if they had significantly better character than the Democrat. The Democrat was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, tried to coup the country, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. I would vote for the Republican. I am not bound to the Democratic Party. I am not bound to party politics, right? I care about character. I care about what this country stands for, right? And I would not want this country to stand for things like that if I have the ability to change that. Versus superpower.
Well, that's where we're different. I don't really care too much.
So you don't care what your children are looking up to?
No, I guess it's not that I don't care. It's that I don't think the number one important thing is that they can do their job.
Yeah, when you say do their job, is having good character a part of the job of presidency? Because I would argue it's a important fundamental aspect of being president of the United States is having good character. If you do not have good character, then you cannot be a good president of the United States.
Well, he is the president of the United States. I mean, he is. So enough people think that his character is good enough for the president, and
Michael,
by
thank you so much
enough,
for the
I
time.
mean
Thank you
more
so
than
much.
half
And
of the
thinking
population
that
of
his
the US.
character is good enough for presidency is the exact issue that I'm talking about. That's the impact that it has on the population. Bruce Dandart. Thinking that that's a characteristic that you can have in running for president of the United States is exactly the issue that normalizes that type of behavior.
I do not disagree. Like I don't agree with what he's done. You're right that he does not have good character.
And Jessica, this can be said about a lot of presidents that they didn't have good character, but it can especially be said about someone like Donald Trump. And think about how many more people in the population are now accepting of misogyny, right, sexism, treating of women in that type of way, especially violence towards women, now that someone like Donald Trump, who has engaged in that exact type of behavior, is a president of the United States. There are literally tens of millions of young men in this country that believe that that behavior is not as bad as they did prior, because of the idea that it's been normalized because he's president. They believe it's not as bad. They have diminished how bad it is to engage in violence towards women.
Okay, to be completely honest with you, I think it may be. I think it's that I am too identified with the party identity. Like once I like feel like I have an obligation to root for my party. The whole thing may be a lot better, the election system, where people don't really vote out of their party, but for the individual. Maybe things are different, would be different, but that's not the way America is.
Yeah, they need to be in order for us to be able to have a better country, in order for us to preserve, right, the country getting better for our children than it was for us. Push the dancing flowers, push the bee. We have to be critical. We have to put the country over the party. We have to get good people with good character. We have to hold our politicians accountable, and I want to do it as much as I possibly can. And we might not be able to do it completely, totally in every single scenario, right, with every single thing that they have, but we have to be able to do it in these types of scenarios. And we have the right as Americans, right, to talk about this, to inform the people around us, to try to create a culture and a society that we're proud of. And simply, when we have someone like Donald Trump as president of the United States, it is not a culture I want to be proud of.
I don't think I have more to say. I don't feel great.
I appreciate you coming up, Jessica.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. All right. People will want to be more patriotic in this country if we have a culture and if we have a government, right, that holds themselves accountable and that fights for the everyday average Americans, right? If we have something to be happy about, right, that we're progressing, that we're becoming better, that's something to be patriotic about. Connor, are you voting for Trump? Or do you vote for Trump?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Did you vote for Trump?
Bro, I'm from the UK. I didn't even vote for anyone.
Kaylin, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $5. Kaylin, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. Natasha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Di, thank you so much for the $10. Julia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Jack, did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Evie, I appreciate the $3. Taylor, thank you for the 5. And Nene, thank you so much for the 5. Why did you vote for him?
So policy, previous
like a reputation within the country and his foundations in foreign countries. He's a well-respected man in other countries. Just previously, he has had talks with both President Putin of Russia. Hamas has called a ceasefire, called for
No,
ceasefire.
they've been calling for that prior. They've already agreed to certain terms. It's about agreeing on terms on both sides that they haven't hit yet. Now Israel has not
Yes,
agreed
but
to
there
that
also needs to be a
ceasefire
mediator
term.
for it, and currently
And they were
US
doing that before.
No,
and
the
actually,
US
Donald
does not
Trump was
have the-
urging Netanyahu to not accept the ceasefire.
Okay, keep talking.
Katie, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you so much. Jade, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $5. Yeah. So Jack, he left. Wow, he's so mad. So mad. Did you vote for Trump?
Are you telling me?
Yeah, did you vote for Trump?
Oh, of course I voted for Trump. Are you kidding me? Who
I'm
who
sorry,
else did I
what-
vote for?
Okay.
What, Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris. And also, what is your name?
I'm sorry. What was her policies though? What did she go off of?
Well, we'll talk about that in a second. But Marino, what is your name?
It's called Big Meat Marino for your Big
That
Meat
seems like
Marino. What? Seems like what?
overcompensation.
Overcompensation. Doesn't matter what overcompensation. We're talking about politics here. So what did Joe Biden do on the pipeline? He's supposed to be for union workers, right? He canceled the pipeline the second day he was in, right? So the Democratic
Marino, I'll tell you. Can I tell you what her policy?
No,
because-
listen to me. Listen to me. So union workers vote for Democrats, right? And to support their unions. And what did Joe Biden do? The second day that I was in, he canceled the pipeline, putting millions of not millions, I would say hundreds of union workers out of work. So what is that about? So he canceled the pipeline, creating first of all, it stopped energy deficiency that we're using for. So we actually started buying our fucking oil and our gas from foreign countries. So that fucking wasn't good, right? What are you looking like that? No, that happened.
Yeah, so we have less imports of oil into the country now than we had under Trump's administration. So we were importing more under Trump. We have higher levels of domestic production of oil in the United States. Whoa, let me speak. Let me speak. Whoa.
What was the last
Micro
pipeline
Marino,
doing?
please let me speak.
And
Let
what
me-
did
let me
our
speak,
workers
Micro Marino.
now?
Can I speak?
He stopped the
Can I
Alaskan
speak?
pipeline, which was
Can I
an
speak,
energy flow
please?
for our United States.
Please let me speak. Let me speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so we had the highest level of domestic production of oil of any country ever, right? At any point in
Where are you
time.
getting your information, bro? You read it?
The Energy Information Administration.
Yeah. Reddit, basically.
Reddit? No, what? I said Energy Information Administration. That's literally the governmental source.
We are not producing enough energy. We are buying our energy. What are you talking about? Where are you getting this?
We are importing less oil right now than we were under Trump's
not
administration.
importing less oil, dude.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Rachel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Rachel. Shanique, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Kaylin, thank you so much for the $1. Haley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Haley. Samantha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much,
They do not
Samantha.
want to get rid of the oil. That Alaskan pipeline would have helped us with energy efficiency.
Wait, what was the name of the Alaskan pipeline?
Yes,
Kennedy,
would have
thank you
helped
for the $3.
Would have
What was the name of it?
What?
What was
What are
the
you
name
from?
of the Alaskan pipeline?
The Alaskan pipeline, bro. I don't know. It's what fucking what are you talking about? What was the name of it? It's called the Alaskan pipeline. It was bringing fuel into the United States from Alaska. He canceled it. He canceled
Into the
that.
United States from Alaska.
Yes, it's not. Alaska is
Dude, Alaska is a part of the United States. Dude, Alaska's a part of the
Well,
United
that's what I'm
States,
saying.
bro.
So it was bringing oil from our country into the main port, like not the main ports, but it was bringing into the 50 states, right? That is the United States
Dude, you
oil.
said you were transporting oil from Alaska into this country, bro. That's crazy, bro. Yo,
Well,
you're just
whatever
denying
I
Alaska
said,
as a
I'm
state
saying
is wild.
that is American oil, right? That is American oil.
Okay.
Alaska is part of
Wait,
America, right?
You
So
can't even tell
that
me what
line-
pipeline, though.
That line.
What pipeline?
Was, it doesn't matter the pipeline, bro. It's an Alaskan pipeline. It was bringing oil and shit like that into America to make sure that we have oil. Instead, we started buying oil from other countries. Do you understand? It doesn't matter the fucking.
Do you think it was the
name-
Keystone
It
pipeline?
doesn't matter the Keystone. There you go.
Marine-
it doesn't matter that. It doesn't matter.
Oh, so the Keystone XL did not go through
It
Alaska.
doesn't matter the name of the oil.
The Keystone
pipeline.
XL does not go through Alaska.
It doesn't matter.
It's a Canadian
the name
pipeline.
It doesn't matter the name of the fucking pipeline. It matters that.
So
we
which
started
pipeline are you
buying
referencing? Because
oil
now
from
you
other
were saying
places.
it was the Keystone
We
XL,
started
right?
buying oil from other places because you know why? Joe Biden stopped that. Okay, and that is American efficiency, right? That is shit that we need, right? That is America needs to run on oil. That's why his name. That's why not Joe Biden. That's why Trump.
Do you believe climate
says
change is caused by
fracking.
humans?
Do I think climate change is caused by humans? That's not even something I'm talking about. Do I think climate change is caused by humans? No, because climate change happens every fucking 100 years, 1,000 years, bro. Yes. Look at the fucking.
Okay, so
look-
Marino. We have seen
it's
the
called-
largest increase in
it's big.
temperature.
First of all, do not refer to me as Marino.
Shut the fuck up. You are literally, dude. If you need me to recognize that, bro, I'm gonna call you Micro Marino. Okay. I'll call you Micro Marino. Don't even get me started, bro. Don't even get me started. Right. The fact that you need me to like tell you that, right, shows me that there's probably some type of overcompensation there. Right? Because I'm not gonna need some like validation for that, right? You know what I mean? Like that's just not gonna. Why would I ask for that? Like that's insane. Now, Marino, all right. What was your point though? Appreciate the gold medal. Thank you so much. Marino, unmute your mic. Click the profile. There you go.
All right, yeah, I got you. Call me Marino. That's fine. Don't call me Big Meat, even though it is what it is. Why did our tax dollars go to Ukraine?
Dude, that's so
Why is that?
cringe. That's so cringe, Micro Marino.
Micro Marino? Okay. It doesn't matter.
Micro Marino.
Why did our tax dollars go to Ukraine? Why didn't it help our veterans? Why didn't it help our fucking infrastructure?
Tac-tac?
First of all,
Appreciate the sunglasses, the bipartisan infrastructure bill.
why is that? Can you? Why did our
The PACT Act expended?
Why did our tax dollars go to salmon farming? Why did our tax dollars go to some endangered species? Fucking.
That happened under Trump. Both of those happened under Trump.
No,
Okay,
it
so I
did
just want-
not.
Can I please finish?
No, it did not. No, it did not. Why did our tax dollars go to hookers in Haiti and figuring out a STD test going to
What the fuck? Okay, so by the way, he brought up infrastructure. We had a bipartisan infrastructure bill. He brought up veterans. We had the Honoring Our PACT Act of 2022, which expanded veterans' access to healthcare to 1 million veterans exposed to burn pits and toxic substances abroad. So we did do those things. Did Trump didn't get his infrastructure bill passed? What did Trump do for veterans? Yikes. Now, also, we can reference the fact that there was foreign aid under Trump's administration. And he also gave tax cuts to rich people. So you think tax cuts for rich people is a better use of spending? Like tax cuts for the richest and wealthiest Americans, predominantly speaking, is better? That sounds like a great usage of funds. Adding more to the debt, great usage of funds.
listen.
Justin, thank you for the $10 from Micro Marino.
You know why
Rosie,
Warren
thank you so
Buffett
much for the
doesn't get
$20 for You're on
I'm
Fire
gonna
tonight.
tell
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank
Because
you.
he has a
Caitlin, thank you so much for the
20
$5.
yard
Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5 as well.
Strawberry garden that he claims.
Kennedy, thank you for the
farm, right?
$3. Thank you.
And this
Beth,
guy
thank you so much for the
claims on his
$3.
taxes that it is a farm. Do you understand that? Do you understand that these tax deductions are broken? Do you realize that? And the thing is, a normal public.
We're currently under Trump's tax policy right now.
Okay, listen. No, it's not.
Yes, we are.
Yes, you are. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive.
Okay. Well, look at Joe Biden's farm tax. Like Joe Biden took a farm tax, dude, or not a farm tax. Joe Biden manipulated these taxes so that his
That was actually Trump's
friends-
tariffs.
Like
That was Trump's tariffs.
well, there's difference between tariffs and taxes, my friend. Okay, you're too young
A
to
tariff is a
understand.
tax on an import.
But I'm not talking about imports. I'm talking about homegrown
Bridget, thank
shit.
you so much for the
And
$5.
which
Thank you so
helps-
much.
Which helps the Democrats, these big people, right? The billionaires, the million, like more than millionaires. I'm talking about the 100 millionaires. These people.
Yeah, Caitlin, that shit isn't crazy. That's just so crazy, Caitlin. I totally
Did you
agree.
realize that these millionaires and billionaires are supporting what is it, Kamala?
Kamala.
No, I'm sorry, Kamala. It's because they want the same tax breaks, right, that they've been pushing this whole time. So if Warren Buffett could have a 100 yard by 100 yard strawberry farm and calls it or strawberry garden and calls it a farm, he gets tax deduct. Do you understand that? And all it does is it screws the middle class people. Because I don't know about you. Can you afford fucking 1 million strawberries a plant to get $1 million, tax deduct? I doubt it, because you don't even want that. But I'm just saying, like, do you get it? Do you get it or no? All right, another thing. Here you go. Why did Biden leave all that stuff in the Middle East?
What is it? Why did you not let me answer that?
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so again, what you're referencing, you want greater taxes. Amber, I appreciate the dinosaur. Thank you so much. You want 10 to 20% universal tariffs that will cause those taxes to go up. Emma, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. And then secondly, as it relates to this, in terms of the tax policy, you think that Donald Trump is going to make tax policy that's less advantageous towards super rich people? Are you trolling?
I think it's going to make. I think it's going to make
the $5.
policies. I think it's going to make tax policies that are better for the middle class people, because that's all I care about. I'm middle class, and you're middle class, no?
What the fuck?
Listen,
You did not
listen.
just say that, bro. Oh
Listen
my
to me.
jeez, fuck, dude. This is what I mean by the misinformation and listen. I want you to listen.
All right. All right.
Donald
so
Trump's
tell-
tax policy will hurt middle class Americans more
How?
than it benefits them.
How?
Let me
How?
explain.
Tell me.
He
Go
wants
ahead.
to increase tariffs 10 to 20% on every good coming to
Okay.
the country,
What- all right.
60 to 100% on China, right? Which will specifically cause middle class families to
That's
pay
not true.
more.
All right.
Yes,
That's not
it
true.
is.
You know why? You know what tariffs
Oh
are?
god! Oh my god!
You know what tariffs are?
Can you tell me what a tariff is?
Yes, a tariff is basically all right, I'm going to give you your word, a tax on other countries, right? Okay.
No.
But the thing is, no.
No.
Hold on, time out.
It is not a tax on other countries. No.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But listen,
No.
the tariff is to make the other countries make jobs in America, right? So if you're
Oh my
Toyota,
god! Oh,
right?
Jesus
Let me
Christ,
give
man.
let me give you
Oh,
an
dude.
example.
Oh,
Let me
dude.
give you an example right here. Ready?
A tariff is a tax on an import into the country. Okay.
Yes,
It causes
that's-
the consumer
that's
to
what
pay
I'm
more.
saying. Okay, hold on. Let me give you.
Taylor, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Let me give you a.
Amber, thank you so much for the $5. I don't know why. Emma, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
I think that you're doing this. Can you not?
What?
All right.
Can I not what?
I don't like that you're like doing the thank you thing, but do what you do because you're making money.
Do you need a Kleenex?
You need a Kleenex for your mouth. But anyways, So
For
what
what?
a tariff is going to
For
do?
what?
is basically-
What do I need a Kleenex for?
For the come out of my mouth. Anyways, what a tariff?
What? Jalen, I pushed the $5. Oh, was that your attempt at being homophobic?
What a tariff is going to do is
Was that your
basically-
attempt? Wait, answer the question. Appreciate the sunglasses. Was that your attempt at being homophobic?
What it's basically going to bring jobs.
Hey, Micro Marino, I'm asking you a question. Right? Was that your attempt at being homophobic? Appreciate the hand art. Garrett, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Garrett. That is not true. And AJ Aja, I appreciate the
What I was
appreciate the
saying
$5.
was a tax or a tariff is basically so. All right. Oh my God! Now I got
Amelia, thank you for the $3 for put it towards your strawberry farm. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Put it to the strawberry farm. There you go.
You want?
So
was that
what
your
a
attempt at being
tariff
homophobic?
Oh my gosh! Here we go.
Quenisha, thank you so much for the $2 for the patience fund.
Are you ready? Or
if you answer my question.
Okay. What a tariff is basically a tariff is a
I'm waiting for a response. I'm not trying to hear you yap. Did you get a degree in linguistics, specializing in Japanese? PhD? Can you unmute yourself? Can you take the baby bottle out of your mouth, please? And for the people who are saying you're not funny, it's YOU what apostrophe RE? Get it fucking right, buddy. You can unmute your mic. I literally have sent you the invite. I've sent you the invite, brother.
deny people from. It's not to deny imports. It's actually to bring.
Hey, I'm still waiting for you to respond. Were you trying to be homophobic? Can you click the profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone? Jesus fuck, dude. Mona, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15 for Micro Marina. Thank you so much. Alexis, thank you for the $5 for thank you for your service, King. I appreciate it. Thank
hear me
you.
now?
Yeah, BDLS. Did you vote for Trump?
I absolutely did.
And why'd you do that?
So
Why
can you
did I
hear me?
do that? My number one reason would be, as a patriot, I believe in free speech, First Amendment, and Kamala is all about. Hey, the only thing she made a point of saying was, A, I'm going after your guns. B, I'm going after free speech.
No, here, actually, BDLS, I have two things for you. Trump wanted to terminate all articles in the Constitution, and he called for putting people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which the Supreme Court indicated was protected by the First Amendment. Faith, thank you for the money, guy.
And again, I'm all for that. I'm just like the whole thing with hate speech, everything else. I believe the only way that you get rid of hate speech is by having a better argument. You can't sit there and, because again, just like to your point, allowing some of these people who can't even explain what a tariff is, the more they talk, it's easier and easier to see that they have no point. And that's again how hate speech can go away, is the more people talk, it's easier to disprove their whole point. Kamala was all about, hey, with X, why, we need to maybe look at them getting in line like Facebook. Why are we not able to control them?
Okay.
That alone was worth my vote. Because
You said that it was because you want to protect the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. Donald Trump not only wants to take people's guns first and then do due process second, but he also wanted to terminate.
When has he ever said he's taking away guns?
Yeah, that's
You wanna
not
hear
true.
it? You want to hear it?
Yeah,
Shane,
I
thank you so much
absolutely
for the $5. Jolly, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I want to say something on
And
tariffs.
Annabelle, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. And
But I absolutely want to hear that. When
I got
he
you.
ever said he's taking away guns.
yeah, Caroline, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Can you stop muting me, bro? Because I'm
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much.
gonna keep on muting.
Fetty, thank you. All right, give it a second. Let me get the
keep
video
on
on.
muting me, really? I'm gonna say it. Okay, yeah. I want to say the thing about terrorists.
Allow due process, so no one's rights are trampled, but the ability to go to court, obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms but any weapons in the possession
Or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system, because a lot of times by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
And then he also called to terminate the Constitution. He wanted to put people in prison for a year for
what's
burning the American
sad,
flag.
I'm about to tell you about
But
terrorists.
the first
Mr. Galaxy,
part,
thank you so much.
obviously you selectively left out the first part where again he's talking about people that should not have access to firearms.
Yeah, but he said take the guns first and then go to court.
All right, first of all,
Which
is prior to due process. So that means restricting their Second Amendment
you
right.
understand in the Constitution that the reason why people have guns is because the government has too much power. Do you understand that?
So we should terminate all of the articles of the Constitution to ensure that people have their guns.
No, the thing is that
First thinking
government
lights.
should be afraid of their people, not the other way around, my friend.
Natalie,
And
thank you so much for the
way
$3.
that
Thank you.
society is changing is that the government is having
Tara,
too
thank
much
the TikTok
control on the society, right? And that is the problem here.
The point I would make,
afraid of the people, not the other way around. Okay.
Go ahead.
The point I would make is that's such an obscure quote that if it was even any part of his platform, why did you guys not beat that drum? That's the other reason why so many people voted for Trump. That you guys installed a candidate that you guys they overplayed their hand. They knew that they were, because Vivek already said way back in the primaries, he said if that's the candidate, because he knew, just like everybody with a brain knew. Why did we have a debate in July? Totally unheard of. But Trump overplayed them. And again, if that debate had gone, if the election had gone the other way, Trump would have gone down as the worst politician ever for making that decision. But he knew she was an even worse candidate than Biden was. She never, when she was debating.
That is one of the dumbest things I think I've ever heard someone say.
Okay, I'm glad that that's how you think.
I that is absolutely how I think. You saying that Joe Biden is a better candidate than Kamala Harris, in what attribute?
Didn't he get 20 million more votes than her?
No, that's not an attribute that he has. What attribute?
What attribute does he have other than she has? He actually was elected to the offices that he held. She never.
Okay. So she wasn't elected to senator?
To Senate, yes, but again, like I said,
What about AG? What about district attorney?
District attorney? Like I said, I'll agree.
All of these she was elected to.
And how did she get? And again, if she had to have the credentials that anybody else would have,
she's worked in every single one of the branches of government. Can you name to me the 3 branches of government?
The judicial, the the executive, the judicial, and the one which is the House and the Senate, but legislative.
So she's worked in every single one. She's worked in every single one of those branches.
She was a prosecutor.
She is the most. She is literally the most qualified candidate that we have seen. Right, almost ever. Okay, Donald Trump has no qualifications. The fact that people question her qualifications is insane. Clean. I appreciate the watermelon love. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And also, you're not giving me a trait that Joe Biden has on her that you think is so good.
The Joe Biden has the again. I'm not a Joe Biden.
She doesn't.
I'm not a
Evie. Think of the $3. But you said, Mika, think of the $1. You said specifically that he was better of a candidate than she is.
He absolutely would have been. One, he beat Trump, didn't he?
That doesn't mean he's a better candidate. Push the boxing gloves. So actually, the reason why he dropped out of the race is because he was polling so bad.
Oh, exactly. No, he dropped out of the race again because they had that set up that they were going to install her. They knew
that makes no sense. That makes no sense. That literally screwed them. You understand that, right? That makes no sense for them to do that.
They overplayed their hand.
Pamela, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10.
It's much. Again, that's why you don't understand why our side is much more. We don't care about installing and forcing somebody down other people's throats.
Trump sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. You guys raided the Capitol, right, to try to install your leader in. What the fuck are you talking about? Did you have amnesia?
First of all, any single person that raided the Capitol, I myself think they should have been hung on the steps.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. Now, I mean, that's even that's also crazy. But
why? Why? Because I'm gonna be totally honest. People who are just walking in there, right? Like they're dumb and stuff, but like I wouldn't do that. That's pretty extreme. You believe
that's pretty extreme. Now the people. Okay, so BDLS. Listen.
The true insurrectionist, as a patriot, what should you do to somebody that's an insurrectionist?
Yeah, someone who's an insurrectionist should go to prison.
No, they should be. Again, you should send a message. Nobody should
not hung. Okay. Now, also this, right? Then also Trump would be involved in that because he sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. So Trump himself is an insurrectionist.
First of all, no, you do understand that he had to do that if he is protesting.
He did not have to do that.
Yes,
wait,
because
no, you don't.
If he did not,
did we have to do that in 2004?
What's that?
Did we have to do that in 2001? I mean,
in 2001.
Yeah, with Gore and Bush.
First of all, there was never ever an election.
They never sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast their votes when they didn't win.
Because the Electoral College, that was what the whole thing was. They were still counting votes in Florida, and the Supreme Court is the reason.
Michael, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Michael. Thank you. And Victoria, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
And again, I'll give you your point there. The Supreme Court should have never ever stopped counting. They should have never stopped a count. It shouldn't have mattered if it took 6 months to finish that count. Every single person should have had their voice heard. So I'll give you your point there. Again, like I said, if you
that wasn't even my point is that that's not the process that you use. You do not send false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when you didn't win in order to ensure the integrity of an election. You don't do that. You don't.
Something you have to do. Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Yes, there have been elections that have been questioned in the past, and they didn't do that.
If you do not do that, you do not have a way to go back and sit there and go to court like he attempted.
Yes, you do.
No, you cannot.
Yes, you do, because you know that there is months prior to that. They had months prior to inauguration. Here's the paper crane. Oh, he got violent behaviors and criminal activities. Okay, that's interesting. I got flagged for that. I don't know what the fuck. Is that because we were talking about January 6th?
Oh.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 23.
Yeah. Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Oh, yeah, it is because of that chat. So why did you vote for him?
Because he's not Kamala.
Elza, thank you so much for the $10, and Megan, thank you for the $10. You mean Kamala? So just because she's not Kamala, what's so bad about Kamala Harris? Where's your live on it?
That's just what every other Democrat said when they asked why they're not voting for Trump.
No, it's not. I said that Trump's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He tried to coup the country by sending false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. I'm not trying to talk fast. You want me to slow down for you because you're not fast enough?
Because I'm not.
Do you need me to slow down?
You talk over everyone. You don't know how to debate.
I wasn't. You actually just talked over me.
Oy, oy.
Belle, I'm not trolling. You literally just talked over me to say that I'm talking too fast. Hello? Are you okay?
I'm okay. Are you okay?
Yeah. So Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, which means he forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina against her will. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He sent false slates of electors to... Do you want to hear him say it?
I want to know wwhere you're getting this.
His mouth.
Genuinely. Like, this
Yeah.
is literally you just spread false propaganda. This
Are
is
you trolling?
bullshit.
Are you trolling?
Are you? Like, are
well,
you
listen-
actually serious?
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Okay. And is that, what does that mean exactly? Like, no Muslims are allowed to come into the country because why?
Bell, can you tell me what complete and total means?
Complete and total. I'm like baffled right now. I cannot believe. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about.
You're baffled because you don't know how to
let's
respond
talk
to what I
about
just said? What I just
illegal
showed you?
versus legal, right?
First live on air. What relevance does that have? I'm talking about, he said, a complete and total shutdown of Muslims coming to the country. So that means no Muslim can come legally. That's religious
when was
persecution.
this? No, when was this? When did he say
2016.
that? Okay. Well, did that happen?
He couldn't do it because of constitutional protections.
okay.
Sabrina, thank you so
didn't
much for the
happen.
galaxy.
It didn't happen. I'd have I need to look
He
that
called.
up because
He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He can't do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. So he because of the Constitution. So he specifically targeted countries that have majority Muslim populations.
Okay. We know that Trump's not racist, and we know that he's not anti-fucking Muslim. So
He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. That's anti-Muslim.
Okay. Well,
And
it didn't.
being Muslim, that's Islam. That's related to Islam. That's a religion. That's not a race.
I'm aware, but I'm telling you, a lot of people sit here and say, because I watched you on Jubilee, and you were so fucking Trump is racist, Trump is that, and I'm so sick of.
I didn't even
hearing-
say that.
Okay, bud. I can't.
Unironically,
argue
never
because I
said
don't-
that.
Huh?
Unironically, never said that, but he is. He is racist. But I never said that on Jubilee.
Oh my God, he's not. Tell me how he's racist, please. Give me some facts.
Yeah, he didn't run to black people in 1973.
Okay, I heard
He-
that too, because fucking.
He called
Dean,
for the
whatever fuck his
execution
name
of the
is.
Central Park Five, even though they were exonerated based on DNA evidence. He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya because he's black to undermine him, to undermine him running for president of the United States. Right? He also specifically said that Kamala Harris turned black, indicating that she wasn't black prior.
Oh my God, the same regurgitation that fucking Dean said. I'm not even gonna argue that because you.
Or
can go
maybe,
back and
or
watch
maybe
that
Dean
video.
said what I say.
Huh?
Version the TikTok crown. Or maybe Dean's saying what I say.
Okay.
Michael,
Well,
thank
you're-
you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Michael. And they're facts, by the way.
Facts. Oh my God. I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat. Anyways, so let's talk about what you said about gender and all this bullshit about people so concerned that all their rights are going to be taken away because Kamala.
Hello?
Hello?
I don't know why my... Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, did you hear me?
Yep, I
What was
hear
your
you.
question?
Okay, so let's talk about why everybody's so afraid that their rights are going to be taken away now that Trump's in office. All the
Okay.
fear mongering and the propaganda and people
It's not
saying that Trump is
propaganda.
going to push this national abortion and women aren't going to have reproductive
Leaving
rights.
it up to the states restricts women's access to abortion in this country. He already did it.
Well, that's what was voted for, correct?
No. Right? You understand
So how
that
did it happen?
most people in this country want Roe versus Wade to be in place.
Most people. So then why
Standard. Thank you for
why
that
didn't that
message. Thank you.
happen?
Why didn't that happen? Why didn't what happen?
So if most people
Because Donald
wanted-
Trump put people in the Supreme Court to overturn it.
Okay.
Michael, thank you
So
so much
if
for the
most
$20 for how
people-
much to drop her? Like 200.
What? I didn't hear you.
Nothing. Don't worry about it, Belle.
Okay. So if most people want it, then why is it such an issue that it's left up to the states?
Yeah. So again, in terms of the states, that's because Donald Trump did it himself. That restricts women's access to abortion in plenty of states. right? Because of their state's abortion laws. So you understand that effectively great victims in this country have restricted access to abortion because of that. And damn, people do not like you, Belle.
No, your people don't like me. That's okay.
No, I think
They're
you know
not
that
my
that most people in this live are not followers.
Okay. That still doesn't make any sense. So, if most people want it and it's left up to the states, then they can vote on their ballot and elect their governors for their state. And they can make it happen.
Okay, so then you think that's like 10-year-olds in certain states should be forced to go through pregnancies because of their state's
Okay, that's
abortion
not,
laws?
you didn't answer my question.
No, do you think
Go
10-year-olds
ahead
in
and give
certain
me another
states?
hypothetical.
Do you think
Go ahead.
10-year-olds in certain states, this is not a hypothetical, it's a real world scenario.
No, but that's how
appreciate the
you
little crown.
debate.
Do you think 10-year-olds should be
give-
forced in certain states to go through pregnancies?
I don't, personally.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what happens because of Trump's abortion laws, because he
No, that's
particularly
not.
put people in the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade. That's because of Donald Trump. He takes credit for it. He brags about
I'm
it.
aware.
Evie, I
He
appreciate
takes
$2.
credit for overturning Roe versus Wade because he gave it back to the states because that's what people wanted.
Push the hand out. Yeah, so
Both
again, that's not
parties.
what people wanted. 60%
Both
of the
parties.
country wanted Roe versus Wade to be in place. No,
Oh my
both
God.
parties did
No,
not want it to be left up to the
60,
states.
Not 60, 57. I think it was like 57.
If you did not want that to happen, by the way, type 1 in the comment section.
From 14,000 people versus
Yeah,
the
yeah.
U.S.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my
we're,
God.
we're all U.S. citizens, mostly.
Okay, but that's not. What is this number like? What is that going to prove?
What do you mean? It's just demonstrating that people think that.
Okay, of course, a lot of people are here to watch you, correct?
Okay.
So I'm assuming a lot of people are of the Democratic Party.
Okay. Why'd you just do that?
Okay. Anyways.
Okay. So you understand again, 60% of the country did not want Roe versus Wade to be overturned, right?
It wasn't 60.
It is 60. I can show
It
you.
wasn't. Show me.
Yeah, I got you.
CNN.
No, dude.
New York Times.
I got you. All right. So right here, Pew Research. Do you accept Pew Research? 62% of Americans say abortion should be legal in all or most cases.
Where?
From Pew Research.
62.
Majority of public disapproves of the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. That's the title. It's from Pew Research Center. Get cooked.
Get cooked. Anyway.
Carla, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Carla. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much, Carla. And then
Okay.
Tiana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. And thank you so much for the trash band. I appreciate Tara. Yeah, so do you want great victims to have restricted access to abortion? Peyton, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Corsair, thank you so much for the Galaxy.
Rape victims aren't going to have restricted access.
They do in this country right now because of
They-
Donald
they
Trump's
don't.
abortion legislation.
They
60
don't.
people a day. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
Okay.
that. Thank you so much, Jasmine. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, can I fucking talk? Like,
Are you mad? Bria,
No,
thank you
I'm
so
not
much. I appreciate
mad.
the
I'm
$20. Thank you
waiting.
so much, Bria. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Appreciate the money, gun.
I'm actually not mad, but
Definitely doesn't sound that way.
do I sound mad for real?
You definitely did. You're
I'm
like, can I
having fun.
speak?
No,
Yeah, I
I'm
appreciate
having
the
fun.
money. Alright.
Like I'm genuinely having fun.
I can
but
tell.
I didn't think I was gonna get up here to talk, so I wasn't
Mm-hmm.
exactly prepared. But
All right. That's what they always
so
say.
I want to know. 'cause
Michael,
said-
thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you.
Okay, are we gonna talk or?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it, Bill.
Okay. I already know you're gonna start doing that shit again as soon as I.
Go for it. I'm not getting any notifications. You better
Okay.
hurry up.
All right, so you still didn't answer my
Kenzie, thank
question.
you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Evelina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Are you Christian?
I'd like to say I am.
Live on air. Well, you just used the Lord's name in vain earlier. Laura, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Just a little kind.
Actually, I want to bring up a really funny point that I saw on Ghibli. Okay. So when
Caleb, thank you for the $10. Morgan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
dude, you keep making me lose my train of thought. You guys
Sorry,
stop.
Jubilee.
Yeah, it's Ghibli. Okay. Are we okay? So when Charlie
Elizabeth,
asked
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
you gotta stop, dude. I got like
When Charlie
80
asked me what,
You gotta
Erica,
stop.
thank you so much for the
When Charlie-
$15 for
when
Make Bell
Charlie-
Angry Fund. Bresci, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $2. IV, thank you so much for the $5. Emma, thank you so much for the $1.
Okay. When Charlie asked you, or when you told him, no. Okay. Stop making me lose my train of thought. So when you were like, Charlie, do you have the melanin to be black, right? He was asking you, can I identify as black? And you're like,
Yeah.
do you have the melanin component to be black, right? What about trans people? And do they have dicks to be men?
So what you're just describing is that we define race differently than we define gender.
Okay,
And that's
but
totally fine. What?
Who's we?
Like
just
us in a
so we
society?
just decide-
Us in
no,
a society?
no.
I don't think race is
Not all.
biological. Belle, race isn't biological. Okay? It's
Okay.
a social construct that we apply upon the particular perception of like someone's skin color, right?
Okay. So is that in the dictionary? Like,
Natural
is
skin color.
Is that the actual definition, or is that just
That's how we
something-
use the term. So when you say actual definition, that doesn't make any sense because we used terms based upon our own definitions of the way that we're using it in different contexts. And then definitions in dictionaries, right, are just describing the different terms that we use specifically. Also,
Right,
secondly,
because that's how
when
a
I'm talking
definition
about
works,
gender, when I'm
because
talking about
that's how we
gender, listen,
understand
Belle,
things,
let me
right?
explain to you the gender shit. Appreciate the love.
And
thing. Thank you so much.
FYI, I'm not transphobic. I genuinely don't care what people decide to do
listen to this.
with their bodies.
So, yeah, okay, listen. So it is the case that gender is not a univocal term, which means that there's not one usage that applies in every single scenario. We use definitions and there's conceptual overlap. The same way we define chairs and tables, we don't have one definition. We're going to have multiple definitions that will have conceptual overlap, right? And that apply in different contexts, right? We do this all the time with different terms, right? Typically with ordinary things, or with gender, with sex, right? There's not one particular term that uses it in every single scenario. So there's a sociological connotation of the term, and there's a biological connotation of the term. Some scenarios will use the biological connotation of the term, and in other scenarios we'll use the sociological connotation of the term. And what I was demonstrating to Charlie Kirk is that he has a sociological usage of the term because he says that God the Father, without any biology, has he, him pronouns and is a father.
Okay, I see.
Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but what I don't
Darling,
like,
thank you so much for the $5. Jessica, thank you so much for the $5. Rachel with the $5, thank you so much. Kyle with the $5, thank you. Emmy with the $30, thank you so much, Emmy. Tara with the Leon, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Tara, thank you. Susan with the $5, Jeremiah with the $2, Raul, thank you so much for the $5. Shelby with the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Cherry with the with the $1. Thank you so much. Bridget, thank you so much for the $5. Darling with the $5. Gur, thank you so much. I appreciate the $4. Catherine with the $20. Thank you so much. Cammy with the $6.66. Thank you so much. Catherine with the $10. Thank you. Raina, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Alita, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Rosie with the $1. Lisa with the $5. Shay with the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, y'all. Go ahead.
okay. I understand what you're saying, but what I don't like is that you kept your only argument there was just basically attacking his beliefs, and my beliefs don't stem from religion. So I just
with the $5. Michael with the $1. No, what I was just demonstrating was that he uses the term in the same context for the GG classes.
Okay, but
There's
I don't
nothing
really-
inconsistent
that
about
wasn't-
using a sociological connotation of the term gender, of a man, of what a woman is. There's nothing
Okay.
inconsistent about that.
dude, you just keep missing the point. Okay, my point isn't about him. What I was saying is that I don't like how your entire argument against that point was just based on his Christian beliefs. I want to hear it outside
Kelly, I
of the
appreciate the
Christian
trash
beliefs.
panda. Thank you.
So
I did describe it. I don't care. Appreciate the turkey. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next individual. Layla, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Wait,
How old
that's
are you?
crazy. Sorry.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 15.
You gotta be
Is that
18
okay?
plus to join the live. All right, let's go to the next individual. Caitlin, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Ashlyn, thank you so much for the $2. John, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Michael, thank you so much for the $1. Gabe, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Did you vote Trump?
Yeah, I voted Trump.
How old are you?
20.
Yeah, why'd you vote Trump?
From California. Because you're a pussy.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. So why did you use that terminology, right, to describe me? What's the point?
It's just facts. Hang it up.
Are you mad, bro?
You should just hang it up, my guy.
Are you mad, bro?
Nah, ain't nobody mad. Looks like you mad though.
No, you sound pretty mad. You had to come up on my live and insult me for no reason and try to be misogynistic.
How you
What's
feel
up?
though? How you feel?
What do you mean? I feel
You're a
completely
girl?
fine.
You're a girl? You identify
What?
as a girl?
What? Do you know what a man is? You don't know what a man is?
Hell
You
yeah.
don't know that I'm a man?
Don't look like one.
Jessica, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Okay, so you can't identify what a man is. You just sound pretty incoherent right now. Push the hand heart.
Nah, you tripping, boy.
If you can't identify what a man is, I think that's a pretty big issue. Push the hand heart.
What's up? Nah, I can identify you look like a little pussy. For sure.
Okay. You're just a weirdo. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey man, I just want to say I really appreciate your content and stuff.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next individual real quick. Holly, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Never stop. We need you. Harry, Chris, Dean, and Davion. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it. We're going to be doing this topic and a bunch of other topics. We have a lot of building to do in the next 4 years coming up to the next election. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Are you voting for Did you vote for Trump? Push the
I
corgi.
did.
Okay. Why so?
Just my one thing was, how do you think Kamala would be as a leader?
Kamala. Better than
Kamala.
Trump, for sure. Kamala.
How do you think other countries would respect her as a leader?
More than they do Trump. John Bolton, his third national security advisor, thinks that foreign leaders think that he's a laughing fool.
Is that why all countries are trying to now negotiate with the U.S.? Not that
Ileana, appreciate the $10. Thank you so much.
Going to office?
No, they were already negotiating.
Were they?
Yeah.
Is that why Hamas just said that the Taliban is going to completely stop war?
The Taliban?
Yeah, in Afghanistan.
What? Hamas said that?
Yeah, he did.
Wait, where is Hamas located?
In Afghanistan.
No, Hamas.
Iraq.
No. Hamas is in Gaza, bro. What are you talking about, dude?
Okay, still. No,
Dude, what are you saying, bro?
Now, these times of days, nobody's going to respect a woman as a leader, and
no one's going to respect a woman.
They're
So
not.
you're just
That's not.
misogynistic.
I'm not.
You're just misogynistic.
I believe.
Oh, okay.
if
So
we-
you're saying because misogyny exists, you're not going to vote for a woman. Okay, so I have a question, right? Would you not vote for a disabled vet because ableism exists?
Yeah, I don't think another country would.
You
respect
wouldn't
them.
vote for a disabled vet.
Yeah, because another country wouldn't respect them as a leader.
You don't think another country would respect a disabled vet?
You really think
as a
Vladimir
leader?
Putin is going to respect?
Yes. I think that Vladimir Putin would respect a disabled vet. Yes.
I don't think he would.
What? That's insane. I have a question. Because racism exists, should you not vote for someone who's black?
No, I don't think so. No, you should vote. I'm saying if they're a respectable person, like we need to have a badass as president.
Okay. Wait. So respectable person. So because racism exists, that means you shouldn't vote for someone who's black?
No, I don't. Regardless of color, it doesn't matter what race you are.
Oh, okay. So prejudice against someone's race, right? You wouldn't say don't vote for someone because prejudice against someone's race exists, right? But for prejudice against someone's gender or whether or not someone's abled, then you wouldn't vote for them?
No, I'm saying that exists in this world, regardless of what I think. Other countries think differently than we do.
Okay, so because racism exists, that's not a reason to not vote for someone who's black. The same way that because misogyny exists, that's not a reason to not vote for a woman. And because ableism exists, that's not a reason to not vote for a disabled vet. you should still vote for disabled vets. You should still vote for women. You should still vote for people who are black, regardless of whether or not these prejudices exist.
I'm saying, regardless of what I think, other countries think differently, and they're going to view how they view America based on what our leader is.
Do you want to respond to what I just said? Why are you discriminating based upon different types of prejudices?
I'm not discriminating. I'm saying other countries are going to discriminate.
No, you are, because you're saying that you will apply it because it exists in society in some scenarios, but not in other scenarios with prejudice.
It does. I'm not saying that that's what I think, but that's how other countries think. And we need to vote based on how other countries are going to respect us as a country.
Okay, so again, John Bolton said that Trump is a laughing fool to foreign leaders around the world. So we shouldn't vote for Trump?
When has he ever been a laughing fool?
That's what John Bolton indicated, his third national security advisor. Yeah, he had to fire the other two before him. His third try at getting a national security advisor, the guy said that he was a laughing fool.
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
Yeah, John Bolton, his third national security advisor, indicated that he's a laughing fool to foreign leaders around the world.
Okay, is that why there was no new war started under his presidency?
What do you mean by new war?
New war, a new war. A war started during his presidency.
Okay, that's not defining the term. So what do you mean by war?
I just did define it. A new war.
Okay, so I have a question. Was Trump leaving Kurdistan, which led to the Turkish-Kurdish war, a new war?
We weren't involved in that.
But Trump pulled us out of there and left our Kurdish allies to be slaughtered.
Okay, is that America?
Yes.
Kurdish is America.
Wait, you understand that there are allies, right? They helped us defeat ISIS. So they helped us defeat ISIS, and then you're like, oh, fuck them.
No, we helped Kurdish defeat ISIS. Kurdish didn't help us.
Kurdistan, by the way. Yes, they did help us.
You use the term Kurdish, so I can use it as well.
Yeah, Kurdish is referring to, like, the Turkish-Kurdish war.
Yeah,
is referring to
Kurdish,
a war
so
that includes Kurdistan. Anil, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Stephanie with the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Kaylin, thank you so much for the $1, for he absolutely is perpetuating misogyny. So Andrew, do you think that Margaret Thatcher, right, couldn't be a strong leader because she was a woman?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, so you know that the UK has had a woman who's a leader. Mexico just elected a woman who's a leader. New Zealand has had a woman who's a leader. Germany has had a woman who's a leader. Ireland has had a woman that's a leader. There's been countries around the entire world with women as leaders. Why specifically would it be an issue if the United States had a woman?
Because we are the greatest military in the world.
Yeah, and that stands for itself. I don't think that we need... By the way, if you think Joe Biden, right, can be president of the United States, I don't understand how you wouldn't think that Kamala Harris
I don't think Joe Biden can be president of the United States.
He is.
He's incompetent.
He is.
He is.
Donald Trump is incompetent.
Trump is.
Okay, I don't think that Donald Trump should be. Do you think someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse is respected? Do you think Donald Trump is
We're not talking about that right now.
Do you think that's respectable? Anil, thank
I don't
you so
think
much
it's
for the $5. Thank you so much.
I think rape is the wrong thing.
I hope so. I hope so, Anil. Say that one more time.
I think rape is the wrong thing.
Then why'd you vote for him?
Because Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un are not going to respect a woman in America as president. They're just not. That comes down to fact. Like, they're just not. Regardless of what we think as a country, they're not going to respect him. Respect her, sorry.
So again, you're saying because prejudice against women exists, that means you're not going to vote for a woman. So would you do the same thing in terms of race? Are you saying that you wouldn't vote for someone who's black because there's racism in the world?
I would vote for someone as black. That is black.
Okay, so then why would you say because prejudice exists against women, you wouldn't vote for a woman?
Because we are progressive as we are as a country in this in this age, but Russia and North Korea.
Wait, but racism? Do you agree racism exists around the world?
Dude, you can't keep bringing up a different point when we're talking about something else.
Do you think racism exists around the world?
It does.
It does. Okay, so because racism exists around the world is not a good reason to not vote for someone who's black. The same way, because sexism and misogyny exists around the world is not a good reason to not vote for a woman.
I'm saying I would vote for somebody.
Angel,
that
thank you
is
so much for the
black.
$2. Jill, thank you so much for the $5. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Kaylin, thank you so much for the $1. Again, you're saying prejudice against someone's race. You would vote for someone even though that exists.
Tyree, so did you vote for Obama? I wasn't old enough to vote then.
What?
Tyree commented and asked if I voted for
Why
Obama.
are you reading random comments?
Well, because you're reading comments, so
I never read a comment.
you're reading all of your
Venmos?
Yeah, you're reading all that. So why can't I
Emily,
read
thank you
that?
so much for the $5. Thank you so much because I'm the host of the stream.
Okay.
Angel, thank you so much for the $2. Erica, thank you so much for the $1. You know how that works?
Yeah, you're hosting me. and
That's
you're
like
guest.
going up on someone's interview
respect your
podcast.
guest.
No, that's like going up on the Piers Morgan show and being like, "Oh, you guys went on and did advertisements, so I'm gonna run an advertisement right now."
So like
Love you.
I can't read.
No, you can't.
I'm not allowed.
Nope. Cassidy, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. And Emily, thank you again. Thank you for the $5. Angel, again, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. So, do you want to give me like a response? Like, can you tell me why you think it's okay to not vote for a woman because misogyny exists in the world?
Yes, because misogyny exists in the world, that is why I wouldn't vote for a woman. I'm not saying I don't respect Kamala as a person. I'm not
Lois, I
saying
pushed
that.
the $2. Kamala.
That's
Say
what I
VP
just
Harris.
said.
You said Kamala.
I said Kamala. I said
Lois, I
Kamala.
appreciate the $2. It's Kamala.
That's what I just said.
Calico, I appreciate the $5. Thank you for the IC. Thank you so much, Sassy.
Yeah, and then she talked about in her first 100 days, she wanted to, by executive action, do a mandatory buyback.
Okay. So in terms of that, you can't do that through executive action. That would get shut down by the Supreme Court.
No, I'm aware of that. I just
Okay.
don't
So
trust
then,
it.
so then, why don't you acknowledge that it's a greater threat to call for the termination of the Constitution?
Because just as you laid out, I think the court system is strong enough to where that
Okay.
would
Well, the court system is strong enough to hold it with Kamala Harris in terms of her executive action. So how can you apply it in one scenario but not the other?
Well, the Democrats have also talked about they want to expand the court they wanted to try to win the Senate and then expand the Supreme Court.
Well,
and
Trump
whatnot.
technically, the Republicans technically did that when they claimed that Obama shouldn't be able to put any more judges on because he was too close to election, and then they closer to the election did so with Trump.
No. I'm talking about. I heard Harris was trying to like expand
James,
the court.
push the
and
$5. Thank you.
Add seats, like it's 9 seats.
Yeah,
They
but
want-
that's still to change the demographic of the court, right?
That's not the same though as I think it was
as
Mitch McConnell.
violating. Wait, both of those are just a violation of precedents. Push the Garland, right? Changing the amount of seats is a change of precedents. So was the other one. They're both change of precedents.
Yes, but there's a bigger deal in changing the precedents in the makeup of the court versus not permitting someone to.
That is the
appoint
makeup
a
of the
judge.
court. You understand that what partisan side they're on is a change in the makeup of the court, especially since they're in office for so long. They don't have term limits.
I know they don't have term limits, but I'm saying it's a bigger political thing to change the seats from 9 to whatever versus filibustering to prevent an appointment.
And that both of them violate precedents to change the makeup of the court to make it more like your political ideology. They're the same. They're totally the same.
I don't see them on the same field, but I mean we can just disagree on that. I think it's a bigger deal to try to expand the Supreme Court versus filibustering a justice.
They're the same thing. It's the same outcome on both sides.
It's not the same outcome.
Yes, it is. It totally
there's
is.
Either there's 9 justices, or there's more than 9 justices.
What is
And
the issue with there being more justices?
Fundamentally, there's not technically an issue with it, but it's the reason in which she's doing it. If let's say
The reason she's doing it is what? To change the makeup of the court to make it more like her ideology. The Republicans did the exact same thing when they said that
no, it's
Obama
not.
couldn't put in someone because he was too close to election.
I think you're talking about a different thing. I'm saying it's not. You're conflating two things in your answer. You're conflating filibustering.
Think of the $5 in Natasha. Think of the $5 in Jade. Think of the dollar.
You're conflating filibustering, filling the seat. I think it was Ruth Bader Ginsburg when she died, versus replacing her, versus adding a 10th, 11th justice. Those aren't the same thing.
It's the same outcome. The reason why you think it's different for the changing of the amount of people in the court is because you're like, oh my gosh, it changes a precedence. We're not supposed to have more than 9, right? That's a precedent, right? The other one was also a precedent that Republicans established in saying that there shouldn't be, right, an appointment of a judge this close to the election. That's a precedent.
Okay, I see what you're saying about the appointment of the judge thing, but I was.
Yeah, it's to
not,
change the partisan makeup of the court.
I just view it different. There's a difference in between filibustering a SCOTUS pick and wanting to add seats.
They're different actions, but they yield the same outcome. Person Little Crown. Does that make sense? They yield the exact same outcome, like politically and partisanly.
I heard you saying here. Let's see. Why else did you vote Trump? I think I'm huge. You might laugh, but I'm huge into like Bitcoin and that kind of thing. And based just on her comments, she seemed very antithetical towards the industry, and Trump seems more pro.
Okay, would you let a sexual abuser get a gun like someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
If you're not held criminally, you're not convicted criminal. Sure, because looking at the Bruen and Heller precedent, there's nothing in text history tradition that would restrict you from your 2A rights. I think if you're too dangerous to have a weapon, you should be in prison. If you're allowed to be on the street,
okay,
it is what it is.
Yeah. So again, you think someone who's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman should be able to get access to a gun?
Yes, because the standard for civil is much less than the standard for criminal, and you should only be able to be disarmed.
So someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child should be able to get a gun.
Technically, yes.
Someone held civilly liable of beating their wife.
Because civilly liable is not the same as criminally liable. Now,
so someone held civilly liable of beating their wife should be able to get a gun.
When it comes to domestic abuse, that's a violation of 18 U.S.C. 922 G8, and the Supreme Court has held that's a constitutional. What's it called? A constitutional.
Yeah. But I'm asking you, right? Do you think that if they are held civilly liable of domestic violence, that they should be able to get access to a gun?
The Supreme Court has said no. 18 U.S.C. 922 G8.
Okay, but is grape abuse? So
yes.
Domestic. So what's the difference between domestic abuse and sexual abuse? Elisa, thank you so much for the description. That means one should be able to get a gun, but not the other.
Because one. So if it's domestic abuse, and it's more likely going to be tried criminally, and you're criminally found guilty.
We're talking in civil courts. Both of them are civil courts.
I know. And if it's civil, you don't lose constitutional rights in civil court.
Okay, so someone held civilly liable of domestic violence or beating their wife, they should be able to get access to a gun under your worldview?
It sounds shitty, but yes. It sounds shitty, but yes. You don't lose constitutional rights due to civil court.
No, do you think it should be that way? For standard, I'm not asking what it is. Do you think it should be that way?
No, you should not lose constitutional rights in civil court. It's that simple.
Okay. So again, you're saying that someone held civilly liable of domestic violence, beating their wife, should be able to get a gun legally.
Yes, they should not lose constitutional rights.
This is the party of law and order, by the way.
That is the law. That is what the law currently is. I'm not asking
what the law currently is. I'm asking what the law should be.
No. You can't answer this question. Law and order. That's the law. So yes, that would be the law
and order means having a certain set of law, right, and then enforcing that law. That does not mean enforcing the current law. It means enforcing what you see to be good as law. Jesse,
no, that would be enforcing the current law. The current law says he cannot be disarmed.
Okay. Do you think it should be that way?
No, and that's what the current law says.
I'm going to kick you if you don't answer my question next. I'm not asking you what the law currently is. I'm asking you what it should be like.
And I said no.
So do you think people? So you don't think people held civilly liable of domestic violence should be able to get guns?
No, I said that numerous
Okay.
times.
So if they shouldn't be able to, do you think people held civilly liable of sexual abuse should be able to get guns?
No.
Okay, then why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
I don't see, like, one, I don't see how those conflate, and two, if I don't think they can't be disarmed, it's not the same thing. Also, I think he's the better candidate.
Wait,
it's
so
really
you don't
easy.
trust them? You don't trust them with a gun, but you trust them with nuclear fucking weapons.
I do trust him with a
Jesse. Think of
with
the
a gun.
$5. Wait, you just said that he shouldn't be able to get access to a gun if he's been held civilly liable of sexually
You
abusing a
twisted the
woman.
question. I said, if he is not found guilty in criminal court, he should not lose his 2A rights.
You would just, no, you went back on that, and then I asked you about the civil court, and then you're like, oh yeah, I said they shouldn't be able to. So someone held civilly liable of beating
okay, I
their. So
misheard
someone,
how you said it.
So someone
I
held
said- I
civil. Yeah, so someone held civilly liable of beating their wife. They should be able to get a gun.
Yes, because you're not guilty in criminal court.
No, you think they should. Not what it
Yes.
currently is. You think they
You don't
should be
lose,
able to get a
you
gun.
do not lose constitutional rights.
I'm
in
not
civil court.
asking you what is. I'm asking you, do you think it should be that way?
Yes. I don't know
Yes.
how much more.
Jesse,
I don't know
appreciate
how.
the
I don't know.
$5.
How, yes. Can be
Okay.
more
So
clear.
pedophiles held civilly liable of sexually abusing children should be able to legally get guns under your view.
It sounds shitty, but yes, they shouldn't lose constitutional rights.
Okay. So only in the context of a criminal court. So you do accept criminal court determinations. Do you
Yes.
accept Trump's felonies?
Yes. It was not in criminal court. Those were civil courts.
It was. His felonies were in criminal court. Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York.
Okay. I was trying to. You can to answer that question.
Jen, I
yes,
appreciate
you
the
can
description.
lose your gun rights under 18 U.C. 922 G1, but he could also sue to get his rights back.
No, I'm asking you, do you accept his felonies?
No, I accept that felony. I didn't say
So
I didn't
you accept
felony.
his 34 felonies. You agree that he's guilty of the 34 felonies.
I mean, he could be. I mean, court said he was.
Dude, I can't, man. I can't. Could be is crazy. I can't. do it,
the
man.
court said he was. I also really don't care. I mean, he falsified business record. I don't care. That doesn't
Gemma,
affect
thank
me.
you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Emily, thank you so much for the $2. Jesse, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yeah. So again, do you think felons should be able to get guns?
Yes, if they are nonviolent, and that was what was held in Rahimi.
Okay. So I have a question. Is OJ guilty?
Oh, did OJ do it? Probably.
That was
But I
in a
don't
civil
know.
court.
Huh?
That was in a civil court.
No. You said, do I think he did it? He probably did, but he was found not
Do you
guilty.
think Trump did it?
Oh,
He
probably.
was found. Oh, you think Trump probably did it?
He probably did it, but he was found not guilty. So that's how the system is.
And you voted for someone who you thought did it.
Well, I mean, I view Harris as more antithetical to the things I care about.
So you
I wish I had a
believe
better
he's a
choice than Trump.
rapist. You believe he's a rapist, yet you still think he's more aligned with your values?
No. I feel like
less.
Trump's a bad. I feel like Trump is not a
Where's
great
the hand?
person. But I think
So is he
Harris,
more or less aligned with your values?
I think Harris is more antithetical. To
Lacey,
the
thank you
position.
so much for the $5. Thank you. So again, someone who you believe is a rapist is closer to your values.
No, I think Trump is more in line with my values. Now, did he happen to be found guilty in civil court? Yes, but I don't think those two things don't conflate. It doesn't really matter.
What do you mean?
Okay, the fact that he was deemed civilly liable has no
No.
bearing.
You said you think he did it.
Yeah, and that has no.
Okay, wait.
the fact that he was
You said
guilty
you
has-
think so you're voting for someone who you think is a rapist.
Sure, if that's what you want to take your conclusion on.
Would you vote for someone who you think is a rapist of a kid, like a child
No,
rapist?
I think they should. I think they should be executed.
But not if it's a woman.
He was found not guilty in criminal court.
No, he wasn't even tried in criminal court.
Yeah, because he was. I'm just saying
because of statute of limitations. Because of statute of limitations. No, you said he was found. You said he was found not guilty. Being found not guilty and not being tried on something is completely different. Is that all you got?
I guess.
Cindy, I appreciate the $5. So you wouldn't vote for someone who you think is a child rapist, but you would vote for someone who you think is a rapist of a woman? Carrie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
He was not found guilty in criminal court, so therefore he shouldn't lose his constitutional rights. And when it comes to picking either Trump or Harris, I feel like Trump is probably a piece of shit, but I feel Harris is more antithetical.
Okay, so what about her values? What about her policies or character is so bad that you would vote for someone who you think is a rapist?
Well, I feel like she's more or less weaker on the world stage and would probably lead us more likely to be into a war than Trump.
Okay, so what makes you think that? Push live on air.
I don't think she's respected by people like Xi Jinping and Putin.
Why?
And
is it because she's a woman?
No, I just think
Then what is it?
I just think she's a weak leader.
Well, how so?
Because I just think she's a weak leader. It's just it's just that simple.
How so? What about
it? I don't think Putin and them would take her seriously.
Why so? Is it just vibes?
Vibes, I guess.
Vibes? Are you fucking trolling? Vibes.
Well, I told you that's not the main reason.
Oh my god. Vibes?
But sure. That's what you want to go with.
Dude, this guy voted for a guy who he thinks is a rapist because of vibes.
That's not what I said, but you can take it that way.
That's literally no. You said the reason was because she is a weak leader, and you said that she's a weak leader because of vibes.
Yes, that's why I think she's a weak leader. That's not the only reason in which I didn't vote for her. There's more reasons.
What is the other reason?
Well, I think when it comes to the Supreme Court, that Thomas and Alito might step down soon. I'd prefer a more conservative pick. I think she is an enemy of the Second Amendment. I think she's an enemy of things like
Trump
the
literally.
industry.
Oh my God.
Yes, I know. You're going to go. You're going to go bump stocks, and you're going to go
bums. Yeah, seriously, bump stocks. To push the sunglasses.
Yeah, I know.
That's one. And then two, we can also reference. Dude, are you trolling? That's a big issue. Crypto is one of the biggest issues to you right now. Push the hand art. Crypto.
I don't think you know enough about crypto, so you can laugh.
Crypto is more important than than vote.
Well,
so you'd rather. So you want to vote for someone you think is a rapist because crypto.
Because money, yes, it's money. That's what it comes down to.
Understand massage.
I don't think you understand crypto that well.
This is lack of this is what it is, a lack of empathy. Okay? You believe he's a rapist. And you have a lack of empathy because you care more about money than someone being assaulted?
I care about more I more care about money and my constitutional rights and Harris being antithetical.
Trump wants to terminate the entire Constitution.
No, he doesn't. He's not going to do that. And I believe
he said he wants to terminate all articles in the Constitution. Push the Garland. That's what he said.
And what was the context of that?
But he thinks the election was stolen from him. Push the gold medal. And he still thinks that.
And he has a right to think that.
Okay.
I mean,
he has a right to think that. Isn't that a threat to your Second Amendment rights?
Actually, no. That wouldn't be a threat to the. How would that be a threat to the Second Amendment?
How would that be a threat? All articles in the Constitution includes the Second Amendment.
Actually, it doesn't. The Second Amendment is an amendment, not an article. Just throwing that out there.
You understand that the amendments are a part of that, right?
Yes, but it's not an article. Those are different.
Wait, what are the articles of the Constitution?
There are 7 articles and 27
And what
amendments.
are they?
You got, let's see, you got the legislature, the executive, the judicial, the one that amends the Constitution. And then there's, 5 other ones.
So do you think that the amendments are a part of the articles?
No, they are not, actually. They are not.
No?
No, they aren't, actually. They are not. The articles were adopted in 1789, and the amendments were adopted in 1791 and later. So no, they're actually different. That's why they're called amendments. It's changes.
So, okay. So I have a question, right? What is an article of the Constitution?
What do you mean?
What is an article of the Constitution?
Like, you want to know what Article 1 is? Like, what do you...
Yeah, what's an article of the Constitution? Like, what is it?
It's more or less like the building blocks of how the what the Constitution, how it works, and the foundation of the government.
No, okay, so but what is it? What's an article?
It describes how the government is founded and operates and how it's structured. I don't what your question.
Yeah, by establishing what?
I'm not okay. I don't understand your question then.
What do the articles establish?
The branches of government and how the Constitution is amended. That's Article 1 establishes the legislative branch. That's what it does. Like, and it's so on and so forth. What your question doesn't make sense. If that's not the answer to your question,
dude, he literally said it. You just said it.
It establishes the branches of the government, amongst other things.
And what else did you say it establishes? Shane, thank you for the $5.
Amendments? What do you
amendments?
What are you trying to say? You're not making sense.
So do you think that when he says all of the regulations, right, and articles in the Constitution, do you think that's referencing the amendments?
It probably is, and I said that was a stupid statement. But I also
okay, but like, why are his threats towards the Constitution not legitimate threats?
Well, because more or less Harris has an entire party behind her that I feel would try to pass something like the 2022 assault weapons ban and expand upon that.
So all rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution, does that include, right, the Second Amendment?
Probably. If you want to get technical, it probably does. But you also have to think about it. Whose statement is more legitimate and whose statement is more likely going to be executed?
What do you mean by legitimate? I thought you just said neither of them are likely to be executed. They're both likely to be shot down by the Supreme Court.
No, Harris's would have to pass first for it to be struck down by the Supreme Court.
You said she wanted to do an executive action. An executive action can get shut down by the Supreme Court.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. But I also why would I want to take that chance? And I wouldn't want to take that chance because there's already precedent for bills like this passing, like the National Firearms Act, and the fact it was passed in 1994. So hypothetically, it could stand. But why would I want to take? It's much easier to prevent a bill being passed than it is to have the bill passed and then try to get it ruled unconstitutional. It's easier just to never have the bill passed in the first place.
Yeah, you understand that Trump is going to engage in particular types of policies and legislation and influencing of the public that will lead to that same type of thing. Appreciate the little crown.
What policy is Trump proposing that would
do you not understand? Do you not? So bump stock, right? That's why the Supreme Court had to get it shut down.
Why did the
bump stock ban not one of the largest pieces of gun control legislation in the modern era?
How did Trump ban the bump stocks?
Is the bump stock, right, specifically, is it not one of the most or the largest pieces of gun control legislation in the modern era?
No, actually it isn't.
It isn't. So what do you mean?
It would that would be that one bill that Biden passed. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it also technically no to your question because Congress didn't pass it. And the way that Trump
you don't
banned
think
them
bump stock? You don't think banning bump stocks is a large piece of gun control legislation? Can you tell me the largest piece of gun control legislation passed in the modern era then?
I would think it would be the one that Biden passed. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head.
What was the name? Just one that Biden passed.
Safer Communities Act. That was the one. The Safer Communities Act.
Okay, so you think the Safer Communities Act is a more strict gun control legislation than the bump stock ban?
Yes, and here's why. So the way that bump stocks were banned was actually somewhat intelligent, because if he would have gone to the Congress would have done what the Congress does and messes everything up. And then it could have led to a way in which Democrats could have tried to use the courts to ban other things. But since he bans it through executive action, it makes it easier for a lawsuit. And that's more or less what the Supreme Court said, why it was unlawful, because they said the ATF didn't have that power. So, but if they would have gone through Congress.
So you think it was a good regulation because he set it up in a way in which it was going to get shot down? There's that mustache.
Actually, precisely. I know that doesn't sound like it makes sense, but it actually does make sense. It makes perfect sense when it comes to the law. Because it was going to...
I'm sorry, I'm kicking him. That was just really stupid. Push the meerkat. There would be no reason to set up the law in the first place if you are setting it up in a way in which it is going to be the case that it's going to be shot down. What? Why would you pass a bill so that it would be shut down? That was like the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Okay, why so?
The two main reasons that I voted for Trump is when it comes to Kamala Harris and her policies,
Kamala.
she was Kamala. I apologize, but when it came to her policies, she was very just wishy-washy. Like, for example, 2020, granted, she was the vice president under the Biden-Harris administration, but they were at first against fracking. Then they were at first with a loosened border security. And the reason I know that is because I've lived in a border town near Texas, and you could see just illegal immigrants coming across the border.
How do you know they're undocumented?
How do I know they're undocumented? Because I talked to them. I literally had conversations.
You talked to all the people crossing the border?
I didn't.
You just
talk
said
to
you
all the
saw
people.
them crossing the border. You didn't say that you talked to them.
Okay, well, when I lived in the valley, and
Emily, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Emily. I really appreciate it. Cassidy, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you, Amber. Thank you for the $2. And Anastasia, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you, Anastasia. And
Number
Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $5.
Number two, in
Kristen, thank you for the $10.
when Biden
Thank you.
was elected as president, you saw a lack of respect from other world leaders. For somebody who's going to lead like our country, I would rather the Supreme Leader of China and Putin to have more respect, because, for example, if Trump was in office during 2020, Russia would never send a nuclear submarine to Cuba. They would never try to raise tensions that high. And then if you look at 2 days after Trump got into president, the stock market rose by 1,200 points. It was an all-time high. You already see that Putin and the Supreme Leader of China are giving more respect to Trump, saying, we can't wait to talk about negotiations. We can't wait to have a hopeful peace between the two nations. When in 2020, when Biden was elected and he had a conversation with Putin, Putin literally disrespected him, said, I don't want to talk to you one-on-one again unless you get an earpiece out of your ear. That was something that he said. China, the government of China, had no respect for Biden when they went to have a conversation with them. They just simply mocked him and laughed. And so,
Can you give me the certain circumstance? Because you're just like saying that there was nothing.
Yeah, here, I can pull that up real quick. Give me 1 second. I believe it was...
Mods, please help me out, everyone. They're like spamming the fucking blanks. I'm about to just turn on sub-only chat. Yep, turning on sub-only chat. I'm sorry, everyone. Those people are just annoying.
So, where was it at? It was in 2020.
Okay, I'm gonna add up someone else because taking a minute.
Oh, I mean, okay. But also, if you look at her policies, she was just very wishy-washy. I would rather have a president that at least if she had a policy, even if there were a group of people that disagreed with
Are we just making
her.
a new point? I thought you were looking something up. Okay, so Katie,
Well, no, that
thank
was
you so
already
much.
one of my points that
Yeah,
I had already said, is
Becca,
that she was
prescription.
wishy-washy.
Can I respond to it or no?
Yeah, go ahead. Go
Like,
ahead.
think of description. Yeah. So again, in terms of that, right? You're not really like addressing this in terms of Trump's side. Trump has had 9 years to run for president of the United States, and all he has is concepts of a plan for his healthcare policy. He has no child care policy. He's gone back and forth on abortion. I can send you an AP News article right now of Donald Trump going back and forth on the Florida abortion ban. Here's from AP News. It says Trump says he'll vote to uphold Florida abortion ban after seeming to signal he'd support repeal.
Yeah, but then
Jordan, think of
whenever he had a conversation with his wife, she went on to a news station to talk about it and talk about abortion rights. That's whenever he changed his mind. He was open to the idea. He was never for a national abortion ban.
This is wait, when was that?
This was I can pull that up real quick too. But if you want to say your point, go ahead while I look that up.
Okay. All right, let me add someone else up to help you out. All right. Yo, Claire, thank you for subscription. All right, I'm gonna turn off sub only. If it does the same thing again, I'll turn it back on, everyone. Amber, thank you for subscription. Thank you. Love, thank you for the subscription. Tyler, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Brianna, thank you for subscription. Why are you voting Trump? Or why'd you vote for Trump? Lauren, thank you.
Partly because I think anytime I am Republican leaning, but anytime you have a candidate who just doesn't have enough time to really give all of their policy, really get all their stuff, you can't really get a foundation for that. And the last 4 years have really just not been. I am a father to a new kid. Healthcare bills were far greater than they've been before. Talking with friends, my family who also had kids around the same time, there were far more. My groceries went up. So it was simply more of a factor of I want to have a house and I want to have all these things for my kid to then build on.
Yeah.
And
So did you know that Donald Trump is going to make that more expensive? He wants specifically tariffs, 10 to 20% universal tariffs that are going to cause gas, groceries, right, housing development to be more expensive. So the timber coming into the country, the lumber, what's it called, the metal, everything that you use to build your house, right? That's going to be more expensive.
So what they're going to do, and I agree, at first it will be, because there will be an adjustment period of probably 6 months to a whole year. But then we're going to have to use our own resources. We have tons of trees, tons of coal, tons of oil. We have all of those things that we can then create businesses, create jobs, and that will then lower it. It won't be a year or 2 years. Anyone expecting change in a year to 2 years is stupid. They should. If you expected a year to 2 years,
you understand there's going to be long-term inflation from the tariffs.
I don't think it's
Which will
inflation.
cause prices to go up. Yes, it causes inflation. So if you don't know, what are tariffs? Tell me what a tariff is.
I know what a tariff is. I'm not talking about tariffs. I'm talking about the time it takes.
Can you tell me what a tariff is?
You to go to your own, mining your own resources. Besides,
Hey, Tyler, I'm just asking you, what is a tariff?
It's a tax on imported goods.
Okay, so again, does that tax on imported goods make it more expensive?
For imported goods, but we're not talking about imported goods. We have to use our own resources, which aren't imported. We have trees everywhere. We have
I understand, but that's going to cause prices to go up
for a brief time, probably 6 months.
No, it's not. No, that's actually not true at all, right? I haven't. There's literally estimation specifically within the context of my link tree in my bio, where you can look at what economists project in terms of the effect of what a 10 to 20% universal tariff would be. 60 to 100% on China.
I have one question for you. Have you built a house in the last 5 to 10 years?
No.
Okay. Do you know anyone personally who's built their own house, not using a contractor, but built their own house in the last 5 to 10 years?
Like their hands?
Yeah, using their hands.
No.
That's what people do. And not everyone, but a lot of people do. So my wife's family builds houses, and they've built 4 houses in the last 10 years. They like to move around a little bit. They built a home, 3,000 square feet, same area, same plot of land, same rock. They built it for $100,000 cheaper when Trump was president than any time during Biden and Kamala Harris. Explain that to me.
Yeah, that's because prices went up globally, everywhere around the world: Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So that has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration.
Well, why do you explain $100,000 difference in no labor costs? So it's purely just on raw material.
Push the hand. I just explained it to you, dude.
No, you didn't. You said
I just told you there was global inflation. There was inflation around the entire world related to supply chains that affected by
They
the
didn't
pandemic.
build during COVID, so why hasn't it gone down as much as it should have? Explain that.
Why hasn't it gone down more than it? Wait, say that one more time.
Why has it stayed so drastically high? So, example, they built the home they recently built before the one they are currently building was $100,000 more. This home they're building right now.
Because of the supply chain effects caused by the pandemic. I just told you.
I'm saying, so the Inflation Reduction Act, all of that, why are things still going up?
Inflation Reduction Act is that's a name, right? It's not necessarily like that. That's what deals with inflation. What dealt with inflation was the Federal Reserve.
Everybody knows things are going to get more expensive over time, but why has it gone up $50,000 in a year?
Tyler,
1 year.
Tyler,
I'm talking
Tyler.
about 2024 to 2023 to 2024. Why is it gone up?
Tyler, they shouldn't have gone up 100,000 in 1 year. That's just not what
I can
happened.
show you the labor, not the labor bill. I can show you the material bill.
And 1 year ago was Biden in office.
I'm saying 1 year ago.
Prescription,
That's
thank you
when
so
the
much.
last house, it went $50,000.
Tyler, you know what's so frustrating? You're not listening to me. I want you to listen to what's coming out of my mouth. I'm telling you, it's caused by the pandemic. It's happened around the entire world.
When was the pandemic?
Think of a description. It was 2020 through 2022.
Okay, so in 2023 they built a house, and then in 2024 they built another house. And it was
Yes, you understand that.
$50,000.
You understand inflation, right, is impacted years later.
So you admit there's an adjustment period for when policies get implemented to the lowering of inflation before you can get prices to even go down, correct?
This is for something completely and totally different. Tariffs would be completely and totally different. Push the little crown on the effect from the effect on inflation comparative to just what we would typically see with like a supply chain effect.
So if we made our own goods in our country, if we made all of our own goods in our own country and didn't have to import tariffs, how long do you think it would take for prices to go down?
It would take years. It would take, and they wouldn't go down completely. They would still stay up from what the original prices were.
So
they would diminish over time, but like it would take years for them to diminish over time. But it wouldn't.
That's what I'm saying. So when Trump's doing
Tyler, listen to what's coming out of my mouth. Jesus fucking Christ, this is so frustrating. I push the cap. You're not listening. You're seriously not listening. Listen to what's coming out of my mouth.
To say that we're still going to be using.
There's going to be long-term. There's going to be long-term inflation from this. You know why it currently is not produced here in the United States right now? Because it costs more to produce it currently in the United States. So that means the prices. Listen, that means the prices are going to be higher long run because again, they cannot be produced in the United States for that level and that price.
If we establish businesses that do those things and then we support them through lower taxes on that specific business for doing that service.
Now you're talking about incentivizing domestic production not through tariffs, but rather through tax credits.
But you use the tariffs to incentivize say, hey, businesses that start will give you these tax credits because we don't want to import because these tariffs are high. We want to have these things
just
domestically. Correct? The point of a tariff is to build businesses in domestic businesses with domestic production.
I get that. And the only way you can do that is by increasing the prices for other goods coming into the country, which hurts American consumers. It's going to decrease. Can I please finish?
It will hurt for a little bit of time.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay, so again, tariffs will hurt us, right, in terms of this, and it will be long-term for Standard. It's not going to just all go away. You have no clue what you're talking about. I just explained it to you like 3 or 4 times, and I'm going to explain to you one more time. If I have to do it one more time, I'm kicking you from my stream because you're useless as fuck in this conversation because I've explained to you the same thing like 4 or 5 times. Push the fruit, friends. Like, Jesus Christ, you're not arguing in good faith if I have to explain the same thing to you 5 times for you to say the same argument over and over again. Okay? Right, it's ridiculous. The prices are going to be higher long run because right now they're not being produced in the United States because they're not as cheap as other goods. Push the description. Thank you so much. That's why. So we can't produce it here for cheaper than what they're currently produced or for as cheap as what they're currently produced. Else we would be doing that. Okay, that's how the market works. So this idea that like the taxes are just going to, or not the taxes, the tariffs are just going to lead to it not having long-term increased prices is ridiculous. And that it's only going to increase domestic production is ridiculous per description. It's going to devalue the U.S. dollar. Other countries are going to be less likely to engage in trade with us, which decreases demand for the dollar. It's going to decrease export jobs because other countries will place tariffs on us, which will cause us to have less imported goods or exported goods into other countries, right? And it will decrease the size of the economy. Did you hear anything I just said?
I heard everything you said.
Okay.
And one thing I will say is, hey, dude, like we're having a history. I'm sorry I wasn't listening to you fully, but there ain't no ever reason to snap on someone like that. Okay.
Do you need a Kleenex?
Parker, did you go up in Colorado by chance?
Thank you so much. No. Iowa.
It was you. You were in Iowa. Which one of you and Harry and I forget the other guy's name grew up in Colorado?
Dean.
It was Dean. Okay. Sorry, that was just something I had seen something about that and I wanted to clarify that. But also, you need to seriously find Jesus, because that is snapping on people like that, bro. You ain't gonna ever get.
You're not engaging with what I'm saying. You're not engaging in good faith. That's why. What annoys me, I talk to people. I talk to people genuinely every single day. Right? You are engaging in bad faith for Standard, and I can identify that because I'm not stupid. Okay? Stop telling me to turn to Jesus and give me a response to what I just said. Where's the subscription? Did you actually listen to what I said?
Yes, I heard.
What were the reasons why I said tariffs are bad?
I heard your reason you
Tell
said
me.
tariffs are bad because they were going to increase long term. It's going to be inflation over long term, and it takes years and years and years for that. And then tariffs on other countries that import our goods. I completely understand that.
Is that it?
You're saying.
Is that all you got?
All I have, bro. We can go on and on about all.
No,
the
I
things.
told you multiple other things. What else did I tell you?
You have, Parker. You just want to argue to look it on your stream.
Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? You're not engaging with what I'm saying. Okay, Tyler? So listen to what I'm saying. It would devalue the US dollar because it decreases demand on the US dollar because other countries are less likely to engage in trade with us. Push description, thank you so much. It causes prices to go up for American consumers. It decreases export jobs, right? Because it is the case that other countries will place tariffs on us as retaliatory, right? And then also, I push the ICU, thank you so much. It will decrease the size of the economy overall. Okay, did you hear that this time? Tyler, you're not in the app currently. Hello, Tyler? He left.
Okay, so just back to the thing. So Time wrote about the article, but she did an interview on Fox on Sunday Morning Futures. It aired on October 6th. And basically, she stated her point on how she is pro-choice and that she had a conversation with Trump. One of the quotes that she says is, "It is imperative to guarantee the women have autonomy."
You said October? Yeah, I'm talking.
October 6th.
Yeah. The specific article I'm referencing is from August 30th. So that's earlier.
What article?
Yeah, I told you. So the title is Trump says he'll vote to uphold Florida abortion ban after seeming to signal he'd support repeal.
Oh, you're talking
Dylan.
about the 6-week abortion ban?
Yeah. He was going back and forth on that, remember? And then Dylan, did you vote Trump?
I did not. I have just a question for you on the economy that I think only you guys could answer. I've been trying to look it up.
Go ahead.
So this is kind of probably a complex question, but what are the realistic effects of something like a $15 trillion increase in the U.S. national deficit? Like what are the realistic effects that we would see from something like that?
Thank you for all the subscriptions, everyone. Thank you. So yeah, in terms of that, we could see like larger levels of federal deficits because of the increase in interest payments that we would have. In terms of a national debt, we could see specifically like if we put too much money into the economy in a short period of time, we could see small levels of inflation. That would mainly be like the biggest issues.
Gotcha.
Mainly is the lagging indicator of the interest.
For sure. Yeah. I just saw some video saying that like we could see like potentially 20% interest on mortgages, like runaway inflation, things like that. And I've done some Googling and stuff and just kind of gotten vague answers. So I was just kind of,
I wouldn't see 20% interest rates. So in terms of, that would only be if there's high levels of inflation. So in terms of the interest rates, I would say that like the biggest issue is the interest rate, or is the interest, not the interest rate. Interest rate's obviously very important, but we have a pretty low interest rate on our debt.
Gotcha. And then I have heard also some people say that like interest on our deficit is part of what's kind of hurting us right now as well, just in terms of the economy overall.
Interest on our debt. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying is the issue. Because it drains how much we can use for other types of social programs.
Just
okay,
real
gotcha.
quick, with what you were saying, I'm looking at the one that CBS News posted, and it literally states that Trump had said you need more time than 6 weeks. I've disagreed with that right from the early primaries. He said that 6 weeks is too short. He has previously indicated that he might.
And then he says he'll vote to uphold the Florida abortion ban.
Yeah, he did say he'd vote to uphold it, but then he denied it, saying there needs to, then he added on saying there needs to be more time. I'm going to be voting that we need more.
Yeah,
than
so he's
6
going
weeks.
back and forth, dude.
Not necessarily.
Dude,
because
the title is literally saying he's going back and forth. Trump says he'll vote to uphold Florida abortion ban after seeming to signal he'd support repeal.
But then if you okay, I can understand that point. But if you look at like what he's been saying since then, he has been against a national abortion ban. The only reason that he wanted to overturn Roe v. Wade is because he just wanted less federal government power when it comes to people's rights.
That's
He wanted to
just
put it in the
ridiculous.
states.
That's not true.
Why
He wants to
why do you say
restrict
that?
women's access to abortion. In certain states, it's going to restrict access to abortion in circumstances where he said there should be exceptions. He's just trying to restrict people's access to abortion. That's a ridiculous statement.
Now, since there are 50 states in America,
Hunter, did you vote for Trump?
Who's to say that you can't go to another state? Because, like, for example, Greg Abbott in Texas
it's
said,
incredibly ridiculous for you to assume people should have to do that. Push the cap. The average American cannot afford a random $400 expense. They're living paycheck to paycheck. You think that they can do multiple days off of work or a day off of work to go to a different state to be able to stay there in a hotel just to get access to an abortion that's going to cost them the entirety that they would need? That's going to bankrupt them?
okay, so I am pro-choice, and I've had a similar situation happen, and it was a same-day type of thing.
He did. I can play it if you want to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead and play it, actually.
I got you.
If you don't mind.
Yeah. I got you right now. In the meantime, everyone tap the screens, get to 1 million likes. I'll probably be on for another 20, 30 minutes.
And I'm not gonna lie to you. I actually didn't vote. I've never registered to vote. I can't even lie to you.
You didn't vote?
No, I don't really see what's the point. But hey,
I think
so
you
I
should.
guess
I think you should vote. I'm gonna play this for you, but I'm glad that you didn't vote for Trump. I'm happy you didn't vote for Trump. That's actually a really good thing, Cody.
I didn't vote for neither one of them.
Okay, but you should vote for Harris, right? But because she's got better policy. But listen to this.
Tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on. The question is, how can it not be construed? No, I mean that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's owner of the pageant. It's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right. I want to make sure that like everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, but what did he do bad? He just answered. He literally asked if everybody was okay and see how they was doing. He didn't rape him or anything. He left. So what did he do wrong? I want to know. What did he do wrong?
He walked in there without their consent. Do you want to hear a victim?
Okay, and how long ago did this happen?
I want you to listen.
So, Mason, be quiet. Oh my God, thank you so much, Alex. Oh my God. Thank you, man. Oh my gosh. Thank you
Matt,
so
you
much.
just pulled the dean.
I did. Well, hey, $200. I'm gonna silence anybody. So,
Matt just sounded like Dean, bro. It was so
thank you
funny.
so much. I really appreciate you so much, Alex.
Yeah, W for
Alex.
Alex. W for Alex.
Yeah, I did do it, Dean, didn't I? Oops. I'm learning from Dean.
It's so funny. Think of that.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. All right, Mason, you can talk again, but thank you, Alex, so much.
No, I said that clip is horrible if it wasn't taken out of context. But I'm sure you've done some dumb shit too. So, I mean,
do you mean?
one clip wouldn't be the reason.
I haven't done shit like that. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean I've done some dumb shit? What?
Well, I mean, I'm saying that clip, even if I would have known, it wouldn't have been enough to make me vote for Kamala instead of Trump.
Why not? Kamala, and it's Kamala.
Because you're voting for a president to lead the United States for 4 years.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $5. Elizabeth said that tell Mason he is making me even more a lesbian.
Who said that?
Alicia, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Alicia.
Elizabeth said
Love
that.
you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alicia. I really appreciate
You're welcome, Elizabeth.
Molly, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Molly. All right, what do you got, Mason? Say it again.
No, I just said she's welcome.
She's what?
She's welcome.
I don't know what that means, but
Well, she was thanking me, so she's doing the polite thing.
Okay. All right. Maya, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Kenzie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. He's also making you more lesbian? Okay, that's what Kenzie said.
She's welcome too.
Welcome. Well,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Well, Mason, I mean, maybe you should take that as a hint. Be like, maybe what I'm doing right now is probably not very great, right? Just like a question a little bit.
Okay.
No questioning? Brent, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. On behalf of Mason, thank you so much.
on behalf
There's the Maple Leafs. Thank you so much. Thank you for the November.
Abby, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
No, you didn't.
Abby, I would say that, but I think I would get banana.
Ava, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Shanda. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Shonda, thank you so much. You said, hey, ask Mason if he would have voted for Kamala if she walked into a men's locker room and bragged about it. Ava, think of the $5. Thank you so
I
much.
wouldn't vote for her regardless. The fuck.
Ava said, I'm not lesbian, but I wouldn't touch this man with a 10-foot pole.
Wouldn't touch her liberal ass either.
I think it's Sylvia for the $5. I find it so funny. Most young women are liberal by nature, and you're just telling on yourself. You wonder why you guys aren't getting laid and everything anymore. Like,
yeah, no, I mean, totally.
People always wonder, like I hear young men all the time thinking, man, why can't
Victoria, thank you so much for the $5. She said he's making me wish.
I know girls personally voted for Kamala and voted for Trump.
What? You can't vote
Not
for
at the
both.
same time, obviously.
No, I'm saying different people. I know people that voted for Kamala and for Trump.
Kamala. Can you say Kamala, please?
I said most, not all. Obviously, not all young women.
Okay, so what's your point by that? The fuck?
I said, if you run into a young woman, they are more likely than not a liberal person. And I'm saying men especially, wondering why they can't get girlfriends and why no one wants to date them. And
Emily said, tell Mason he can just say he didn't vote for Kamala because she's a woman.
No,
Taylor,
that's actually
the $3.
not why.
Thank you.
I think Nikki Haley would have been a pretty decent candidate.
Did you vote for her in the primary?
I didn't. I wasn't registered in the primary.
Why not?
Because I just didn't get around to registering it.
Would you have voted for Nikki Haley over Donald Trump? Maggie, thank you for the $5.
Just because I like Trump, but if Trump wasn't the candidate, I definitely would have placed a vote on her.
Let's just think about it this way. He literally said that you think it's bad for people to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because they quote unquote own the place, but someone who has similar policy to Trump, you wouldn't even accept. That's crazy. Katie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Tiffany, thank you so much for the $1. Jenna, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. And John, thank you so much for the $1. You just said you wouldn't vote for her over him.
Yeah, not over Trump, but if Trump wasn't in the race, I definitely would have. I think Hillary would have been a better candidate than Kamala.
Kamala.
However you say your name, bro.
Nevaeh, thank you so much for the $1. Oh, God.
Your name is.
I have a question. Are you pro-life, Mason?
I'm actually pro-choice, and I voted on that.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You're pro-choice, but women's rights isn't a big enough issue for you. Push the turkey face.
No, like I said, I voted Trump, but I can still be pro-choice, and I did vote on a pro-choice amendment in my state.
What state you in?
Florida.
Well, it failed anyway because you have a fucking dumbass governor.
Yeah, I mean, I still voted for it, so
I know. I mean,
I'd say I do support.
Yeah, but it's not a big enough of an issue for this election that you'd vote for Kamala Harris. Seb, think of the $5.
Okay, so I don't know if you're aware on the amendment. Trump wants to put abortion in the choice of every state. So in my state, I was actually pro-choice, and I voted on that.
So he says, but the people that he wants to put in cabinet places, they have different plans.
Okay, and whose plan do you think is going to pass as president?
Cabinet officials have say over the rules and regulations. So if he puts somebody in and the pro-life movement is pushing heavy that they don't pass a national abortion ban, but that they get rid of certain regulations that would effectively ban it, such as the number one way that women get abortions nowadays is through the pill, and they can take away that by simply revoking FDA access. That would effectively ban it nationwide. So yes, there are ways to do it. They could do it.
Kenzie, think of the dollar.
Via the Comstock Act. There are many ways to do it.
Yeah, I personally don't think that's going to get passed.
I said nothing of passing. I said all they got to do is make a rule.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen though.
Well,
I hope
you
it
cannot
doesn't.
think it, but it's absolutely being talked about. So you can think whatever you want, but these are the people who he's actively courting.
Yeah, also, Trump never discussed who his cabinet members were going to be pre-election. He just now today spoke about it for the first time.
He did pre-election. He said he wanted RFK to possibly be in there.
And did he? No, he's not.
Yes, he did. He said he wanted him to be in the FDA or the HSS.
And is he? Is he?
Well, he's not in power yet. He can't put him in power yet before he's president.
Well, he discussed more people today, so.
Yes, he just appointed Susie Wiles as his chief of staff. Yeah. But she's not chief of staff. He just named her as the a person who will be that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is he hasn't obviously appointed anyone yet, so you can't really make that argument.
He's making the decisions. This is not that hard to understand. Bruh.
Thomas said he would give me $90 to kick the guy.
Hey, okay. Hey.
And Jade, think of the dollar. You know,
Thanks for everybody who
I have
gifted.
to get off anyway, but I love y'all so much. I am going to be getting off. I love y'all.
Thank you to
I will
everybody
be
who
on
gifted.
tomorrow, every.
You're gonna do this.
Happened, Rosie. I appreciate the Rosie. Thank you so much, Jess. Gonna do like non-political stuff right away, but then because he won, it's kind of like got me to a position where like I want to do this. While I mean, there's gonna be more people involved in the conversation, so I can change more people.
Well, my only thought is
so like I'm gonna within the week. I'm gonna transition.
Yeah, I think that's good. My only problem is I think that it's going to dry up eventually because it's
that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Yeah,
Once it dries up, I'm gonna transition because I'm getting people while they're here, right? While they're involved in the political time, so I can change as many people while I can now.
Yeah, I agree. I think definitely doing lives on this would be good. I just don't know when will be the good time to actually be able to move and transition, because at some point it just becomes very like the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, no, I agree.
You know what I mean? And so
Jennifer, think of the $5.
yeah, so that's my only problem. I'm gonna go live, I think, not to debate, just to talk. Unfortunately, as I said, I think Harris and Biden, by extension, just faced a lot of headwinds that we didn't think a lot of people would focus on. But if past was prologue, every single country that has had a major election, the incumbent party has lost. Like every single one.
Yeah,
like
I saw
England,
that. It's all economy
France,
election.
New Zealand, all of them. Like every single one.
Yeah.
And
I think we need to do better
Netherlands.
on educating people that the economy is actually doing good right now for a post-pandemic economy. It's actually
Oh yeah, we are doing the best out of all of them.
and it's crazy that people like can't acknowledge that because people are louder and more wrong, and they'll hear whoever's louder. It's just,
Yeah,
it's
I agree.
crazy.
I agree.
I also have just one more point that I don't hear literally anybody talking about is how they're putting Bibles in schools and they're putting the 10 Commandments in classrooms. Like I thought that this was just propositions, but
Oh,
they're
yeah.
already like
The biggest state doing this is
Oklahoma.
I think Oklahoma is the state that's really pushing it.
Yeah.
But
and Texas is actually starting to draft things on it too.
Oh, in Texas? Okay. The one in Oklahoma is kind of iffy because the Secretary of Education there, his name's Ryan something. He's getting pretty heavy pushback, like
which is great.
even from Republicans, because he is going like even too far for them. So I think this is an issue, but I think they as they often do, they will likely go too far, and it will likely cause like a backlash, and it will be challenged in courts. And I hope that even though this court,
the Supremes,
yeah, I mean, I hope this court is not crazy enough to allow that, but I just don't know. Like I just don't know really. But I would say though, we can flip it on them. If they allow Bibles in school, then I think we should have daily Bible readings, and let's read about the slaughter and the sex and all that kind of. No, I want to read to the children the a great Song of Songs where it talks about a man who loves his wife's bosom and wants to like do
really I didn't
unholy
know about
things.
this.
Oh yeah,
I grew up very religious too. I never heard of that.
A Song of Songs is a great erotic poem, basically. Like let's just read that to all the kids. Why? Because it's in the Bible, so let's just read it.
My fear is that they just won't do it because of the people in these states. A lot of teachers do want to teach them. I've had teachers in my school, in middle school, who have heavily implied very religious topics, history teachers, which just baffles me. But even if we do push back and say this doesn't go through, what scares me, and in another few years, people will begin to actually, just like how we didn't think Roe v. Wade would ever actually be overturned a decade ago. I feel like it will gain traction if they decide to run on that. Like, I don't know. It's a lot of things could happen, and it's genuinely scary. That's all.
Yep, I understand. Well, thanks for coming up. I really appreciate it.
Nice job.
Bye-bye. Take care. All right, Big Leaner, you had a question about Furby, so let me bring you up. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
What's good? I'm 18.
Cool. You had a question about 4B.
Yeah.
Yes, what about it?
Can you just like explain it to me? It's like I got a lot of misinformation going.
Sure. It originated in South Korea by women in South Korea. Basically, it stands for, so in Korean, the word no starts with a B, so it has a B sound to it. But basically, you could think about it as like the 4 no's. So it means a woman will not date a man, will not have sex with a man, will not have any children with a man, and will not something else with a man. But there are 4. Oh yeah, no, men, marriage, children, and then there's something else.
So,
but I don't remember what that last one is. Marry.
Is it like all men?
Yes, all men.
So, here's my question: if the Democratic women stop sleeping with guys, won't just like the Republican women still sleep with the dudes? Like, and then there's
yes,
more
but the problem is
Republicans?
that there's not enough Republican women out there who sleep with all the men.
But there is quite a few.
But not enough to sleep with all the men. Or I would say what will happen is that liberal women will date and marry and have sex with liberal men, but the men that hold views like Trump and all that, they'll be the loser, because Republican women will date men, but they will only date men who are above or at their socioeconomic stance. Republican women value that kind of thing, whereas liberal women value like your personality, your thoughts, what your values are, all that kind of stuff. And that's why people like me, I have a girlfriend, and people always come to my life and they wonder why, if I'm single, it's because I'm a liberal man. And so most women are liberal, and so they're more likely to like date men like me. But there's tons of men that I hear about all the time.
It always is?
Huh? Say again?
Don't people just always usually get with the people that their views align with?
More so nowadays. Back then, no. Back then, no. Back then, no.
I understand what's going to achieve more than just like a divide.
Because women are saying that men, the purpose of the 4B movement is that men have become so anti-woman, especially in like South Korea, where sexual assault is at an all-time high, patriarchy is at an all-time high, misogyny is rampant. All of those things, as the women are saying, I'm going to deny to you what you desire from me, which is marriage, sex, dating, children. I'm going to deny that to you. And women here are saying, okay, men, if you want to follow like young men, you want to follow people like Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, the Anelko brothers, people like that, then you will not have what I can offer you, which is dating, marriage, sex, and children. And I think it's a good idea because I think these men need to learn. I think you need to learn that you are not entitled to women's bodies. You are not entitled to their attention. And if you want to get their attention, then you better have values. You better have values that match what they're looking for. And too many men nowadays think that they're entitled to women's bodies and that they should just get it because they're man when simply that is simply not the case. And I think they need to be taught a lesson.
And you think that's actually going to work? Like, well,
I don't know. Do you think if every woman that you meet says, I'm not going to date you, I'm not going to marry you, I'm not going to have sex with you, you think after a time you might realize that maybe the problem is you?
I generally don't have that problem, but
okay, well that's good. I congrats. Millions of men do, and it's usually because millions of men don't want to go out and actually better their lives. They have very misogynistic views. They think that they are deserving.
What do you
of
consider
women's bodies.
better your lives?
Find a job, work hard, do that things. The amount of young men that I know that basically want to play video games all day and not actually get a career is mind-boggling. They have a distaste for reading, for knowledge. They have no drive in them.
But the percentage of like men that work really hard, like blue collar and stuff, they're like usually Republican. So like, wouldn't the women still want them?
No, because they don't have the values. Just because you're blue collar doesn't mean that you're a Republican. I know plenty of blue collar people that
I know. I'm just saying generally
that respect women, that are pro-choice, that
but you can
that
still respect women as a Republican.
I agree, but the problem is that nowadays, if you're somebody who does not respect if you're a man who does not respect women, you're probably on the right. Right? Like if I had to guess, like if you told me that like you don't really like women or you don't really like this stuff, I would say that I can probably guess you have right-wing tendencies.
I do quite a bit so.
What?
Right-wing tendencies? Well, I think abortion's murder. That's a big one.
Congrats. Do you talk to the women that like you like go out with? Are you talking about that like with them? Are you saying, "Oh, by the way, I have very right-wing tendencies, and I think abortion is murder"?
If they ask me, I'm not.
Yeah, see, you're not bringing it up, are you? You're not. I wonder why you're not bringing it up.
I don't bring up politics in general with women. It's not really the move.
Well, okay. Many women like talking about politics, and many women nowadays, when they want to talk to you, they and you'll find this out as you get older because you're only 18. But once you get into your 20s, women will start to care about that shit. So yes, you will find that out very quickly.
Thank you.
Because eventually you won't be just 18 and you'll have to actually show something for your life, and women will ask you, what's your values? What's this and that? You know, they won't just care about your looks.
You don't think you can disagree with your values and still have like a productive relationship?
No, you can, but it's rare. It's very rare nowadays. Nowadays, it's more so. Back then, it wasn't as rare, but it is nowadays because women have become more open and more free to be able to speak their mind. Back then, that wasn't the case. Back then, my grandmother couldn't speak her mind. She was a homemaker. She didn't speak her mind. She didn't ask questions. She just followed the man. Not anymore. Nowadays, they can have their own opinions. They can have their own thoughts, and they're allowed to think and believe differently from you. And if they feel that your thoughts are so antithetical to who I am, then why the fuck would they want to marry you? Because they are having their own life.
Just because you're a Republican doesn't mean you hate women.
I didn't say that. I said if you hate women, you're more likely to be a Republican. It is very hard to find anti-woman Democrats.
Isn't that a very big assumption?
No, that is a big correlation. That's not an assumption. I guarantee you that the correlation is probably 90%. That if you have somebody who is
saying 90. Wait. Sorry.
Yeah, you have
you're saying 90%. Yes,
yeah,
but you're saying 90% of Republicans?
No, that's not how correlations work. I said correlation is 90%. 0.9, 90%. Correlations run from 0 or run from -1 to 1. I'm saying
I see
0.9,
what you're saying. I see what you're
90%,
saying.
or like 0.9, which is a very strong correlation. That correlation, that if I know your views on women, I can predict what party you belong to. And if you told me that you are anti-woman or that you hold anti-woman ideas, I can predict with strong confidence that you are also on the right. That is, and by the way, this statement is not like radical, by the way. This has been known for decades.
I'm just asking questions.
No, I know. I'm just saying this is not like.
I just feel like it's just gonna like create more of a divide, and there's just gonna be less respect.
Women don't
both
care.
sides.
Women don't care because they
don't care about respect.
No, because men have not been respecting them. Why the fuck would they care about men's feelings when you don't care about their feelings? See, you see out the two-way street here? You can't just have men saying, I want, and then not give a shit about what the women think. The women are saying, you're taking away our rights, you're causing our lives to be worse,
What
but
rights
then you expect...
What rights are they taking away?
They literally took away the right to an abortion
That's
on the federal
literally-
level. That was literally taken away from them.
And also, if they're taking abortion away in certain states, why couldn't they just travel and get an abortion in a different way?
Do you have money to travel over to a state that is literally 300, 400, 500 miles away and then pay for that abortion? Do you know most people don't even have like $200 in the bank account? Do you think people can really afford to travel and pay for gas and then pay for the abortion on top of that?
If they think it's that big of a deal, yeah, they could.
See, that right there. No, see, Big Lino, that right there. You just said, if they think,
You can call me that.
I think women's health care is a big deal. You just said if they think that it's a big deal, right? You're dismissing their
Well,
concerns. You're not treating it as if it's a big concern.
I think abortion's murder, so I really
Which is
don't
one of the
think
reasons
it's that.
why I guarantee you that in 2 or 3 years, whenever a woman says, "Oh, maybe I'm going to consider dating this guy," I might want to find out what his abortion policy is, and then they hear it, they're like, maybe I don't want to date this guy.
I promise I'm not gonna struggle.
That 18-year-old confidence you have is going to be hitting a big brick wall pretty soon.
No.
Sorry to break it to
No.
you. I deal with a lot of 18, 19, 20-year-old men at the university that I work at, and they all think that they're big and they're macho and they'll be able to get with the women. But I guarantee you that as soon as you get into your 20s and women start to care about other things other than your looks, they will care. They will care. You need to grow up a little bit, man.
Dude,
Sorry, but you do.
I care about more than my looks. I don't.
I didn't say
disrespect
you
women.
didn't. I said you think that women might look at you and
just
think,
said
"Oh,
that.
he's a good-looking guy," and that's all they care about. I'm
Or
telling
he's
you now
or
that's
he's
not
a
the
nice guy, or he works hard.
Women
They
don't
could
just care that you're nice or that you work hard. It's a plethora of sets. You're probably out there getting laid probably because you're good looking, and congratulations, I'm proud of you. But when you actually start wanting to actually settle down, and a woman has to think about whether or not this is a man that I want to spend the rest of my life with, I guarantee you these conversations will come up, and they should come up.
I doubt that, but thanks for answering the questions, dog.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. He doubts it, but I mean, he's only 18. I'm sorry. I don't mean to like talk bad about young people, but I'm sorry. But like when you're 18, you really have to like understand that like you, people know more than you. Like, I'm sorry, but like that's the question. Hey, Connor, how old are you?
Hey, brother, I'm 26. Are you able to hear me?
Nice. Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, I'm actually a big time Democrat. Are you looking for debates or what?
Neither. I'm just looking to talk. I don't know.
Yeah. I just got a question for you about how the Democrats can actually get these young men to vote left. Well, I mean, like, we don't have like a Joe Rogan, a Charlie Kirk, all those podcasts that.
We need one. I don't know where it's going to be, but like we need one.
And to your point about the last guy, Trump got 70% of the white male vote. So there's your Republican-leaning hatred towards women.
He only got 38% of young single women. So I wonder what that tells you.
Disproving your point. Yeah, I mean, that's my only question was just how do we?
I mean, Hassan's good, but see, I like Hassan, but even Hassan is not Joe Rogan level. Like that's the problem,
sure. Yeah,
and I wish he kind of was, but we need somebody like Joe Rogan who has sway over people. Joe Rogan literally has sway over people in ways that I can't fathom. Like I just can't fathom it, right? Like I don't know why people take like my opinion. People shouldn't take my opinion as gospel. I'm
I'm just a guy, right? I'm just a dude. Like Joe Rogan is just a dude. Like, and but we live in a world where people take these opinions seriously, and so I want to make sure that people are saying the right opinion or what I think the right opinion. And so we need somebody like Joe Rogan who can spout not a misinformation and actually say things that are on our side. And I just wish that we could find somebody like that, but it's going to be very difficult because social media sphere is so controlled by right wingers. Like it just is. It's going to be so difficult to break through. It's like what it was in the 90s with like talk radio. It was so Republican, it was so conservative, right? And then that died out and they all moved to like podcasts and like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, for sure, man. I was just saying that Kamala's team was knocking on $2,000 per minute in Pennsylvania.
And they still lost by like 180,000.
And it proved to be nothing. So, I mean.
Yeah, it's because, I think, I don't know if that number was correct even. Like they say it was, but I don't know if that was bluster or not. Because I can't imagine how you can be knocking on so many doors and yet you lose that many votes. You know what I mean? Like, unless you're knocking on doors and people are just like slamming them shut or something. I just don't know. Yeah. But it's just, it's very disappointing. But I think she probably, no matter who was up, they probably would have lost no matter what, because of the fact that every incumbent has lost everywhere and people are just sick of the current state of things, and it doesn't matter. Like if Trump was in the White House right now, he would get kicked out too. Like for sure, like he just would have. So all I can do right now is just hold steady and trying to make sure that we don't go fucking flying over the edge into the abyss, because of Trump and JD Vance and his other cronies. And if that's the case, then we'll come out okay. But if it starts looking like it's kind of looking like, it's going to be a busy 4 years, because we're going to be suing and we're going to be protesting and we're going to be doing all the things that we need to do whenever, shit like totally hits the fan. So that's just my opinion.
Absolutely, brother. I was just, the most disheartening part for me is how the disinformation and conspiracy theories actually won out in the end.
They did. I mean, the fact that somebody could hear that Haitians were eating cats and dogs. Yep. And then literally go on and vote as if, that's just nothing. It blows my mind. I fear for those people, because I guarantee you next year, mark my words, those Haitians will be deported. And and it will be the saddest thing, because not only will the Haitians suffer, but the town in Ohio that had those Haitians will also suffer.
Well, it's gonna sink our economy, bro. I mean,
I know. I fully agree. Like, people don't understand how, like, even if you're against migration in general, the amount of work and effort that they put into the economy in terms of like farmland and construction, right? I mean, look at Florida. Ron DeSantis did that, and like Florida prices for like fruit skyrocketed because they had nobody to work the fucking jobs.
You're right, man. I live in California, and who's going to pick the strawberries?
Yeah, who's going to pick the strawberries? Who's going to pick the oranges? Who's going to actually be out doing the field work? Who's going to be building your houses? We have a housing shortage. Who's going to build the houses?
Absolutely.
Like, see, that's what I don't understand. People think that these migrants are just coming in and they're just sitting in their basement eating Doritos and watching TV while they're getting like government checks. When no, what they're doing is they're outside building homes, picking our fruit, and making our vegetables and doing all the things that we need them to do, and we want to kick them out.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Like,
I'll let somebody else get up here, but I do have one more question.
Oh, sure, go ahead. Sure.
Who do you think would be a good 2028 candidate that like somebody who could like change the party?
I literally had this conversation already, and I had no answer for it, because I guarantee what's going to happen, and this is going to suck, something terrible. I guarantee this will happen. We're going to pick a white male, like a straight white man. That's what's going to happen. And it's going to be something like that. And I have no I wish if he was 10 years younger, Bernie Sanders, because Bernie has the right amount of populism, and he is basically Trump, but on the left. That's what he is. He's Trump, but the left. He's Trump without the baggage. You know what I mean? And so, and that's what I like about Bernie. Bernie can speak like Trump, but he's so much better than Trump. You know what I mean? That's what the difference is. But honestly, I don't know, and I mean that honestly because everybody who they say to me, I go, no, that's not possible. Someone in the comments, I just said, Josh Shapiro, sorry, he's Jewish. Like it's not happening. Like like as much as I have nothing against that, it's not going to happen. Like it just won't happen.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, bro, I appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a struggle. I mean, all I know likely is that it's going to be a white man. that's all I know. So,
yeah, and I just want to let all the girls in here, all the women in here know that all men do not hate you. There are good men out there, and just keep fighting, and we got your back.
Yep, I agree. Well, thanks so much, Connor. You have a good time.
All right, bro. Thank you.
Yep. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
You too. Thank you.
All right, everybody. What time is it? Oh my gosh, 3 a.m. I'm gonna get one more person, then I'm just gonna chill because I've been talking a lot. My voice is about ready to go out. Somebody said that they had a question. Thomas wanted one. Anybody else? I'm inviting Thomas. Somebody else said sorry, it's going by. Hey, what's up, Thomas? What's on your mind?
Hey, man. How you doing?
I'm pretty good.
So, I was kind of wondering, like, when is a good time to be, like, critical of the Democratic Party based on, like...
Oh, you can be critical now. I don't care.
That's kind of... That's kind of what I was thinking.
They like totally fucked us over. So I mean, you can talk about them like right now. I don't give a shit.
So I feel like a really good thing to run on right now is really pushing on like universal healthcare and like universal public tuition. And I feel like we didn't press that enough in this campaign specifically. I feel like we hyper focused on social issues. Obviously, like abortion rights are a super important issue to focus on. But I feel like a lot of, independent voters would have swayed based on these quote unquote economic issues.
I agree. I think, as I said, that's why I think Bernie would have won, because I think people would have honestly gone for like Bernie style of politics, because he is basically Trump, meaning like in the populist frame, he's basically Trump just without all the baggage and all the crazy shit. So that's exactly who I think. I think Democrats need to get back to the economic argument. They need to stop focusing so much on the social issues, as much as they are great. And I say this with tremendous trepidation, but it's true. The less we focus and talk about social issues and focus on the class issues, the Republicans then can attack us as being always talking about race and trans issues and everything, right? It's because they're the ones bringing it up. They're the ones talking about it. But when we talk about class and about economics, we win. That's when we win. It's when we talk about economics. That's when we win. That's what we need to do.
You have no idea how much that means to hear, especially considering like what's going on right now.
I agree. I'm right there with you. As I said, we do not need to sacrifice our values, meaning that we need to, turn over trans rights and women's rights and LGBT rights and all these other rights, right? We don't need to give them away. All we have to do is focus on the things that matter to everybody while also having those values, which means you focus on class issues, the issues of the overall economy, and people will follow you with those other issues. Like that's how it works. Like, let the Republicans bitch and moan about these social issues, because then they lose, because they sound insane.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the thing. When the Republicans talk about these issues, they sound fucking insane, because they're arguing about trans rights. When I'm saying, no, I want to talk about healthcare. I want to talk about how you can put food on your table. I don't want to talk about the non-existent cases of men going into women's bathrooms.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. One more thing, and I'll be out.
Yes, sir.
How can we protect our women during a time like this?
Say it again, sorry.
How can we protect our women in a time like this?
Oh, well, you can, and I mean this TikTok, I mean this metaphorically. Fight like hell. Go out to rallies, protest, donate. This is all going to be in the courts. That's what that's where the fight is going to be. Okay, so fight. I mean, as Killer said, listen, let them talk, like listen to don't be like the other guy, listen to what they're saying, hear what their problems are, understand their concerns, and then you go out with them and you protest and you fight and you be with them in ways that will actually make a difference. I don't think women are expecting men to be perfect. I don't think that. They just want us to be with them, in ways that we can then stand with them as they're fighting these hard battles. And that means that we can use our influence for that. And this is going to be fought within the courts. That's where this is going to be at. So if you have money, and I'm not saying that you should do this. If you have money, donate to organizations that are fighting this in the courts.
Okay? Like who?
Like the ACLU.
ACLU.
The
okay.
ACLU, or look up any immigrant. Certain groups focus on certain things. Some focus only on the rights of women. Some focus on trans rights. Some focus on black rights. Right? I mean, all these. But the ACLU is the largest, and they will literally be suing the Trump administration here to fucking kingdom come, right? And that costs a lot of money.
Yeah, so fund them to make sure they can protect themselves.
Yeah, so we need to make sure that we are supporting these groups. Hold on, my girlfriend just texted something. Is it big answer? Oh yes, and this is also important. Hold other men accountable. When you hear your buddies, when you hear men in your life say stupid shit or do stupid shit, call them out for it.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
That's the thing. That's the thing that you have to do is you have to call out their like totally shitty behavior.
Do you think that the lack of voter turnout in this election had anything to do with misogyny, or do you think it is purely based on the typical incumbents falling to?
Oh no. Misogyny definitely played a role. Definitely. Like I don't the amount of times that I've heard men and even some women say things about, oh, a woman can't be president, or they shouldn't be president, or that I'm not thinking she's ready. It is a kind of internal misogyny that is just ingrained in us because of our society. And I think, unfortunately, misogyny played not a huge role. I mean, not like a big role, but it played a role enough that it was a deciding factor for a lot of people. Just a lot of men that I know in my life just cannot fathom the idea of a woman being president, or especially they can't stand the idea
of a black
woman, a liberal or a black woman, but of a liberal woman being president. That's what they don't like. They don't like a liberal woman being president. That like scares the hell out of them, because liberal women voice their opinion and they're fully wanting to say what's on their mind, and that like scares the hell out of them.
And Kamala can be black and Indian at the same time. It's
not that hard. It's not that hard. All right, I'm gonna move on to somebody else. So thanks for coming up, Thomas. Bye. Take care. Hey DJ, what's on your mind?
Hey, first off, I just wanted to say, like, I've been watching you and Parker and Dean for like ever. I did not expect to get up on here. I've been trying to get on Parker's live, I've been trying to get on Dean's live, and I know they don't typically bring people like me up there, because they debate people who are against them, and I'm fully on their side, but man, anyway, I am someone who is trans, and like a trans man, and I kind of wanted to hear your take on how, sorry, I'm like trying to think of my words. How Trump is going to affect people like me and other people who are part of the LGBTQ community, because I'm honestly terrified.
How it's not going to be pretty. I think they're not going to do much to GAY people, and the reason why is because Trump, even for all of his shit talk and all of his craziness, he's pretty okay with GAY people, honestly. Like he personally is okay with it. I don't think he personally will do a lot of things, but I think his lackeys will try to do it like some fuck shit, with it. Who I worry about a lot are like the people like you, trans individuals, because Trump has been saying too much stuff. His lackeys believe that entirely. They fully believe it. And so what I see happening is a major revision to Title IX. I think they will try to pass a bill or at least a rule that makes it so schools can't allow trans women into sports, into like male sports. I think you're going to see bathroom laws on a federal level. I think all these things will be happening. I think that's because what I worry about is not people like myself. Like, I'm bi, nothing's going to happen to me. I don't think I'm in danger, right? But people I worry about are people like you, because the trans community will be attacked under this administration. I guarantee it.
Right.
And that's what scares me the most.
Right. And sorry, I do have a couple more questions.
Oh, no, sure, go ahead.
First off, I wanted to thank people for the roses. That's very kind. But yeah, because I do have friends who are on hormones and on testosterone and HRT and everything. Do you think that we are going to lose access to our hormones?
I would put the probability at more likely than not.
Okay, yeah. I've been looking into...
Well, let me say this. Sorry. What I would say is minors will lose access.
Okay, yeah.
Adults probably won't, but minors,
Okay.
It's much more likely than not that minors will. I think there will be a federal rule or federal law that will be put in place, maybe through Congress, but I doubt it. But it definitely through like the FDA or Health and Human Services. I think that will likely go into place, and basically say that that doctors can't provide it to minors. If Congress passed a law, then it doesn't matter. Like, they're going to say minors can't get HRT or anything like that, which will be tremendously sad and tremendously detrimental. But do I give it a high likelihood? I don't know. I can't put a number on it. I would say greater than 50%, though.
Okay, awesome. Sorry, I did have some more questions.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. Sorry, like I said, I'm just like so shocked to be up here that I like honestly forgot all of my questions. Yeah, but I was gonna touch on, because I was on Parker's Live earlier with the guy who was saying all the really horrible transphobic things.
Yeah,
about,
the Mason guy. Yeah, Mason guy.
That was just, honestly, I don't understand how, like, when I fully transition, why would you want to see a whole man walk into the women's bathroom?
He wasn't that bright. Like, let's be honest. He didn't understand it. Like he didn't understand basic biology. Like,
Oh, no.
so he just didn't see it, and so that happened.
Clearly
But
not.
yeah, so I mean that like typically happens when when people don't have, people often who are ignorant, and I mean ignorant in like I don't know type of way. People who are ignorant are typically fearful people.
Right, of course, yeah. And I mean, I mean, I'm scared for like the future of my community and other people like me, and even the women in my life who are going to be so heavily affected by Trump's.
I know. As I said, it's going to be scary. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know how bad it will be. I know it'll be bad, but I don't know how bad.
Right.
And all we can do is keep up to date, stay up to date, and then hopefully somebody with some money and some influence will sue them or will challenge it, and we can just speak out. That's what we can do, is we can speak out about how bad it is. And I just hope that that's the case, because there's not much I can do personally. Like I can donate to the ACLU, I can show up to protest because I'm so close to DC. I can do all those type of things, right? But at the end of the day, it's not going to impact me. And so I have to use the influence that I have, which isn't much. I have to use that influence to then be able to do positive good. And will it have an effect? I don't know. I think for people who are wondering, the number one thing that you can do is vote, obviously. But two, what you can do is you absolutely have to send money and donate to these groups that are fighting the actual fight. Like, within the courts, like that, though, that's where all this is going to end up. It will end up within the courts, and so we have to make sure that we are fighting that fight, and that these groups are well funded and have all the access that they need. So
Right.
that's my opinion on it.
Yeah, I do have one more question.
Sure, what's up?
Do you think that certain things that Trump would want to pass are going to affect red states more than blue states. Like, I did see something earlier. I don't know if it was one of my friends or a TikTok that I saw that certain things may not be as bad in blue states, and like certain groups of people would be safer in blue states rather than red
Well,
states.
that's probably true because blue states are usually more affluent and they have more money, so they're less likely to be hard. But I would say that if Trump imposes things like tariffs, price increases will hit redder states harder because they are typically the more impoverished states.
Okay, yeah.
So yes, on that front, yes. But I mean, as I said, red states typically feel the bigger effect, but that's because they have lower income people to a greater extent.
Right. Like, I mean, I'm kind of thinking of like a nationwide abortion ban. Like, I feel like this is kind of a dumb
I
question.
mean, unfortunately, most red states are already banning it, so it wouldn't
Right,
really
yeah.
change anything. I think what it would do is it would make it that would impact blue states like
Okay,
big
yeah.
time.
I mean, I
but
kinda figured, but-
yeah. I mean, but I don't think. I think a national. I mean, that would be like a court thing too. Like that's going to happen in court. Like if Trump tries to ban it, like through the FDA or something, or if his lackeys do, they'll be sued too. As I said, this is all going to come to the courts. This will probably be one of the most litigious times of our entire like U.S. history. Like people are going to be suing each other like nonstop.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just how it's going to be. Like so, which is good because then it kind of gets like stuck in the court system and then it doesn't go into effect because typically what happens is they'll sue, then a judge will issue like a injunction that like stops it from going into effect while they like go on the merits and all that, and that takes months and months and months and months. So
right. Right.
that's how it usually works. Usually.
Yeah. Another thing that I am a little bit concerned about is that sorry, I don't mean to take up a lot of your time. I know it's late for you. Trump did say that this would be the last election, indicating that he'd be a full-on dictator. Do you think that he would actually be able to do that? And like this
No.
will be the last
I
election?
have faith, maybe it's misplaced, but I have faith in the American institutions. We may be moving towards like authoritarianism in some parts, but I still want to believe that enough Republicans are like not full like fascist people, and so they're willing to be like, okay, no, that's like a step too far, right? And plus he would have to like I guarantee you that like the people think that like the police and the Secret Service are like loyal to him, and that's not the case. Secret Service are there, they're paid by everybody else, right? And I guarantee you that as soon as Trump is out of term, on January 20th, what would it be, 2029, right? They are no longer loyal to him. Like they're like, okay, bye bye, that kind of thing. So I understand your concern, and it's a real concern. I just don't think it's likely to happen because we have so many safeguards against that. But I could be proven wrong, and I hope to whatever God may or may not exist that it doesn't happen.
Right. Okay. And just one more thing to my fellow LGBTQ people. I know a lot of you have been saying that you want to give up. I am telling you, this is not the time to give up. In fact, this is the time that we need to keep fighting even harder. We've been through this before. We can get through this again. I think a lot of people are losing hope, and it is absolutely heartbreaking to see that people like me are just giving up so easily, because we cannot do that. We need to keep fighting for our rights. We are just as important as anyone else. A lot of my friends are so over it. I'm over it, but that does not mean that we need to give up. Yeah. You can kick me now. I have no idea how to drop down.
You're good. Thank you so much, DJ.
Yeah, no problem.
You have a good
great
night. Okay. Bye bye.
Yeah,
Take care.
You too.
Hey, Kylid, is that how you say your name?
Yeah, it's just Kyle. Dang, this is crazy.
Kyle. Sorry. Okay.
I was like,
hey, what's up?
Oh, nothing much. I wanted to ask more like, jeez, it's like you forget all your thoughts once you come up here. Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, do you feel like there's any way that the Republican, like how they're gonna kind of set the rules and everything like that for the economy. Do you see any way that's gonna work with all the tariffs and stuff like that?
I mean, do I know how it's going to work? I have no fucking idea.
No, like do you think there's any way that it's gonna actually like work out and make everything better? Because I know
No, absolutely not.
Because I know earlier you were talking about like like when the rich get the money, they just keep it to themselves. And I was saying in the comment section that, you know, in a way, like those companies like Tesla and Amazon, they do give like stock options for their employees, which kind of give back to the middle class, but it kind of leaves the like lower class out, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, as I said, people are going to cite some corporations that did that, and that's true. Like I know that Costco did that, right? I mean, they did do it, right? But overall, they didn't do it. That's why trickle down doesn't work. Is because at some level they're going to just reinvest it back in stocks and back in their shareholders. So that's why it just doesn't work.
And then I was also gonna ask, like I know like way back when there was like a Whig party, right? And that kind of left and there was a new party that came. Do you ever think that there's going to be a new party coming out, either of like Democratic or Republican?
I
feel like
wish that was the
many-
case. Unfortunately, what happens is what happens is that our system, the way that it's set up, favors a binary party system, and so because we have that, and because we don't have a parliamentary system, we don't have ranked choice voting. All those things favor multi-party systems. We don't have any of that. So we tried in the past to have multi-parties, but it always coalesced down to two, like it always did, right? And it always went down to two. And every time that we try to get outside the parties, new parties form, and then they become the dominant binary party. So it just always happens that way. If you want to form a viable, like actual viable two-party system, then you have to go to ranked choice voting, and you have to allow a non-winner-take-all system where the votes get divided, and if you meet a certain threshold, then you get voted in power. So that's how they do it in like other countries, where like in other countries, like a parliamentary system, what happens is that they have a threshold, and if you win more than that, then you get to go, and then they have a second round, and you have ranked choice, and you have all these different things adding up. And so that's why there's like many parties competing, because they want to be your second vote. They want to be there in case that one doesn't reach a majority, then they will move up.
Okay, so there's no way that there could be like three parties running at one time. It's only two. Because I know.
No. They can run at the same time, but because we are a winner take all, as soon as you hit as soon as you win the most votes, then none of the other votes matter. You're in. So like for example, you can have 5 parties running in a election here, right? 5 parties.
Mhm.
And if party 1 wins 40%, and then all the rest of them win like all the other percents, right? But it's less than the 40, that person that wins the 40% then wins all of them.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That would be for like who wins the that would be who goes to presidency.
No,
right?
that happens in all of them. They're all winner take all. Like if you have 5 parties running for like a house race, right? And the let's say that the Democrat wins 40, the Republicans win 30, the Libertarian wins 20. I don't know, what is that? 40, 30, 20, that's 90. The left-wing Social Democrats win 5, and then the Communist Party wins another 5, right? That Democrat then wins it outright, even though they only won 40%. In other countries, what will happen is what will happen is the top 3 will then run in a runoff, and then they'll select the top 2, and then they'll select the one that actually wins.
Okay, got
Because
it.
then you have people competing for the same votes, because you want to be that person to run in the next set of elections, because they don't have winner take all.
Okay. And then I was gonna say, I know you guys said that like Bernie needs to be the guy who, or at least in 2028.
I
you're
wish,
saying
but that's
Bernie-
but that's probably not going to happen.
But why? You guys say he's kind of like the complete opposite of Trump, right?
Yeah. Trump's a
Can you,
populist.
I don't know. I'm not really
Sure.
like.
I can explain that. So Trump's a populist. He's a right-wing populist, but he's a populist nonetheless. Bernie is a left-wing populist. So Bernie
Can you define populist? I'm not really
sure. A populist is somebody who favors the working people over like the upper class. They favor they have a tendency to be anti-elitist and anti establishment. And so Trump is that, even though he is of the elite, he's very much anti-establishment, right? And so he's a populist, but he's on the right. Bernie is a populist of the left, but what makes Bernie different is not just ideology. It's that Bernie doesn't have the baggage. He doesn't have the crazy views. He's not a misogynist. He's not a transphobe. He's not any of those things. And Bernie actually, like Trump, engenders passion. He makes people passionate to vote. He makes people want to vote for him. There is something about Trump, and I don't understand it, but I see it, that makes people that like Trump really like him. They really like him,
no,
right?
I get
I
that,
felt
yeah.
that way when Bernie was running in 2016. I was 20. How old was I in 2016? Oh God, I was 24 or like 25, somewhere around there, right? And I remember when Bernie was running, and I went to his rallies. Man, I was out there with Bernie. I love me some Bernie. You know,
let me ask this. So, like, what are some of his policies, like economic policies that are
universal
different
health
from
care, Medicare for all, taxing the rich, expanding Social Security, expanding Medicaid, huge a social safety net. He wants to give rights to everybody. He wants unfettered gay rights, trans rights, women's rights. I mean, just think of like every liberal policy. And that's Bernie. Like he focuses heavily on economics. He wants to make sure that the working people, he believes healthcare is a right. He believes food is a right. He believes people have the right to housing. He believes that nobody in America should be without the basic necessities, and that the government should provide that for them. Bernie is like old school, like what FDR was. Like FDR was like that man, right? I mean, like when you hear speeches from like FDR, even back then, like I can listen to a speech from FDR, and it will fucking engender something in you. It just does. Like he has a passion to him for like fighting for the working man, and Bernie has that same passion, and that's what makes people love him. And the people on the right feel that about Trump. How? I have no fucking idea, but they do, and so that's why they love him so much.
Don't you think there got to be like a little bit of give and take? Because what you're really talking about is like maybe like 20%, right? 20% of the votes either makes or breaks it for the Democratic Party, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there has to be some policies. It can't be fully the opposite. They need to be, some of them, the most important ones need to be.
Bernie
there,
Bernie is an ideologue, but he does negotiate. He's shown that that he can negotiate. And he will compromise on certain things, but his values are very much rooted in left-wing populism. That of the things that I've talked about, right? He is willing to make concessions on some things, but it's the fact that he fights so hard for those things. That's why people love him. That's Trump, for all of his ilk, and he has a lot of it. For all of his ilk, he does fight for what he believes in. He doesn't back off. He doesn't apologize, right? Bernie doesn't do that either. Bernie doesn't apologize. Bernie doesn't back off. He's not afraid to tell you to your face that you're wrong and that you're, just a bad person and that you're anti-working, working class. I mean, Bernie is the guy who would have led like a union protest. Well, actually he did. I mean, Bernie is that type of guy, right? And that's what makes him so loved. Bernie Sanders, I think, is the only politician in America that has a positive rating. Like people love Bernie Sanders, and I think it was a travesty that the fucking DNC denied him 2 times to be able to be their nominee. Like it is a travesty that makes me why I don't identify as a Democrat. Even though I vote Democratic, I don't identify as a Democrat because of that fact. Because they denied, and if I could yell at somebody, I would yell at Nancy Pelosi and Obama, saying, "Why the hell did you deny Bernie Sanders?" Because I don't understand it. But I love me, some Barry. I love Barack Obama, but if I could ask him one question in private, it would be, why the hell in 2020 did you deny Bernie Sanders the opportunity to run? Because Obama and Jim Clyburn got together in South Carolina, and that is what sunk Bernie Sanders, was because they basically made it so that Biden would win South Carolina. Because Bernie was on a roll to winning that. He was on a roll. And that pissed me off so much. Like, I was so pissed.
Because I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm a libertarian. And for someone like me, like you guys said, right? Like, someone that's going to be running for the Democratic Party has to change something about the economic policy. Something about the economics has to change to get the votes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got to stop talking, and I don't mean this as in giving up our values. What I mean is we have to stop talking about social issues as the end all be all thing. They're great and they're wonderful, and we have to defend them. But we can't talk about them because what people really care about, and I mean like deeply care about, are the economic issues. When Democrats talk about economic issues, we win.
Yeah.
That's why
I don't think they're the most important ones, but I think just to get the vote, you have to be a little more. You have to talk about that a little bit more as a topic, right?
I agree, which is what which is what Harris did, right? She didn't talk about social issues very much. Yeah, I mean, she would mention abortion every once in a while, but like most of her thing was on economics. It's just that she faced such headwinds, and I don't think people believed her when she said it, right? Because she is like of the liberal mindset. People like Bernie, who have been talking about this for like fucking 50 years, right? People believe that because he's been fighting for it for so long, and I just wish that the party would get back to that, talking about basic economics, talking about how the Republicans have no policy. All they care about are like fucking rich people and and that kind of shit, and they don't care about you. When we talk like that, we win elections.
Right.
And that's what I want to move past. I want to be able to hold our social values up and say that we believe in this. But what I really want to talk about is how the social issues will always make people want to be on our side, and they'll follow us to then be on the side of progress for those social issues.
Right. Yeah. Hey, Matt, it was good speaking to you. I'm gonna give
too.
someone else a chance.
Bye-bye. Take care of yourself.
Bye.
Hey, Zavi. Hey, what's up?
Hi, it's pronounced Zavi.
Sorry,
it's
Zavi.
okay. No big deal. I'm 22 for TikTok.
Nice.
I just have a couple, just kind of quick questions.
Sure.
What do you think the primary reason is that Kamala lost? Like, do you think it's that she didn't? Do you think it's because of lack of Democratic turnout, or do you think maybe she didn't address?
The primary reason was because she was an incumbent. Because I fully believe that what happened is that we have seen it in case after case since since COVID, that the parties in power are losing every single time, and she was connected to the Biden administration, and because the Biden administration is in power, they faced inflation and price increases that were not their fault, but people blame them for it, and they got the short end of the stick. That's what happens. Like, I think no matter who would have been in power, no matter who it was, they would have lost because of the severe headwinds.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Basically, like correlation causation fallacy. The economy was bad because of COVID, and then they kind of got the short end of the stick. I had another question. I forgot what it was. Oh, is it true that RFK is going to be like in charge of healthcare?
I said that I found it less likely, but now the way Trump's talking, I actually find it more likely that he has some role in healthcare. Yes. I think he'll probably be on the FDA in some way, and I think that would be a disaster. But I do think he'll be in some kind of policy decision-making process. He may not be in a cabinet level, like because he has to be confirmed by the Senate, and that might not happen because he's loony, and because he has a lot of baggage, and so Trump might not want to get rid of that. So what he might do is just put him in a power position where he has influence over policy. Not that he's making the policy, but I do think he will be in the government, and I hope to whatever God that may exist that he just flames out or something, because I think he's dangerous.
Terrifying either way.
Not that some of his ideas. I think he makes some good points. I just think his other points are so fucking dangerous that it outweighs the other points.
Yeah.
Like you can talk about like why is it that like children are like eating foods that have chemicals in them? Okay, let's talk about it. Okay, that's fine. We can talk about it, right? But as soon as you go off on like vaccinations and autism and fucking, other shit that is just so out of left field, like, I'm sorry, you've lost me. And so like I'm not going to trust you with my healthcare and my food decisions when you're talking about that shit. You know what I mean? And like he wants to get rid of like fluoride in water, and I'm like, bruh, like, you've already lost me.
And then my last question, I've seen some stuff like kind of just floating around about him possibly wanting to get rid of vaccines. Is that also true?
Well, he said recently that he didn't, but I think he is a vaccine skeptic, and that he'll make it either more difficult to get one, or he will make the rules so stringent that vaccines won't be developed. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay,
yeah, that's how I think that it's likely to happen. Is that he's going to say something like, I'm not against vaccines, but I want to make the rules more stringent, and then therefore what happens is the rules are so stringent that nobody's making vaccines anymore.
Yeah.
Like because it's so fucking stringent, and therefore we're not getting effective vaccine rollouts.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which scares me.
I have one more question, and then I'll let the person above me go.
Sure, what's up?
First of all, thanks for bringing me up. Oh my God, I just lost my train of thought again. Shit, what was it?
No problem. You can think about it. Oscar, what's on your mind?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So I had a question, and I've been hearing this. Basically, I've been hearing that I do know that a lot of people have been saying that Trump, or the Trump administration, they plan to kind of like remove the Department of Education, but I had like some specific questions. I was wondering that if something like this were to happen, do you know how long it would take for it to go in effect, and do you know if it would like what would happen?
I mean, it probably go into effect pretty quickly, but I think that to get rid of the DOE, he would have to pass it through Congress, because it's set up by Congress. So I think he would have to pass it through Congress, and so they would set a time frame. My guess is that it may be like, oh, we're going to phase it out over time, right, to like give time for it to like go. And so my guess is that it would be like a phase out type of thing. But will he try it? Maybe. I mean, Republicans since Reagan, because the DOE was set up by Carter, I think, and so I think Republicans since Reagan have been trying to like get rid of it, and they've always failed to, because it's just, they always say it, but then they never do it, because it would be so like disastrous in so many ways, that I think Trump says it, but I don't think he really gives a shit, frankly.
All right, thank you. I had one more question.
Sure, what's up?
So I was wondering, when it comes to, because I've heard that, I don't know if this is true, so I'm not going to say if it is or not, but I heard that the Trump administration, or at least Trump, has plans to deport, or at least like challenge like the citizenship of immigrants and their children. And I'm kind of concerned about this, because my father's an immigrant, and a lot of the people in my family are immigrants, and I was wondering, like, if they already have their citizenship and all of that, how would that play out? Like,
so it's well, for one, so if the child is born on U.S. soil, then they're a citizen via the 14th Amendment. So they have that. Now what they could do is they could try to challenge that in the courts and say that the 14th Amendment doesn't mean this and that, but then that'd be a Supreme Court thing. I think that's unlikely. So I think if you're a citizen currently and you were born on U.S. soil, then like you're like a full citizen, right? Then you're a full citizen. If you're a citizen that has become like, or like a child that's become naturalized, like via Article 1, then they could denaturalize you, which is an actual process, and that is what's scary. Now, I don't know what will happen if they start going after citizens of migrants who are like actual citizens. If that starts happening, I guarantee you that the courts will be involved, and I think they will err on the side of those people having citizenship rights, and you can't deport them. But if their parents or their grandparents or uncles or aunts are not citizens, then they can probably still be deported. So there would be like a family separation thing going on.
all right.
Likely,
Thank you so much.
that's how I likely see it playing out, because I don't think they'd be able to deport actual citizens, because that would literally just like fucking ruin, like they would be breaking like so many constitutional boundaries. I don't even think conservative courts would like go down that route.
All
Does that
right,
make
all right.
sense?
Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. I really like seeing you and Parker's lives. All right,
Sure.
I'm gonna go now.
All
Have
right.
a good night.
Yep. Bye. Take care.
They actually asked my question, and you just
Oh, nice.
answered
Okay.
it, so that was all
Okay.
for me.
Okay, great. Have a
Thank
good
you for
night.
letting me
Bye.
ask.
Take
You
care.
too.
Hey, what's
Hello?
up?
Hey, so I have a question. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So like I've been inspired by you, Dean, and Parker. I watch y'all like all the time. And I just wanted like some tips on how to like start my own live, I'm not really like headstrong with like politics and like specific, but I am like when it comes to like LGBTQ plus and that stuff. And I know that I see people from time to time, they're like debating that type of stuff on here. But like I would like to know like the equipment and stuff, because I know I definitely don't have like a mic or anything like anything like that and stuff. So I was wondering if you have like any tips and
I mean, to get started, I mean, you just start doing it and then you build up slowly. Like that's how it goes, right? It's like even Parker, right? I mean, he started with only 5 people in his life, and then over time it just built up and built up and built up. And that's how it goes. And so I think what you can do is just start hosting lives. And you might only get a few people, and that's okay. But then over time, you will slowly get more people, and be active in the Discord, be active in the community, and then you'll also go and build up. And everybody in the chat, follow her, because that'll also boost it. So that's how that's how we can do it. Is you'll start small, but you'll build it up over time.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay,
That's really all I wanted.
All right. Thanks, Sam. Bye. All right, everybody. I have to shut it down, so I'm gonna let everybody either say one thing or ask one question. Okay, so say one thing or ask one question, and then I gotta go because it's almost 4 a.m. So, go ahead, King.
All right, I understand. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you have a little bit
Can
of
you
an
hear me?
yes, but
okay, sorry.
yeah, but go ahead.
Okay, all right. Just real quick, hey, I just wanted to say that yes, I did vote for Trump. I did early voting a couple weeks ago, but I'm kind of new to voting. This is my first time actually being a registered voter, and I'm not informed of politics as I should be. But I just want to say that I am very sorry after the past couple of weeks of hearing you, Parker, Dean. Chris, all those people, you guys are doing a phenomenal job. And after hearing what I'm hearing, like now becoming informed of what's happening, I couldn't be any more sorry or any more apologetic for the way that I voted and for being a part of what potentially happens. But just know that you guys are doing a tremendous job because you've already, in just a matter of weeks, converted at least one person to the Democratic side for the next election. At least you can know that much. But I just wanted to give you guys props because I know even in the younger generation right now, I'm talking to my niece who's literally in 7th grade, and they're having discussions because of what you guys are saying. And so you guys are literally influencing the next generation. So please don't feel down just because the election didn't go the way you guys wanted it to. I mean, just know that you're still doing good work for the future. And that's all I really wanted to come in and say. You guys are doing amazing.
All right. Thank you, King. Sorry, I had to kick you. You had a slight delay, so I'll just say what I'm saying. Thank you very much. You don't have to apologize. We don't, you don't have to apologize, but thank you. And I'm glad that we converted you, and I hope you'll continue to, to vote for the right candidate going forward. But thank you very much, and we appreciate your message. So we really do. You right here. I don't know your name. Yeah,
you can just call me Beep.
Okay.
I kind of had, sorry, I was trying to get up earlier, but I have a question, and then I kind of want to get your thoughts on something.
Sure.
My question is would it be considered like a possibility that Joe Biden could use presidential immunity to put in Supreme Court justices?
Oh, I mean, he could, but he won't. He's an institutionalist. He doesn't believe in that.
Okay.
So, I mean, could he? Yeah, but it's not going to happen. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen.
They're going to be there for 40 years.
I know, until I'm fucking 70. I know. Believe me, I'm bummed out too. But unfortunately, Joe Biden's an institutionalist. It's not going to happen. I don't know what he's going to do in his last couple of months. I mean, I think what he can do is he can basically, because the Senate will be in office, what he can do is confirm a fuck ton of judges. Like he can basically him and Chuck Schumer can just be rolling out judges, because that's what he has
in the 11th circuit or whatever.
Yeah, to the various circuits. So the president with consent from the Senate will nominate people for the circuits for federal judges, and so he can just basically pump them out, just go, so that Trump can't really fill that many. So that's what I would do. I would be like, hey, Chuck Schumer, let's confirm as many judges as we can. Let's just keep going, nonstop. And that's what I would do. And then I would also, basically take any of the money that has been given to me and send it to Ukraine. I would send weapons and money right now. I would just be I would just be sending them a bunch of money and things going forward. I'd be like, oh, here you go. Take it. That kind of thing. So there's things that he can do, but no, he's not going to pack the court. It's just not going to happen. Sorry.
And then
yeah, sure.
Can I hear your thoughts on this other thing? Sorry.
That's okay.
So I think Trump's tariffs and his trade ideas, which is just horrible, are going to tank the US dollar.
Yeah, probably.
And it's going to lose so much value. And something I'm worried about, which is in Trump's policies, is he essentially wants to create a private government sector for Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not really a market that's open to everyone, and kind of worries me.
I don't know anything about Bitcoin and crypto.
It's not. It's that
it goes over my head.
It's just that I am worried more so because he's going to tank the U.S. dollar, and then he'll have all of this money in crypto. And he says he wants to block the Federal Reserve from creating its own digital currency.
I mean, probably what will happen is him and Jerome Powell will probably already be button heads pretty soon. That's probably what's going to happen. So, but just buckle up. So, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna be poor the next
Yeah, I know. Welcome to hell. So, all right. Well, Beep, thanks for coming up. I really appreciate you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Take care. All right, Jam, you're my last batter.
I just wanted to tell you, and I'll go quick because I know I can tell you're tired, but I wanted to say on election night, I kept going into lives where you were because something about you and the way that you do this analysis, it was comforting to me. But anyway, my question is, I don't think a lot of people have considered, especially MAGA people, we're past the fuck around stage. We're now in find out. And I want to know, and obviously we can't see the future. We don't know what's going to happen. But like, do you think people that are like MAGA supporters or the rest of the country, we have not yet experienced a Trump where he's not trying to get votes and trying to stay in office? He did this to save his ass. He's now saved his ass. Like, do you think that, I mean, I hate to say this because I've been waiting for MAGA people to like figure this shit out for a million years now at this point. But what do you see? Like, what do you expect really from his term now that he's no longer going to have to court voters?
Oh, well, I mean, he's already like a lame duck president. So, I mean, he's going to be like unfettered. I think he's going to feel like he can do whatever the fuck he wants. And that's scary already. And so, I mean, I think what it's going to be is it's going to be his first term times 10, probably.
But do you think, okay, and I know that you can't answer that, no one can really know, but do you think MAGA will ever wake the fuck up and realize maybe they voted against their...
I mean, the only thing is that if Trump totally tanks the economy, like let's say hypothetically he's able to impose all of his tariffs and he does everything that he wants to and it totally tanks the economy, then I think some of them will come around and they'll be like, holy shit, what the fuck did I just do? Right? But I think most of them, the people who are hardcore MAGA, will like still be there. They'll find some reason. They'll find some reason to be like, oh, it's not his fault.
Yep, twist themselves into pretzels like they've been doing. Like the excuses I've heard all election season for like, and I'm a frequent listener of like, you know, all the TikTok lives, and I hear these MAGA people come up and they will literally do anything to excuse Trump for anything. And part of me wants the fever to break, and part of me knows that it never will. But I was just curious, like, what you thought, because
well, I mean,
Trump. No one's seen him.
There is a part of me that wants them to basically find out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's bad to say, and I hate saying it, but there is a strong part of me that like, oh, okay, you want Trump to do all these things?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Let's go. I'm all in. Well, and then in 2 fucking years when bacon is like what, like $10 a box and eggs are $8 and all that, and you're complaining and bitching and moaning, then don't come like crying to me. You know, that kind of thing.
Yes, and the fact that people kept being like, well, I've heard so many times MAGA people being saying, oh, well, he already said he didn't back Project 2025. And I'm like, the man lies. Rule 1, he lies.
Yeah, that's my point, is that I think there's a satisfaction that we shouldn't get, but we do get when we prove people wrong. And I think that if Trump is as bad as we say he is, and I do think he is, and he actually is able to do all the things that he says, then I think what's going to happen is that that if someone comes and says to me, you're MAGA, or says to me, oh, I can't afford my groceries, or my neighbor got deported, or oh, I got laid off because my job can't afford the tariffs, and I'll be like, oh, who'd you vote for? Oh, you vote for Trump? Oh, sorry, you live with it. I mean, that's, and because we already told them what would happen, and if you are going to bitch and moan and complain afterwards, then I'm sorry, like,
yeah, it's just
not my
crazy
fucking
how
problem.
many people kept believing the lie, like the man lies, and the fact that half this country or more, I guess now, or not half the country, but half the voting electorate, said it's okay that he lies, and also to me, it's so obvious he was saving his ass that I literally cannot believe anybody thought otherwise. But anyway, I will let you go to bed.
Thanks for coming on. I appreciate you. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. I'm getting off. It's fucking 4 a.m. and I'm tired, and I have to work somewhat in the morning. I don't know if I will, but I have to try. So thank you, everybody who was here. I really appreciate it. I had a great time. It was a good time. Please follow me if you haven't already. Up here, this little follow button, please. And I will see you all some other time. I don't know if I'll be live doing another of these maybe tomorrow night or something, but I might. But thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. And thank you for everybody who gifted. Thank you, Casey. Sorry that I missed your $5, but thank you so much. I really appreciate your $5. And thank you to everybody who donated and gifted. It really means a lot to me, and I care so much about you. So take care, everybody. Please take care of yourself. Please get some sleep. Please, this weekend, do something that you love. That's what I want you to do. Okay. If for nobody else, for me, find one thing that you love doing and do it. It could be reading, eating your favorite meal, watching your favorite TV show, hugging your favorite friend. It could be anything. I'm gonna go and buy books. I'm getting books, so that's what I'm doing on Saturday. So everybody go and do what you want, you know. So if you love books, go to your favorite used bookstore and buy books. I'm going to a used bookstore and I'm getting books. Not that I need more. I mean, look at fucking that. I mean, look at that. Look at that. And that's only half. That's only half. So yeah, buy them before the band. So thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate all of you. I hope you have a wonderful night. Would you all care? Like, would you all want to do like book reviews sometime? Would you like that? Like book review, or like go through my library. I show you all my books and stuff and show you like what I have. Because look how many, because look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's a lot of books. That's a lot of books. And I bought new books. Chat, I bought a stack of books 2 weeks ago. This big, like a fucking new stack of books. Like, like, somebody take my keys away. Take them away. Get between two fires. Okay, I'll look into it. Thanks. And you all can tell me your favorite book, and yeah, book talk. Book talk, Matt. Yep. Book talk. All right, everybody. I'm off to bed. Thank you again. Have a wonderful time. I will see you all again. I might do a book thing sometime this weekend if I have time, but I hope you all have a wonderful night. Take care of yourself. Love you all so much. Have a good night. Bye-bye.